The next talk is called RDE Emacs Introduction. In this talk, Andrew Tropin demonstrates how to use RDE Emacs for reproducible configuration, including how to enable or remove features. Afterwards, he will handle questions of a big blue button.
Hello and welcome everyone at EmacsConf 2022. I'm Andrew Tropin and today we will talk about my Emacs setup. I will tell you the story behind it. We will discuss what RDE and RDE Emacs are, and we'll make a small Emacs configuration. My original motivation was to have a ready-for-work development environment, which is reliable, guaranteed to work every time I need it, preferably performant and consistent. I say development environment, but it actually applies to many other working environments, especially text-heavy. And easy and obvious solution is to pick one of existing configuration frameworks like Spacemacs or Doom Emacs, Prelude or something else, and to get a pre-configured Emacs in a minute, with all bells and whistles. But the problem is only Emacs. In reality, your working environment consists not only from Lisp packages, but also from system packages and their configurations, project libraries, compilers, building tools, etc. And those you already have at least 3 or more likely 5 things for managing your environment. Configuration, Emacs configuration framework, Emacs package manager, system package manager, system or and .files configuration manager, project language package manager, and maybe something else. Even having our Emacs configuration and package manager covered by framework, we still have a lot of things which we have to interact with, keep in sync, and more importantly, each of them can break. But by works every time, I mean, even if I updated my system, packages, configurations, I migrated to a different machine, someone on my team updated project dependencies, I can get back to work in a matter of seconds, or maybe in some cases, minutes. If I have multiple tools for managing my environment, and even one of them is broken, the whole setup is broken. Also, if one of them doesn't support deterministic rollback, I can't guarantee the reliability of my working environment. I can't be sure that I will be able to rescue or revive it. The less points of failure we have, the easier to stay sane. Imagine some late breakage notice when you did update a few hours or days ago and found it later, and you have a few different tools involved. It will be really hard to find the cause and to make everything works again. Is it possible to have one tool to cover all the needs I described above? Yes, almost. And also with this tool you can get a reliable setup. And now I talk about functional package managers. Functional package managers allow us to manage system, user, Emacs, project, language, packages and their configurations. But more importantly, it allows to do it in a declarative and reproducible manner. That means you just define what you need, and those tools build it for you. No matter what was before, you get what you asked for. It doesn't matter what time of day, what you did before, what other packages you have installed previously. You just ask for something and you get it. 2 years ago, I did a talk at EmacsConf 2020 where I demonstrated a prototype of Emacs configuration managed by Nix. Originally, I wanted to base my work on already existing Emacs configuration framework, but later I decided that it will be easier and a little more flexible to start from ground up. After first prototype in Nix, I decided to switch to Gix to make it short. Gix is another functional package manager, but more freedom and reproducibility oriented, and written in only one language, Guile scheme, instead of few custom-made Nix, DSL, Bash and C++. So now I can write Lisp code while this code writing another Lisp code. Very neat indeed. Unfortunately, at the moment there was no tool to manage user configurations, also known as .files with Gix. So I wrote one. And now it's a part of GNU Gix and called Gix Home. What we get from this one tool? We can use one language to describe the whole system, the home environment, the project environment, and everything else. We don't need to worry about to keep different tools in sync and to integrate them between each other. Also, using one language to describe the whole configuration makes it possible to share values between different parts of the system. For example, color scheme, fonts, and much more. Okay, to sum up the first part of the talk. I want to work in an environment which is ready for work, configured in minutes to almost what I want. That means it should have some batteries included. It should be reliable. I want to get back to work in a second, even if I broke something or someone else broke something. For example, using rollbacks. And it would be nice if it will be performant. It's a little subjective thing, but it's nice when things are snappy. And it's cool when things are consistent. Different interfaces have the same way of interactions with them. Okay, let's get to the next part and let's discuss what RDE is. Originally it was my .files repo, but it grew in something bigger. Now it's a set of tools on top of GNU Gix, Gix System and Gix Home. You can treat it as a GNU Linux distribution, system and home environment manager or configuration framework, project environment manager like virtualenv but on steroids, and Emacs distribution. Usually you just pick a few features, parameterize them, and ask the tool to create an operating system for you, a home environment or project environment or Emacs configuration. That's it. That's simple. And what RDE Emacs is and how it tastes. It's like an ice cream, vanilla flavored. No fancy macros for configuration, just plain eLisp. You can find in almost every personal Emacs configuration. Built-in or vanilla flavored packages are in priority over external or very fancy packages there's practical reason for this. Maybe sometimes you don't get the things you used to in other text editors or maybe even in other Emacs frameworks, but we want to keep the final result consistent so you can apply the same interaction patterns in different situations and extend your expectations from one tool to another, from one package to another. For example, we encourage people to use the mini buffer completion with orderless eVertica for many tasks, code navigation, files navigations, looking through your emails, or just for jumping around. let's see, let's just create a new Emacs instance and open a repository with my configuration. Okay, you can see the source code. Let's open another file which contains Emacs related features. And you can see I use iMenu, and I can filter the list using mini buffer. Now let's open my Git interface, and now I want to navigate through this long list of things here. Some of them staged, some of them are recent commits, some of them untracked at all. I can open iMenu, the same interface, but for now I can navigate around the Magit sections and files which are present here. And if I want to navigate project files, I use almost the same interface. I can use the same patterns to filter out files in my project or items in Magit iMenu. You can see very similar and very consistent. Also, we have to try hotkeys consistent across different packages and parts of Emacs. We usually not provide alternatives on what to use. We provide only one package for one task. But of course, this is a configuration framework after all. You can declare your own features and implement them yourself and use whatever you want. Okay, let's get to some real-world examples. It's always easy to show how things get appended, how things get installed, but usually people don't show how they remove things, because it's usually painful. But in our case, it's not. Let's take my configuration. Let's find feature Vertigo. Vertigo just used to show this fancy completion UI that you can see here. And if I disable this feature and rebuild, rebuild my home environment, the Emacs will lack this feature. It may take some time, but it was quite fast. I didn't expect it. Okay, I have Emacs, and as you can see here, now it doesn't have this completion UI anymore. I just commented it out, rebuilt my whole home environment, and this thing disappeared from Emacs. But what if I broke something? I just call gigs home rollback command and launch Emacs again, and you see now we have Vertigo back. Very good. Reliability is one of the most important quality of working environment. We can always get back to the working state of our environment and be sure that we do the things we want. Okay, and now let's see another example. Here I have a Mastodon post which contains Gemini link. I can click it, and you see it opens Emacs client and it renders this Gemini capsule, and we can read all the posts of this guy. Very cool. But what if I go back to my configuration, we'll find a feature related to to Elfer, the application which handles Gemini links, and will comment it out and will rebuild my home environment. What I expect here, that when I will be clicking the link, Emacs client won't pop up anymore. Cool. We rebuilt it, and let's click the link, and now you see it's just opens another tab which doesn't do anything useful. Cool. Why it is important? It is important because every time you install something and you want to remove it, some parts depending on it can be broken. And also important in other way around. Sometimes you want to install something and it requires a few steps. For example, if you want to have a Docker EL in your Emacs, you need not only Docker EL itself and configuration for it, you also need to add your user to the Docker group. But before it, you need to create this group. And you also need to define a system service and run it. Also, you need to install Docker package, Docker CLI package, and container deep package. And you can forget every of this small step. But if it in your declarative configuration in one place, and you just ask to enable this feature, each of those steps will be performed automatically. And if you don't need Docker anymore, you just disable feature, and all the effect of all those steps will be removed from your system. I won't be showing it because it probably will take more time for reconfiguring, but you can experiment with it on your own. Okay, let's do another interesting thing. Let's construct a small Emacs configuration from the scratch. For this, I will open a file which contains only Emacs portable feature and feature user info. And now I will build an environment, and inside this environment I will launch a new Emacs instance. As you see, it's very different from what you saw previously, and it almost bare bone. It doesn't contain anything except user mail address, which is set to my mail address, and user full name. How it works? In feature user info, I define a few values, and those values obtained by Emacs feature Emacs portable and set inside Emacs configuration. But let's enable a few more features. I will do it in one go because we already saw how it works overall. And let's build another Emacs with Emacs configuration. The interesting thing about this Emacs instance, it doesn't contain anything that I have in my usual Emacs. For example, I don't have not much here. I don't have make installed, and so on. But we have feature loader portable package, which just requires a few configure packages. Let's move it to a separate workspace. First of all, configure rd emacs portable, which just sets a few variables. Rd configure keycast, which just shows something on the mod line, which demonstrates the last hotkey pressed and the command which was invoked. Also, we can enable which key, and now when I type a prefix, I can see all the possible continuations for this prefix. And I can enable vertica. And you can see now we have nice completion UI. Also, we can enable completion related improvements. And now I have not only UI itself, but also some notes here near each comment, and ability to use regular expressions or some orderless matching. Okay, we can enable eshell, and now I have a hotkey for invoking Emacs shell. I don't have hotkey for vterm yet, but I can enable it. And now I have a terminal inside my Emacs. As you can see, my usual shell is zsh, but here I have a plain bash. Okay, let's enable feature git, and now I will be able to open my project. And inside this project, I will be able to open Majid and navigate using iMenu around. Let's do a few more things. Let's enable org-rom. So I will be able to open my EmacsConf nodes. Cool. And let's enable configure Emacs. As you can see, the way it displayed updated. And let's enable configure appearance. And you see the appearance of Emacs changed radically. And also let's change the faces. And now you see almost my setup that you saw previously, but we built it from small tiny pieces. Okay. A little summary. RDE is a one tool that you can use to manage the whole computing experience. It consists of composable components, and actually, it provides a reliable configuration framework. You always have a rollback. You always can switch to generation you used a week ago. And of course, it's reproducible and declarative, which is also very cool. RD Emacs is a part of RD, but it can be used separately. You can think of it as an Emacs distribution, which is vanilla flavored, consistent, well integrated, and self-contained. That's it for today. Don't hesitate to contact me via email or any other way. Thank you everyone for your attention, and see you in a bit.
Okay, I think the stream is here. We're live, so I'll hit start recording. All right, everyone. Thanks, Andrew, for the great talk. Super cool. So now we have the live Q&A with Andrew. Folks, you can start by asking your questions on the pad, and we will also open up this speakable button room in a few minutes for folks who want to join here and ask questions here directly to Andrew. Thanks again, and take it away, Andrew.
Okay, thank you. Let's start from part questions. The first one, do I use this to have multiple configs running side by side for diff comparison? Actually, I have two configurations primary here. The first one is my main configuration for the whole environment, which manages all the dot files. And the second one is virtual env-like. It creates a new shell with some environment variables set inside it. And it includes Emacs load path and other things to make Emacs able to explore packages inside this small environment. And it removes all unnecessary environment variables which pollutes the environment. So we have quite small scope on which only Emacs and few other packages are available. And as you saw at the end of the talk, it was the example of such small environment where I set up Emacs and all the dependencies from ground up. And actually the similar thing I use for development of my projects. I have per project environments made in the same way. But usually I use my primary Emacs instance, but sometimes it can be kind of mixed. I have a few talks on my YouTube channel, and you can check them out to get more information about it.
Sorry, okay. One quick request, Andrew. People are saying if you could maybe speak up a little bit more so that they could hear you better, that would be great.
Okay, sure.
Thank you.
The second question. Are you using gig system or gigs on top of another distro? If system, any tips? I tried gig system, but found getting started was very difficult due to lacking Wi-Fi firmware and incomplete documentation. Personally, I use gig system, gigs home, gigs as a package manager, and also as a deployment tool for a few services. I started from very basic setup where I didn't have anything and build it piece by piece, including building gigs home project. So yeah, I use gig system and all the things. And talking about Wi-Fi, first option is to buy Wi-Fi adapter, which doesn't require proprietary firmware. Another option is finding the firmware and installing it. So it's up to you. Everything actually is relatively easy, and you can relatively easy find the way to do it. The third question. One of the issues I have had managing Emacs packages with gigs is a conflict between gigs package ethos, read-only, and the Emacs package ethos, hackable in real time. Any suggestions to resolve this? Yes, I have suggestions to resolve this. Actually, it's true. Everything which is in GNU store is read-only. Everything which is built with gigs is almost set in stone, and you can't edit it in real time. But what I do, can I share my screen? 1 second. I will press a few buttons, and I hope you will see it soon. Or maybe not so soon. What I basically do, I take parts of the eLisp and I have them inside my scheme file that I use to define my home environment and other things. I don't know. Oh, okay, see it. For example, here, this part is scheme code, but this part is pure eLisp code, and I can use a indirect region and use Emacs Lisp mod here. evaluate the parts, edit those parts, and see everything. And when I'm fine with all the edits I did here, for example, I can evaluate this form using Ctrl-X, Ctrl-E, and so on. And when I'm good with the results, I can just save it and rebuild my whole home environment and see it on a fresh Emacs instance load from the new configuration and see if everything works here as well. So it's a little less interactive than usual Emacs configuration, but still works quite well. The question: what is next for RD? Actually, I have a short-term plans and a little more long-term plans. Short-term plan is to make a first release by the end of this year, and this release. Actually, RD is quite usable currently, but there is no much documentation and not so much examples. So I would like to prepare documentation, getting started guide, live CD that you can use and for exploration purpose and for installation. And also, I would like to find one or two maintainers which will help with upcoming patches, because it's already at least a few people who use it on a daily basis, and they send a lot of patches. And sometimes I have hard time keeping up with the speed of creating patches. So the short-term plans is to make a first release by the end of the year. The long-term plans we can discuss later, I think, and I will share them in RD announce mailing list. Okay, I think that's it for patterns. Let me check IRC. I have okay. It seems that I answered all questions that I found. Let me know if something appears.
Cool, thanks, Andrew. And yeah, I think we still have over 10 minutes, like maybe 12 minutes or so of live Q&A time on the stream. So if people still have more questions, please feel free to either add them on the pad, or I think you should now also be able to join this big blue button room to ask directly.
Okay, I see one more question, but I'm not sure what does it mean. Do you use Emacs without this? If so, for what purpose, and how does it feel compared to RD? Okay, it's a question in general. No, I don't use Emacs without RD. Actually, all the Emacs configurations I use is based on RD and built from that. There is a way to add almost everything you have in your basic Emacs configuration to your RD Emacs configuration by creating a file in your usual .config/emacsd directory and loading it from your init EL directory. So you actually can have a very usual Emacs configuration workflow in addition to RD. But I don't use it because it's not a reproducible way to do things, because such workflow means that I need to install packages separately somehow, either with Gix install or maybe some other package manager, or maybe with package manager like package.al or straight.al, and it doesn't work well in long term, because if I move such configuration, which partially RD and partially usual Emacs configuration, it will break on the new machine, or or maybe somewhere else where I would like to move this configuration later. Okay, we have a last slot for Q&A in the pod. Thank you everyone for joining this talk. It was a pleasure to interact with you. I will be here for at least an hour or so before I will go preparing to sleep. So you can reach me by email, IRC, here in big blue button, or some other way probably. Are there any plans to push things from RD to Geeks main channel? Actually, I have a commit access to Geeks, and I try to upstream everything that can be beneficial for both RD and Geeks to Geeks, and use it from the upstream. But sometimes on some question, we didn't reach an agreement, or sometimes it's much easier to implement it in a more rapid way, which probably I wouldn't like to add to Geeks, because it will require too much time trying to fit to some Geeks. So I keep it only in RD, but the things that I see beneficial for both projects, I try to share and to move them to Geeks.
Sounds great. And another reminder for the folks that you can join Big Blue Button also directly if you want to type your questions into chat here, or just ask them over mic or with a microphone. You can do that as well. I think we still have about actually 10 or 12 more minutes. I think I underestimated what we had. So yeah, we still have plenty of time for questions.
Added one more slot for Q&A in case someone would like to fill it.
Thanks.
How difficult is to add support for new packages to Geeks? Have you found that's burdensome versus package L or other in Emacs package management approaches? Actually, I find it quite easy to create packages for Geeks, maybe because I'm quite familiar with Geeks source code, but maybe because it's not that difficult. You just open a respective model like RD packages or GNU packages in Geeks repository, and you define the package you want, and you define the dependencies you want. Actually, a lot of packages already here in Geeks, and some of the packages I package in RD and later move to the Geeks. So it's not hard to reference the dependencies and find the dependencies already declared for you. But what's more important, you can use dependencies not only on Emacs packages, but also on system packages. For example, in my Git package, you can use a reference to Git binary and predefine the path to the Git binary inside package configuration by patching the source code or something like that. So any package that requires some system package to work can use this system package as a dependency. And it is a big benefit comparing to other packaging solutions, which can depend only Lisp packages. Do you reckon RD is currently opinionated, or is it a one-size-fits-all framework? I would say it's quite opinionated. I started from really bare-bone Emacs, and I suffered for a while and added features one by one very carefully, crafting the current state of RD Emacs. And it's, as I already said, vanilla flavored. I try to stick with Emacs key bindings to use built-in packages over external packages, or use packages which are in the same way, in a similar work in a similar manner to built-in packages. So it's not usual. It's not that user-friendly as Doom Emacs or Space Max. It's more like a prelude, or even more vanilla flavored than Prelude. But the good thing that you can declare feature yourself, and if you don't like something about RD Emacs provided by features created by me or other contributors, you can use the features declared by yourself or by other people. And one of the plans that I have according to RD, which we are discussing on mailing list right now, is a contrib directory, which can include features provided by different people. For example, it's quite often asked to add Evil support, but I don't use Evil, and I don't want to maintain this package, but I understand that many people used to such a way of interacting with text editor. So it would be cool if someone who actually using this feature will be maintaining it in contrib directory. And this feature will be sound with all other features which provided by RD itself. And I think this way it can cover more people needs that it can cover right now. So it will fit more people, but the core RD won't be expanding its scope. It will be quite focused. How to get into RD is already documentation and getting started guide. There is a repository on SourceHut, git sourcehut /abcw/rd. And here you can see a very small README, which probably doesn't give you too much understanding of what is going on, but it has all the necessary links. It has a link to manual. It has information about mailing lists, which you can use to get help. It has information about IRC channel in manual, and you can join this channel and ask questions here. And of course, you can take the source code and take a look at it. And currently, we have examples, and here in examples, my whole configuration of my system is present. It's a little bit drafty. I would like to reorganize this a little to make it easier to follow. and before first release, hope I will do so. But you can use it as example, build on creation, but by unfortunately there is no the documentation is not very extensive, so you can find a little hard to follow, or maybe you can find it missing some important things. But before first release, I hope the situation will become a little better. But anyway, you can always ask questions until the documentation is ready. Can you mix RD with custom Emacs init file? Yes, you can. I already mentioned it. You can just define in your init.el the statement that you load some other file and use this file as your usual init.el file. It will work completely okay, and you can have you can partially migrate to RD by using such approach, but I don't recommend this approach in long term. I already mentioned it, but having usual init.el file and managing your dependencies using package.el or straight.el doesn't cover system dependencies and other stuff, which will lead to maybe irreproducible configurations.
The heads up that we have about 2 more minutes of live Q&A time, and then after that the stream will move on, but people are welcome to continue asking questions either on the pad or IRC or by joining the Speak Blue button room directly. Thanks again, Andrew.
Actually, I didn't expect so much questions, and when I first took a look at the pad and thought, okay, those 6 slots for Q&A will be enough.
Yeah, it's always a nice surprise, I guess.
I hope everyone will be okay with jumping windows around, because I switch between workspaces and it may be a little too noisy.
Yeah, I think it's fine for the most part. It was a bit of an interesting thing trying to keep up the stream with it, because like by default we maximize the speaker's webcam, but then you're also sharing your screen and sharing important details, so we were also trying to get that on the stream as well. But yeah, it was fine.
Okay. I think that there's no more questions, and we can finish Q&A section.
All right, sounds good. Thanks again, Andrew, for the great talk. As a fellow Tarling window manager user and GNU Geeks former committer, but still very much enthusiast. I'm very much interested in this, so I know I'll definitely be checking your work out. So thanks again.
Thank you very much for organization and all your contributions. Very much appreciated.
Thank you, appreciate it. All right, take care, and we'll see you around.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
The next talk is called Justfile, Driving Recipes within Emacs. In this talk, CB Prabhakaran shares how to use Justfile to run Justfile tasks from inside Emacs, including a comparison with makefiles. Afterwards, he will handle questions over IRC.
Hi everyone, I am CB Prabhakaran and welcome to my session on Justfile Emacs mode. A bit about me. I have been working as a Haskell engineer at FP Complete for the last 4 years. I am based out of India. I occasionally blog at my website pcb.in, where you can find more information about me. I have been using Emacs for more than a decade now. I help in the maintenance of the Terraform client for LSP mode. I have also authored Dal mode and Raghu mode, which are the major mode for the respective languages. Before jumping into the demo of the Emacs package, I would like to give a brief introduction about Justfiles, on what it is. I will also try to compare it with makefiles, as it takes a lot of inspiration from it. So what you see currently in the buffer is a sample Justfile. If you have previously used makefiles, you would be able to see that there's quite a bit of similarity between them. Anything that starts with hash is a documentation comment. You can see that I have the first recipe, which is named as default. So if you run the just executable without any arguments, by default it's going to run the first recipe. This recipe's definition calls the just command. In turn, the two arguments, namely list and unsorted, which basically asks just to list down all the recipes in an unsorted order. Each line of each recipe is executed by a fresh shell. And that's pretty much is the high-level overview of getting started to use this tool. This tool assumes the presence of a shell, which is bash in most GNU Linux systems, but you can configure it to explicitly use any specific shell you have in mind. Let me in fact go and try executing the first recipe. I will first execute it without any arguments, which will force it to run the first recipe. As you can see, it listed all the recipes. Now I can actually execute a particular recipe by passing an explicit recipe name. Let me execute the hello recipe now, which will basically print hello world. And it works as expected. As you can see, that's all is required to get started with this tool. You create a file named Justfile in a directory, define some recipes, and then run them via the just executable. Note that there are various other features in Justfile. You can define variables, mark some variables to be exported as environment variables, have optional parameters that can be passed to recipe. You can also set up dependency between recipes and also write scripts within a recipe in a language of your choice. I won't be going into the details, but I encourage you to go through the very helpful manual page to learn more about it. Also, let me compare it with makefiles. I do think it's kind of unfair to compare both the tools, since Make is a build automation tool, whereas Just Goal is a task runner. And since Just doesn't try to be a build system, it can avoid the associated complexity that comes with a tool like Make. Also, there is one nice historical fact about Just. The initial version of Just relied on Make command being available, so it was basically a glorified wrapper around it. But it was removed and Justfile doesn't have that dependency anymore. If you are using Make as a task runner, then you would have to use something called phony targets. I don't want to go into the details, but makefiles have good reason for why they need something like that. But since Justfile is not a build system, it doesn't have to deal with them. Also, the error message and user experience of this tool in my opinion is better. To show you a concrete example, Justfile errors out by default if you have duplicate recipes. This is in contrast with Make, where I believe it prints out a warning about it, but still executes the target action. Justfile also gives you the ability to easily create scripts written in any language within a recipe. My personal opinion is that if you are using Makefile as a task runner, you might want to check out Justfile to see if it will suit your workflow. With that, I would move on to Justfile, which is basically an Emacs package for driving Justfiles. I started writing this tool around a year ago when my usage of Justfile increased. The objective of the tool is to reduce the usage of the CLI and drive the execution of the recipes natively within the editor. Let me take you back to the Justfile which we saw previously. This time we will drive it within the editor itself instead of executing commands via vterm as done previously. So the idea is you either open the Justfile or any other file in the directory, that doesn't matter actually. Once you do that, you call the Justfile command. Now as you can see, it lists down all the recipes along with the description if present. You can move on to different recipe by your usual key binding. And for executing a specific recipe, you have to press the E key binding, and that will run the recipe and show its output on a special buffer named just, which is built on top of the compilation mode available on Emacs. Let me actually try executing the hello recipe which we previously executed in vterm. And as you can see, it executed the recipe and the hello world output is visible in the just buffer. You can also see that there is other metadata like when it started executing and when did it finish executing. If a recipe execution fails, it will also change the color and print the corresponding exit code. Let me actually show you by modifying the hello recipe and making it exit. And as you can see, it clearly indicates the error message now. And that is pretty much a good high-level overview of how to execute recipes using this Emacs extension. If I press the H or the question mark key, it will display the various ways to drive it. Now as you can see, you can pass various options to it. I find the dry run option effective whenever I have to print the recipe contents without actually executing the recipe. There are also various ways to execute it. You can use Emacs's eshell to execute it by pressing the capital E key binding. Let me try executing the hello recipe again, but this time via Emacs's eshell. As you can see, now I have an eshell instance where is executed the just hello recipe. You can also directly go to the recipe line by pressing the return key. So let's say if I want to go to the recipe build app, all I have to do is press the return key and it will go to the Justfile with the proper line. You can also re-execute the same recipe from the output just buffer. I find this very helpful when iterating on certain things. In my day job, I often have to work with Kubernetes cluster and I would have to write resource manifest files for application. And having the ability to run the recipes while iterating on the project is very useful in my opinion. Let me actually show you an example of what I'm talking about. Let me run the build app recipe now, which will basically build the manifest and print it out. Now let me open one of the application file. I will open the ingress YAML file. So I have this YAML file which I'm working on, and I also have this output buffer which is basically the output of the build app recipe. Now I can basically go through this buffer and see if everything is alright, but I find out that I didn't want the host name to be Emacs 2022, I wanted it to be just Emacs. So I can go and fix it in my YAML file, and then I can go on to the output buffer and basically just rerun the command by pressing the G key binding. As you can see, it executed the same recipe again, and I can see that the host name is indeed fixed now. I find this kind of workflow very convenient while I'm working on a project. Another way of interacting with the Justfile extension is by using the interactive function justexec recipe in there. The use case of this function is executing a one-off recipe while you are working on something else. Let me show you an example of it. As you can see, it shows me a drop down of various recipes available in the Justfile. You can choose any particular one and execute the corresponding recipe. In this case, I will choose the build app recipe, and we will get the output in the just buffer, which should be similar to what we saw previously. So yeah, this was a quick introduction to what Justfile is and how to drive them within Emacs. Hopefully it was helpful and it would encourage you to use Justfiles in your workflow. Thank you for allowing me to present. I am available in IRC if you have any questions.
Okay, thank you for the great talk, Sibi. We now have the live Q&A session on the IRC on the /EmacsConf-dev channel. Yeah, Sibi will be around to answer your questions. Thank you.
Before Richard Stallman shares what he'd like to see in Emacs, we will first play his 2014 TEDx talk called Free Software, Free Society. The TEDx talk is licensed under the Creative Commons Attribution No Derivative Works 3.0 license.
Free software is the first battle in the liberation of cyberspace. Who controls your computer? Is it you? Or is it some big company that's really controlling it? Well, what is a computer? A computer is a universal machine. It will do any computation you want it to because you give it a program that says what the computation is that you want. So the computer only knows how to get out an instruction and do it, and get out another instruction and do it. The program has the instructions. It says what to do. So by writing the right program, you can make it do anything. Well, almost anything. So who gives the instructions to your computer? You might think it's obeying your instructions when really it's obeying somebody else first, and you, only as much as that company wants it to, will let it listen to you. With software, there are two possibilities. Either the users control the program or the program controls the users. It's inevitably one or the other. So in order for the users to control the program, they need the four essential freedoms. And that's the definition of free software. Free software respects the user's freedom and community. Now, we often call it libre, using the French or Spanish word, pronounce it as you like. The point is, that's what we mean. We don't mean it's gratis. We're not talking about price. We're concerned with your freedom. And we sometimes say free/libre to show that. So, freedom 0 is the freedom to run the program as you wish for whatever purpose. Freedom 1 is the freedom to study the source code of the program and change it so it does the computing you want it to do. But what is the source code? Well, every program typically will have two forms. There's the form that you can read and you can understand if you know the programming language. That's the source. That's what programmers write and change. Then there's the executable, which is a bunch of numbers which even a programmer can't figure out. If all you get is the executable, it's a horrible pain in the neck to figure out what it does, and even harder to change it. So, to give you the real possibility to study and change it, they've got to give you the source code. That's a requirement. Well, with those two freedoms, each user separately can make a copy and start changing it and make it do what she wants. That's individual control. But what if you're not a programmer? You look at the source code and you don't understand it. Individual control isn't enough. We also need collective control, which means any group of users are free to work together to adapt the program to what they want. Of course, in the group, some of them are programmers. They're the ones who actually write the changes, but they're doing it as part of the group for what the group wants. Of course, the group doesn't have to be everybody. So others can use it some other way. They're all free to do that. So, collective control requires two more essential freedoms. Freedom 2 is the freedom to redistribute exact copies, to make the copies and then give them away or sell them when you wish. And freedom 3 is similar, but it's for your modified versions. You're free to make copies and then give them or sell them when you wish. So if you do have these freedoms, then it's free software. The users control the program. But if any of those freedoms is missing, then the users don't control the program. Instead, the program controls the users, and the developer controls the program. So that means this program is an instrument of unjust power for its developer over the users. That means the users don't have freedom. That's non-free proprietary software, which we got to get rid of. Well, when you've got proprietary software, what happens? Sometimes the program snoops on the user. Sometimes it tracks the user. Sometimes it restricts the user and stops users from doing what they want to do. You can see that the blue ray is your enemy. Sometimes the software remotely deletes books, as Amazon did with 1984. Sometimes the developer compels users to install a harmful upgrade by threatening to take away other functionality if it's not installed, as Sony did. And sometimes they can even forcibly change the software at a distance, as Microsoft can with Windows through the universal backdoor. So sometimes they even sabotage users, as Microsoft does when it tells the NSA about bugs in Windows so it can use them to attack people's computers. Well, what you get is basically, with proprietary software, the owner has power over the users and takes advantage of this power, putting in those various malicious functionalities to hurt the users. Of course, they don't do this because they're sadists. They're doing it just for money, for greed. They have various ways that they can profit from having this power over users, which does not make it even the tiniest bit less evil. But they have no shame about it. They have conferences where they talk about the latest ways they can take advantage of users through the power they have. Basically, proprietary software, which is now from almost all the users of proprietary software, they're using proprietary malware. It's software for suckers. So how do you stop being a victim? Formerly, you had to stop using computers, but not anymore. Now you can come join us in the free world that we've built. In 1983, I announced I would develop a completely free software operating system called GNU. In 1992, we had it almost finished, but one piece was missing, the kernel. Linus Torvalds in that year freed his kernel Linux, which filled the last gap and gave us the first complete system you could run on a PC, GNU plus Linux. So, unfortunately, having freedom at one point doesn't guarantee you'll keep it. There are over 1,000 different variants of GNU/Linux. They're called distributions. A few of them are entirely free software. Most of them have non-free software added because they're maintained by people who aren't concerned about freedom. They'd rather add convenience at the cost of freedom. So you have to check which is a free distro. To keep your freedom sometimes requires a sacrifice, sometimes a big sacrifice, as at Lexington. Sometimes, but in our campaign, they tend to be little sacrifices. Anybody with a little bit of maturity can make these sacrifices. For instance, you want applications, but some of them are non-free. If you want freedom, you got to do without them. So there may be some inconveniences you have to suffer for your freedom's sake. Then many websites send non-free programs written in JavaScript to the user's browser. If you don't want to run non-free programs, you should install Libre.js, which keeps out non-free JavaScript. And sometimes servers will offer to do your computing. They say, send us all your data, obviously for suckers. Then the server does the computing and sends you back the results. But you're not supposed to think about what's happening because it's a cloud and you don't see what's going on. Well, you should look. It's service as a software substitute, and it takes away control of your computing. So a large fraction of the world's web servers are running GNU/Linux and other free software. But I think the most important computers to put freedom in are your computers, not companies' web servers. They deserve freedom also. But above all, it's people that deserve freedom. So we need to advance. And to do that, we have to cross obstacles. One of them is there are big companies that make a lot of money by having control over users, and they don't want to let us advance. We have to overcome their opposition. Another is that the mainstream media don't talk about free software. They have a term that they use to bury these ethical issues. They say open source instead. Now, it talks about more or less the same programs, but with different ideas, where free software activists say, this is a matter of right and wrong. Users deserve freedom. We demand freedom. The people who say open source, they don't want to say that. So instead they say, let the users change the software and redistribute it, and they'll make the code better. They'll fix some bugs. It may be true, but it's a less important issue. If we want to keep our freedom, we've got to talk about freedom. So say free software and you're helping us every time. Another obstacle is that lots of schools teach non-free software, which is basically like teaching the kids to smoke tobacco. It's implanting dependence, which is the opposite of what schools should do. A school should prepare citizens to live in a strong, capable, independent, cooperating, and free society, which means teaching free software in the school. But there's another reason to do that for education. Some kids want to become programmers. They're curious. They want to know how the programs work. Well, the one who's studying a free software can understand it. The one who's studying a non-free program can't learn anything because the knowledge in the non-free program is withheld, denied to the students. So to uphold the spirit of education, the school should make sure its programs are free. But there's an even more important reason. Schools should teach the spirit of goodwill, the habit of helping other people. So the class should say, if you bring a program to class, just as if you bring cookies to class, you've got to share it with everyone else. Can't keep it to yourself. You've got to share the source code so other people can learn. So don't bring any proprietary software to this class. The school has to set a good example by following its own rule. It should bring only free software to class, except as a reverse engineering exercise. Another obstacle is there's hardware we don't know how to write free software for because they won't tell us how to use the hardware. That's shocking. They want to sell you the product and they won't tell you how to use it. They say, here's a non-free program you can use, run it and shut up. Don't bother us. Well, how do we find out how to run that hardware? With reverse engineering. You've got to study all those zeros and ones to figure out what they really do and write down how to use that hardware so someone else can write the free program to do it. It's hard work, but it can be done. If you want to make a big technical contribution, that's what you should do. Each new activity of life can bring with it new human rights that are necessary. And the human rights depend on each other. If you lose one, it becomes harder to maintain the others. So nowadays, computing is so important in society that the freedoms of free software are among the human rights that society must establish and protect. Thus, how to help? Well, you can write free software. You can organize groups to campaign and persuade schools and governments to move to free software. You can help other people when they have trouble using free software or help them install it. You can say free software and spread the philosophical ideas. Moving to free software is the first step in the liberation of cyberspace. But of course, we also use the internet. We need other freedoms there, like network neutrality and putting an end to surveillance of people in general.
The next talk is called What I'd Like to See in Emacs by Richard Stallman. This talk will be under the Creative Commons Attribution-ShareAlike license, like the other talks at EmacsConf. Afterwards, he will answer questions via moderated Q&A, so please put your questions in the Etherpad or IRC.
Hello. I'm going to talk about what I would like to see in GNU Emacs in the future and what I would prefer not to find there. This is all within the context of GNU Emacs and its purpose. GNU Emacs is a part of the GNU operating system, and the purpose of the GNU operating system is not simply to do a good job technically, not simply to be good to use. Its main purpose, its overall purpose, is to give people freedom and to help them value and defend that freedom. And a GNU package, by being a convenient, well-written program, should contribute to that overall ethical and social goal, and not only to the usefulness of our software. And this is true as for GNU Emacs as much as it is for any other free program we've developed. In fact, GNU Emacs is the first GNU program that I released. I had written some other things before that, but didn't release them at that time. There was no particular use in doing so. So it was through GNU Emacs that I learned about various things such as software licenses and how to defend freedom. So you're, of course, familiar with what GNU Emacs is today, thanks to the contributions of thousands of other people who came after me. So what would I like? What would other people like? Well, lots of people come to Emacs familiar with VS Code, and they say, please make Emacs more like VS Code. Change everything that you did in the 1980s and 90s to be like that other thing. Well, that wouldn't be feasible even if we wanted to. Our goal is not to be not resembling VS Code. Any resemblance is coincidental. But in particular, we do not want to have extension languages other than Lisp. You know, Emacs Lisp is the variant of Lisp that we've always supported, which has evolved along with Emacs. We could conceivably have Scheme as well if we can sufficiently solve the problems, the technical problems of making Scheme and Emacs Lisp interoperate. We did some design work. I think that was with Tom Lord, who the community will greatly miss. In the 1990s, there are challenges that remain. Maybe it can be done. But a non-Lispy language would be a mistake. It would divert our development focus into areas that we don't need. Languages that are less powerful, less beautiful, and less desirable for the purpose. However, the language that we above all shouldn't support is JavaScript. And that's not because of the language itself. I don't know the JavaScript language. I've heard people say it's rather clumsy and not well designed, but I don't know this. And in any case, it's not what my views are based on. There's something much worse about JavaScript, which is not the language itself, but how people use it. Namely, it's been adopted as a way for a network server to send a program to your machine without you even noticing, so that this program, written by you don't know who, will run on your computer and do you don't know what. And you're supposed to just trust all and sundry developers of software for the sites you visit, which very commonly do malicious things, often unknown to the people who are running the server itself. They paid someone else to design a website, and they probably said, oh, make it fashionable and attractive. And they didn't insist, don't snoop on the visitors, even if they understood what the issue was. So these sites snoop, and it's a serious problem. And the problem comes not from the language JavaScript, but from the fact that browsers, by default, will pull in JavaScript code that gets sent to them and run it to do anything at all. Well, Emacs is supposed to defend your freedom. It's supposed to help you to defend your freedom and lead you to defend your freedom, which means it shouldn't lead you to throw your freedom away as soon as you visit a site that tries to send you a non-free program to run straight off of that other machine. So it's important not to lead users to do computing this way. So what are some good things that we would want instead of this? Well, one thing we want is to update the introduction to Emacs Lisp programming by the late Bob Eshell. It's a book that makes it easy for even non-programmers to learn to write simple programs in Emacs Lisp, and from there they can go on to do better. Well, we made a pretty big change in Emacs Lisp a few years ago, implementing lexical scoping by default. Originally, Emacs Lisp used to be entirely dynamic scoping, like some of the earliest Lisp interpreters. Well, this is a change that should have a careful job of updating for the introduction. I'm sure we've made it clear in the reference manual, but that's not what beginners read first. We need something to teach them in lexical scoping. Now, another thing we could use is to make it easier to understand the facilities that we have. For instance, I think every package that you might load into your Emacs and run should have a name that helps you remember what job it does. Now, it doesn't have to be super long to tell you what job that package does. You can read the description to learn that. But once you've read the description, it should be memorable. When you see that name again, you should realize, oh, that's the package I could use to do thus and so. And we've had a tendency to give packages names for the sake of pure wordplay or lack of obvious meaning. And I think we should add on to those packages names that people will remember. Also, there are ways we can simplify the command interface of Emacs. For instance, there are many different parameters users can specify that can have several values. And sometimes you do various kinds of editing in one session. That's normal in Emacs. And you might want different parameter settings for different kinds of editing. Well, so you specify parameter value A, do some editing. You specify parameter value B and do some editing. And, well, you'd switch back and forth. So you want to switch back and forth between these parameters. And I think we should aim, well, people have added various commands to switch between the last 2 or n values of this parameter, and another command to switch between the last 2 or n values of this parameter. And then that parameter, and that parameter, I think we should be able to have a switch between the last n values command that works on various different parameters and thus makes it easy to remember that there is this facility, because right now the commands to do that are all ad hoc. And if you don't use a toggling among the last n values of a given parameter, you won't know how to do it. It won't be obvious. it won't be obvious that there is a way. So you'd have to go to a suitable manual and study for a while to think of that. We could make this easily discoverable. There is another kind of modularity that's important, and that is modularity at the level of maintenance. This is something all programmers know about, of course. But in Emacs, various parts interact with other parts, and we've tried to make them modular in design by using lots of hooks. But we haven't gone as far as we could. With some effort, we could find calls from over here to over there that could be replaced by use of hooks, so that we could reduce the extent to which you need to know about one part of Emacs to maintain another part of Emacs. And I think that as we keep adding more facilities to Emacs, this kind of modularity will be an investment that pays off. There's one big area of features that I would like to see in Emacs, and that's the ability to edit formatted documents in WYSIWYG, to be able to edit a letter or a scientific mathematical paper with formulas or a nicely laid out manual, looking at what it's really going to look like. Now, we have free software to do this. For instance, I use LibreOffice some of the time. Sometimes it's faster than writing something to be formatted with a text formatter and then formatting it. But when I use LibreOffice, I always miss the commands and facilities, the editing facilities of Emacs. Well, I'd like to have them both together, something with the text formatting capabilities of LibreOffice, or even better, of Tech, but the editing commands and facilities of Emacs. Now, this would be a big job, but it can be made up of a lot of medium-sized jobs. If people start working on those medium-sized jobs, then in a number of years, we'll have something absolutely amazing. But one thing I think we really shouldn't have is the equivalent of a modern web browser. The World Wide Web started out in the 1990s in a much simpler form, where a web page described its contents, and the web browser laid them out, and the user could parameterize how to lay out various kinds of situations. This was not only convenient for users who wanted to control things and understand things, it was also freedom respecting, because the layout was done by your browser. If you had a free browser, you were in control, even though the browser was complicated already. But starting around 2 decades ago, there was an explosion in the complexity of browsers as companies wanted to have more and more control over exactly what would appear on a user's screen. So they invented lots of features to control that, features where the user couldn't really customize how something would actually appear, because the whole point was that the company could control that. And JavaScript was sort of the ultimate level of the company controls everything. And because of this, going beyond the simple level of web page formatting features in Emacs is basically heading down a path that leads to subjugation. It's a path that we need to stay away from. It's a path to an unjust world of computing that you can easily see around you. Web browsers nowadays are designed to display ads that you may not want to see. They're designed for DRM. They're designed for companies to snoop on you in unobvious ways. And all of that, we should protect ourselves from, protect our users from. So I hope that some of you will be enthusiastic about some of these changes, especially towards editing formatted text. And if you want to get involved, well, we have a development discussion list called Emacs-Devel at GNU.org. And you can join that. You can also, if you get interested in working on a package and you're not an experienced Emacs Lisp developer, it's a very good idea to look for an experienced developer to talk with. Make sure you can write programs in Emacs Lisp first. It's not useful to take up the expert's time learning that. You can still learn it from the introduction. But after that, when it's a matter of how to design your favorite package, do have a discussion with developers. They'll give you design ideas that'll help you make a package that we put into Emacs. And now it's time for questions.
Sasha, we seem to be having a little bit of a problem. I know I'm speaking to the stream, so don't worry. Hi, everyone. We cannot move RMS to the room right now. Can you do it?
Okay, I'll try. I mean, can you have him register so we can add him to the ACL?
Okay.
Can we confirm that people can hear us on the dev stream?
I will. I'm listening in, and I will give you the green light. Confirmation, we can go.
Okay, great. Yep, thanks RMS for the great talk. Now it's time for questions and answers. I will paste the questions here, and RMS will choose which ones to answer.
Please don't post a lot of questions in the Mumble chat and fill up the buffer. There's a limit to what I can see on the screen, so make sure it's visible. Don't get too far ahead.
Sure, I will only paste 1 or 2 questions at a time. I think it would also be helpful if you read out the questions as you answer them, Richard.
Okay. Well, this question is a little silly. It's based on sort of all or none thinking. Pragmatically, how are people that buy into these ideals, I find that term offensive, and especially those that build the software meant to live/thrive, short of renouncing many of the luxuries of modern life. Oh, this is basically, it's repackaged standard. You'll die if you don't write proprietary software, but most people in the world don't write proprietary software, and that doesn't kill them.
whatever you do to make money, if you're reasonably well paid at it, which if you're working in software, I hope you are, that enables you to have a lot of time to do something else, like write some free software, even supposing you find no way to make any money from the free software world. But that's just a worst case, and for a lot of people, the life they find isn't the worst case. So I think it's basically the question's in exaggeration, and we don't need to worry about it. There are many businesses which do hire people to write free software. So write whatever free program for the business that the business wants you to write, and make sure you get permission to write your own software and release it as free software and contribute it to free software projects, and you'll be able to contribute. In addition, one very big part of the software business is custom software development for a client, one client at a time, basically. And if that business is not treating its clients as suckers, it will release the code to them under a free software license. Okay, there you are. You're getting paid to write free software. Perfectly ethical. I have been admiring your work for free software for many years now. I'm a bit concerned about what will happen to the GNU project when you retire. Have you planned how to manage the GNU project in the long run? I haven't found a way. I had an idea for what to do. I hoped to train some people who are activists and committed supporters to start making some decisions without me, and I would give them feedback, but I didn't succeed in getting them to discuss issues and propose decisions. Well, I guess I'll have to try again. Over. Oh, just a second. I have to go and open the door. In response to your aversion to JavaScript support in Emacs, in the same way that to revolt against the non-free spirit in software development, one has to develop software, and that to fight non-free compilers, one has to write a free compiler, can you fairly consider rejection of JavaScript as a tool conducive to improving the state of free JavaScript? There's a fundamental confusion here. The problem with JavaScript is not comparable to the problem of non-free C compilers or whatever, or C++ compilers or Java compilers. This is a totally different kind of issue. The problem, we have free Java support. Free browsers have, free JavaScript support. Free browsers contain that. That's not the issue. The issue is, what about the programs you're going to run? If you're talking about C, well, if you're going to run a C program, it's because, and compile it first, it's because you got the source code. Probably it's free software, or else it's some private project, internal project, and there's no particular danger in that. If JavaScript were just like that, there'd be no particular danger in JavaScript either. The problem is that hundreds of thousands of websites, or is it millions, are sending JavaScript programs to their visitors who don't even know what JavaScript is, who are not programmers, who have no idea what's going on. So these programs are usually non-free. They end up in the user's browser. They run. Many of them are malware. So what's going to happen? Basically, JavaScript is a platform for websites to mistreat users. I know it can be used in other ways, but socially, the existence of those other ways makes little difference. The important thing about JavaScript is the danger that it creates. This question is about the idea of using Emacs Lisp for general purpose programming that has nothing to do with Emacs. Well, in theory, I guess in principle, there's nothing wrong with that. But I think that would be a distraction, and I'd rather we didn't do it. Now, if we had 1,000 great programmers ready to do that, and every other thing we could use, sure. But the fact is we don't. And I'd really rather, there are many platforms that are fine to write programs on. So I'd rather we work on making Emacs better at editing and improving Emacs Lisp in the ways that help that goal, and leave developing general purpose programming platforms to other languages. Could I give a list of the specific medium-sized jobs necessary for WYSIWYG editing? Well, I can't really. I don't have a list of one, and I'd really appreciate it if people started putting together such a list. But if you look at every feature that LibreOffice has that Emacs doesn't have, I think you will get a list. Now, maybe some of those are not that important. Maybe only a subset of them would make the list of really important ones. But I think that will give everybody a start. Should GNU or someone else define a safe subset of HTML, CSS, JS to make web browsers simpler and safer? You know, that would be an interesting thing to explore, but I don't know whether it can be done. The thing is, one of the dangerous things about JavaScript is browser profiling. Every machine runs a program at a slightly different speed, and the idea of browser profiling is that the website sends a JavaScript program to run on every visitor's browser, and in each it's actually a collection of benchmarks, and the collection of results is different for each user's computer, and so it enables the website to recognize each one when it comes back, even if there's no cookie to help it. So which features are sufficient to make possible browser profiling? There may be no particular unusual feature that's crucial. Arithmetic might be enough. How can we ensure the continuity of an understanding of the more arcane parts of source code and increase their evolvability, notably with regard to display, single threading limitations, etc.? Well, single threading is a very specific thing, and you know, the furthest that I've bothered to think about it is how can we enable easily multiple Lisp program threads to be running in parallel. But if you're talking about multi-threading in display, I don't know if that even helps. Of course, my machine doesn't really enable me to run multiple threads in a single program, so it never mattered to me. Basically, now development of a display code not in regard to threads, well, that's more feasible. But the thing is, it's generally, any new feature is likely to require changes in the buffer data structure to represent the use of the feature. And I think that's going to be the hard part. So display won't be the hard part, and it won't be the first part. The first part is figuring out how you're going to represent a buffer with a certain display bell or whistle in it. And once you've worked that out and worked out how it's going to work well in editing, then I think you'll be able to figure out what display has to do to handle it. Of course, you have to decide that data structure, thinking about how display is going to handle it efficiently. If the data structure is bad, it won't be possible to display efficiently. So you need to think about that at that stage. But the actual work is working out the data structure and the editing to handle it. Do you recommend reaching out to schools for volunteers instead of universities because they're more prone to value the objectives of freedom? Well, reaching out for what? Reaching out to try to teach people about freedom, or reaching out to find more developers? Maybe that person could respond. Is there any problem or disadvantage in using the GNU AGPL for non-network software like Emacs packages? I don't see one. The reason why I didn't put the AGPL clause into the regular GNU GPL is it seemed a bit radical, and I figured the community would be happier if if that radical change didn't happen in the GNU General Public License itself. I would like the person who asked the previous question to respond to what I said so I can get that answer and finish answering his or her question.
Right. I will let you know if we end up hearing back from
Per. Is there a list of Emacs issues which can be solved by programmers with different levels? I don't know of one. I tend to think that people who know the basic level of Lisp programming can't contribute yet. They might be able to start debugging problems. It won't be easy, but that might be a good first thing to do. Look at bugs that are waiting and see if you can debug one of them. And then when you find out what's actually going wrong, you can send that to the developers, and it will very likely enable them to fix the problem quickly. And in the process, you'll learn a lot about programs and how programs are actually written, how to understand the code you actually come across. With features like org mode and enriched mode, it seems that Emacs is getting closer to the goal of WYSIWYG. Well, it's got somewhat closer, but it has a very long way to go. I mean, if you compare it with something like LibreOffice, you'll see how long a way there is to go. There was an effort called Guile Emacs a while back, and there was some effort to get Guile to be able to compile and run Emacs Lisp. You mentioned there were still some challenges relating to Guile. What roadblocks kept some of the other efforts from being used with Emacs? Well, we never finished solving the problem of reconciling Guile data types with Emacs Lisp data types. I got an idea for how to deal with the fact that scheme handling of nil is different from Lisp handling of nil. And the idea was that maybe this would get us close enough it could actually work. But I don't think anyone fully implemented it and made it actually work. What do you use Emacs for beyond editing? Well, I use it for reading and writing email. That's what I mainly do. That's what I do most of the day. I could, Amin, should I sing my song?
Sure.
I've been answering my email all the goddamn day. I've been answering my email 'cause my work gets done that way. Can't you feel the fingers aching, typing till early in the morn? Can't you see the letters blurring? It's just an ad for porn. You can see how out of date that song is, because we don't get ads for porn much anymore.
Thanks for the performance.
Emacs is used by a small population relative to the population that could benefit from it. Do you have any thoughts on how to expand the user base more broadly, even among software developers? No. Basically, the fact is that on that aspect of things, VS Code has an advantage, and the advantage comes from Microsoft. It's pushing that together with as part of a large collection of evil proprietary software that subjugates its users. But those users don't understand that issue. So, I mean, I sure wish I could come up with an idea for how to spread awareness of free software and the injustice of non-free software. The best one that I know of is to show them the TEDx talk that you saw. If you show that to people, they'll get at least a basic idea of what's at stake here and why. Would a namespace system similar to common Lisp packages but without use work in Emacs? I suppose it would. I mean, basically the thing that's really broken about common Lisp packages is use, but it's not crucial, or at least it's not crucial to allow that to exist for arbitrary use. You know, maybe you want to have something saying where a package can specify whether to use the standard system functions and variables and so on. But there is a drawback to common Lisp packages, which is that all of the aspects of any given symbol have to go together. So if compile-foo is a variable and it's also a function and it's also a property name, then if your symbol foo is alias to compile-foo, that means it's aliased as a function, aliased as a variable, and aliased as a property name. And an alias is anything else that you're going to point to from list structure. So so it's not going to work really smoothly. And I tend to think that we're better off with a naming convention. Since the use feature of Common Lisp packages causes trouble, well, if you don't use that, why is it better to write compile : foo and have that be foo in the compile package than to write compile -foo? The packages are almost equivalent to name prefixes. And I think that there is an advantage of clarity to writing the name prefixes even in the same file. That abbreviation, which is meant to just shorten the code and make it simpler, look simpler, I believe doesn't actually help. And I say that based on many years of writing code that way. With Emacs 29 adding more awesome features into vanilla Emacs, how should we ensure vanilla Emacs does not get bloated with many similar features? Example, ido/icomplete, vc/maggot. Well, to some extent we can't. Users do things differently. I have never used maggot because I don't want to get used to using anything that's not packages that are not actually part of Emacs. Now, a couple of years ago, the author of maggot said he was starting to work on getting the copyright assignments to include maggot in Emacs. But I was unable to get any information on how this is progressing. So because I've never actually seen maggot, and because Git is actually not the VC system that I use most, I don't know if I'd want to use maggot. I'd probably be happier using VC. I'm told that they have extremely different basic approaches to doing things. They're not just slight variants of each other. Now, having multiple slight variants, things doing similar jobs in little different ways, that could be seen as redundant. But when packages have very different approaches, I think that's not redundant. Clarified version of earlier question. Do you recommend reaching out in schools for volunteers for both advocacy and development instead of universities? I think that you'll find few people in high schools. I think the question when it says schools means high schools. I think you will find only very rarely someone in high school who is good enough at programming to start actually developing things. Once in a while, I guess. As an activist, I think somewhat more often. But the main thing is, do you know how to have a rapport with high school students? If you do, it would be a great thing to try. We have had some projects of teaching free software to people in public schools. And if you want to work on that, I suggest sending me an email and I'll put you in touch with someone who's done it. What was the thought process behind making Emacs Lisp dynamically scoped? It was easy. I knew perfectly well how to write a simple, small Lisp interpreter that was dynamically scoped, and small was absolutely necessary at the time, because I was trying to make it able to run in a machine whose total address space was 1 megabyte. So the code had to be small. Why did I implement if and I believe not conned? why did I implement or and not unless? Because you didn't need those others. You could write your Lisp code with a smaller Lisp interpreter if you didn't have those other convenient, traditional, standard parts of Lisp. So I stripped Emacs Lisp down to bare bones. Of course, nowadays that's not necessary anymore. Emacs used to be criticized as 8 megabytes and constantly swapping. And someone pointed out to me 10 years ago that if something's only 8 megabytes, it's not going to swap at all anymore. It's hard to pick up Emacs if you do not speak English. Can something be done to address that? Well, what do you actually suggest? Is it the documentation? Is it the names of commands? Is it the doc strings, or is it the manual, or both? Is it the messages that Emacs displays? I mean, each of these is a different issue technically. Now, the easiest thing to deal with would be the messages, because in other GNU packages, we have a system for internationalizing messages. It's hard to adapt it directly to Emacs because it's designed for programs, tools, or applications that have a fixed set of messages to display. Emacs doesn't. You load in a different Lisp program, it's got a different set of messages. How exactly do you want to handle this? Well, but it could be done. It's not a terribly hard problem. If you're interested, please work on it. What about the command names? Well, you could imagine coming up with an alternate set of command names and maybe a different character instead of meta X so that it would read only the translated command names and the ordinary Emacs command names wouldn't get in the way. Now, and meta X might still be there, but if you type this other thing, meta foobar, then it would only complete over the command names in the other language. This might be pretty simple to do technically, although working out the details might take a good deal of thought. And then doc strings, well, you could just write another set of them and have other help commands to display them. Do you use org or org mode, and if so, to what extent? I have never used them, and here's why. I think that the design process of org mode went awry, not at the very beginning, but at the next stage. Originally, org mode was an outlining mode. It's not something I wanted to use. I had nothing against including it, but I didn't ever try to use it. The documentation of it somehow wasn't easy for me to grasp, especially since I had no actual use for it, no reason to go through and remember all those things. Anyway, then people started developing other facilities to use the org syntax, and they're totally unrelated to each other. They just happen to use the org syntax. And some of them, occasionally, I thought it might be interesting to use this. But to use it, first I'd have to learn the org syntax. And that was a task that had already proved discouraging. Now, the mistake in design, I think, was to integrate all those other facilities with org mode. They should all have been separate, modularly separate, so that you could maybe use them with org mode if you wanted to, but also use them separately from org mode, and they'd be documented separately, and those I wanted to use, I would have learned to use. But that was hard to do. They had been welded together such that it was not easy to separate them. I really wish they'd get separated, but that's not an easy job. Each one needs to be remodularized. Anyway, there is something for which I think org mode could become an advance. I mean, I'm not saying it isn't useful for people who like what it does, but it might play an important role if it were extended to do it. And that is, we could use a replacement for TechInfo. TechInfo's syntax is arcane. It was based on what I could implement on top of Tech in 1984 or so. And well, org syntax doesn't make all the distinctions, all the semantic markup distinctions that we can make in TechInfo. If it did, which would require extending it, then it might become a good format to write GNU manuals in. It could conceivably become a better format than we have now, and that would be a good thing. Not that many people know TechInfo syntax. It's not widely used except for GNU manuals. But probably more people know org syntax. And if it were extended so that it did in a fairly natural way all the things that TechInfo does and maybe some additional ones, then it could be superior. And then we could gradually switch our manuals over to it. But we need to be able to generate all the output formats that we can generate now. That means HTML to put on websites. That means either info files or perhaps another form of the HTML output that would be good for an info browser, including the one inside Emacs and the one that's separate. And generating input to Tech so that it would generate pretty looking manuals, which is one of the advantages of TechInfo. This is not a gigantic job. I'd say this is a medium-sized job, or maybe 2 or 3 medium-sized jobs. What do you have in mind for more modular Emacs development? I think that there's no specific feature that I have in mind to solve that. It's more of an approach to how you develop things. And it's thinking about modularity when you write each package that you write, because you will find situations where it has to interact in various ways with other packages. And sometimes you'll find the other packages have hooks that will enable you to do it. And sometimes you'll find that the hook you'd really need for this is missing. In that case, the best thing to do might be to add a suitable, fairly general hook that can be used for your job to the other existing package, so that instead of a rigid connection to other parts of Emacs, which is somewhat unmodular, you could use a general purpose hook which you designed because it could do a lot of things, including the thing you need to do. Might be interesting to reframe the school question. I think it is related to the first part, how to bring Libre software into schools. For example, my entry point was LaTeX in school. Well, it's okay. I don't see anything wrong with that. By all means, if it works. Now, my naive, perhaps, guess is that it wouldn't arouse much interest, because I suspect most people would rather use a WYSIWYG text editor than a text formatter like LaTeX, any text formatter. But if your experience is otherwise, go ahead. In the light of that critique of JavaScript not being about the language per se, but rather the culture of blindly getting and running packages, libraries, what's so different with what's currently done by the vast majority of Emacs Lisp users to just install packages blindly? Oh, well, they know they're installing a package, and that makes all the difference. And people can post various versions of a package, and then people can compare them and say, hey, I looked at that version there, and it has a horrible bug. And so the community can do something about that. With JavaScript sent by websites, there is no way to do anything like that. And in addition, most of those programs are not free. How would you know? If you're not running Libre.js, you don't know what JavaScript programs are being installed into your browser at any given moment, or whether they're free. Very likely you'll just get a bunch of AlphaScript, and you won't know what the source code is or whether you could even find it. These things don't happen with Emacs Lisp packages. At least not when they're in reputable package archives. Do you still intend to merge your patch to the shorthands feature to the master branch? Yes, but I've seen that something needs to be done with the doc strings because s.el mentions in its doc strings the function names used in s.el, and the Magnar's string library that works just by renaming those symbols really would want to alter the doc strings too. And now that there are multiple ways of doing that, one of them maybe is to edit the s.el source file so it'll do the right thing in either case. That would need a new docstring construct. Well, we've added many docstring constructs. We could add one more. It's not that hard a thing. Do you think the freedom, e.g., we have in Emacs becomes a hurdle for some people to pursue more important things in the world? Is there something more important in the world? I used to do a lot of Emacs programming, but recently I decided to stay away from tinking Emacs. I'm not sure what tinking is. A strange word to me. Tinkering with, maybe. Well, there may be more important things for you to do than extend Emacs. On the other hand, when you look at all the distractions that the world offers that distract a lot more people than this, it really seems unfair to criticize Emacs because it's something you could put a lot of time into tinkering with. Look how much time people put into playing video games, which achieves nothing except distracting them. And you can if you distract yourself by playing with Emacs Lisp code, that's surely better. It has a chance of resulting in something actually useful and a chance that you'd learn something that's more important as learning than how to win a certain video game. Questions about software freedom. How does it apply to software that are art/media experiences like video games, in your view? Well, I'd say that a video game typically is a collection of things, some of which are programs and some of which are art. And so once you analyze the game in that way, if you agree with my ideas about what the moral rules are for each of those categories, you can apply them separately to each thing in the collection. Programs are operational. They do things for you, and anything that does things for you should be free. The art that is simply displayed is not of that kind, so it doesn't, in my view, have to be free. It does have to be shareable. You have to be free to non-commercially redistribute an exact copy. When I talk about sharing, that's what it means, precisely that. Non-commercially redistribute exact copies to others when you wish. How would technologies like WebAssembly fit in this with the JavaScript issues? They don't change anything much. Basically, if the program is JavaScript source code that you could actually read, well, then if it had a free license on it, it would be free software. And if the free license is indicated in the standardized format that LibreJS understands, it would actually recognize it as free software. If it's obfuscated, then it's not the source code. And if it's WebAssembly, then it's not the source code. So those are both compiled versions of source code that isn't in the page. So they make things somewhat nastier, but in the sense that you couldn't have much chance of reading it and seeing what it does. But either way, it's non-free. Even if it's source code with no free license, still non-free. If it's a compiled version rather than source, that's a little further away from being free, but further away from being free doesn't make it worse. It's equally bad. If it gets further away from being free, that means the work that you might have to do to free it is more, but it's not worse. Non-free is bad. Have you seen Hackatilo? It seems similar to LibreJS. Hackatilo is meant to enable people to get some of the benefits of the free software community with free replacement JavaScript programs for websites. So potentially it offers a real solution to the JavaScript problem. It has a long way to go from what I hear. If you want to work on it, please do. Of course, writing free replacement JavaScript for 1 million websites is an enormous job, but maybe we could do it for some sites. Depends how many people get enthusiastic about doing it and how many sites cooperate. Is writing free software replacement to GitHub Copilot with proper license attribution a good idea? Maybe, but remember that Copilot is not a program. Copilot is a service. It is something that somebody else's computer will do for you. It's a computation that someone else's server will do for you when you ask. And so what are the practical problems of doing that? I'm not sure. So the point is, of course, the server runs by running a program. The service operates by running programs. But still, a service is a very different kind of thing from a program. The people who use Copilot don't get any sort of copy of Copilot. All they do is send something they're working on to that server, and they get something back. So it might be a good idea. Do you have any suggestions for helping prospective contributors streamline the copyright assignment needed to contribute to Emacs? I don't think that's needed. Basically, the copyright assignment itself is pretty easy and doesn't take very long. What is sometimes harder is the copyright disclaimer, the employer disclaimer, where your employer, if you're employed to program, or if your job includes programming or could include programming, we want to be sure that your employer is not going to say that you had no right to contribute that to any program because it belonged to the employer all along and you broke the rules and the project you contributed to is shafted. Well, we are working on some simplifications to that text in the hope of making it easier to get companies to say yes to it. But fundamentally, they've got to say yes to it. We need them to say yes to it. We can't make them say yes to it. We can only ask. Can complexity induced by company funded? Sorry, it talks about open code. I don't know what that means. Is this talking about free software?
I think it would be safe to assume that they are indeed talking about free software.
Okay, because I don't use the term open to classify programs. I'm not a supporter of open source, and I never was. And the reason is very important. I touched on this briefly in the TEDx video, but basically the idea of the free software movement is that users deserve the freedom to study, change, and redistribute the code that they use, and it is an injustice to deny that to users, and therefore software must be free. It's wrong if it's not free. Well, the people who created the idea of open source about 14 years later, they wanted to avoid bringing up that question. And they more or less succeeded. When people talk about open source, occasionally that question has seeped in from the free software community, but most of the time it never occurs to them. They simply take for granted that it's legitimate for a program not to be open. Well, that's missing the point that I consider most important. So whenever I talk about this area, I talk about it in terms of free, libre, freedom respecting software. So, can complexity induced by company-funded free code become a problem when the company pulls out, leaving the code potentially unmaintainable? Well, I'd say overcomplicated free programs which don't have community contributors can fall into that problem. But it's not limited to programs developed by companies, I think. What do you think of hyperbole or EEV instead of org mode? Well, I don't actually know that much about either of them. I don't know what EEV is. I've heard of hyperbole, but it was many years ago that I looked at it, and I don't remember what I saw. So I'm sorry, I can't have an educated opinion about those specific things. It would be interesting for somebody to study that. Now, there'd be a lot to study. After all, org mode consists of an outlining mode together with lots of other specific features that have been welded onto it. And if they were separated, made modular, separate parts of Emacs, it would be a lot easier to adapt some of them to work with hyperbole if we wanted to. Of course, do we want to? That's another question. What is EEV?
I think it's similar in many ways to hyperbole. I haven't used either of them too much myself, but yeah, they are fairly similar as far as I know.
If they're fairly similar, I guess that brings up the question, is either of them actually part of Emacs?
I think hyperbole is a GNU package. I'm not sure if it's part of Emacs or GNU ELPA. It might be, but EEV is not as of yet. But both are free software.
Well, it might be that it doesn't make sense to include them both in any sense. I mean, people can write them and distribute them, but that doesn't mean we need to pick them up. We might want to compare them and see which one is better, and then look at whether it could be improved further by bringing in features from the other. This is what you do if those two things exist and you want to make the best possible thing to add, for instance, to Emacs.
Yep.
But since I don't know any specifics anymore, and with EEV I never did, I don't want to state any sort of a priori preference. I don't have one. Are there plans to bring modal editing to Emacs Core? What does that mean?
I think they're speaking about projects or editing modes such as VI, where by default, whatever you insert is not actually, whatever you type is not getting inserted, but you can navigate between different modes, and one of them being text insertion.
Well, I don't have a wish for that. Now, I mean, it's not somehow morally anathema. I mean, it's not as if it were a non-free program. But it wouldn't be easy to design that in such a way that it fit into the framework of existing Emacs without doing any violence to it. What is your opinion of the current state of large machine learning models? Even if the model is released under a free license, it cannot be modified in a meaningful way. I don't think that's true. A person who was in the field of machine learning told me that you can modify it. You can modify it by starting with what you've got and doing some further training, and you don't need, I'm told, the previously used training data to train it to modify it. Based on that, I concluded that the trained neural network can be treated as source code. And after all, it's not made from any other kind of source code. So in some sense, what else could the source code be? I thought it was a virtue to separate the content from the style or appearance of information. Part of being free is also to view information in the format you want. Does your WYSIWYG idea erode this virtue and lead to more thinking, perhaps undue thinking about style over substance? Well, I don't know. Actually, I know that in LibreOffice you can make named styles and you can apply them to parts of the text, and later on you can change what any given named style means in terms of appearance. So is that enough independence of appearance from semantics? I am hardly a power user of LibreOffice. I've come across that feature. I've never used it. The only things I write with it are pretty simple. I have a feeling that I've been doing this for a rather long time. Do you recall when I started answering questions? I think it was something like an hour ago.
Yeah, I think so. About an hour or 45 minutes-ish.
Well, then I'll do a few questions more. Do you ever dabble in retro computing? No. I decided it's a waste of time. It basically would be tinkering that would not develop anything of any importance or use. And I know that if I'm going to enjoy developing something, I could enjoy it developing anything. You know, I'd enjoy just as much developing something that I think is needed right now
for non-retro computing, as I could enjoy working on retro computing. So I decided never to let retro computing distract my attention from useful computing. Do you know the Gemini project, a network of very simplified markdown-like text files without images and third-party materials transmitted via an open public free protocol, which is not HTTPS? I don't remember if I ever heard of that before. Sorry, I have no opinion about it. But I think that the lack of images will turn out to be a considerable drawback. I mean, imagine a website. Well, there are lots of reasons you might want to put in images. It's not limited just to making it look snazzy and distracting. There are a lot of pictures you might want to include, and diagrams, and scientific papers include pictures and diagrams, and it would be crippling if they couldn't be in there. So basically, I think that exclusion of images is a big loss.
Thanks. I think that's so far all the questions I see on the pad, but let's give it maybe another minute or two if people have any other question or two to get in before we call this close.
Well, I'd like to mention that if you've heard rumors of attacks against me that people have made, it's mostly false, and you can find out more by looking at stallmansupport.org. So I refer you there, and I hope you'll take a look.
Yes, thank you. All right, I think that's pretty much all the questions that we have. Thanks again, Richard, both for your great talk and also for taking this much time answering so many questions. We really appreciate it.
Well, this is what I do. GNU and the free software movement are what I've dedicated my life to. And since I'm still alive, I've got more to dedicate to them.
Wonderful. And yeah, we all hope that it keeps on coming and you're able to continue for a very long time into the future.
Happy hacking.
Happy hacking. Bye.
Sasha, I think, yeah, I'm back. Hi, stream. We might want to fix Mumble because we did something at the beginning.
Okay.
I'm gonna verify. I'll tell you. I'll give you the green light.
EmacsConf dev. Can you hear me in EmacsConf dev again?
Confirmed. Yes, I can hear you.
Hello, folks. So we are at the end of the lunch break, and we'll start with the rest of the talks very shortly.
The next talk is called Getting Detached from Emacs. In this talk, Nicholas Heckland shows how to use detached to manage long-running asynchronous processes, including how to search through and compare session results. Afterwards, he will handle questions via Big Blue Button.
Hello everyone. Welcome to my talk, Getting Detached from Emacs. When I started to use Emacs, I quickly gravitated towards using it as much as I could. Magit, org, dred, a lot of new possibilities opened up. However, there was a workflow that was difficult for me to replace. The problem for me was running shell commands in sub-processes of Emacs, which in some situations led me to stick to using an external terminal. These situations often revolved around long-running shell commands, either on my local machine or on a remote host. When I was on a remote host, I would also rely on using the program Tmax to be able to detach from the remote process. My main concern at the time was that I didn't want to having to avoid restarting Emacs because I needed to wait for a process to complete. However, there was of course a lot of things I was missing out on by not using Emacs. Therefore, my solution to resolving the issue of occasionally having to leave Emacs led me down the path of developing the package detached. The package allows Emacs to delegate the responsibility of creating processes to the program detach. It also makes sure to write the output of the process to a file, which we will see later on how that is being used. The package makes Emacs capable of attaching to these processes as well as managing them. In the package, each process is called a session, and inside of Emacs, that is just an object with properties such as what command is being run, what working directory is used, where the output is stored, etc. The important aspect is also that these objects are being persistent, so they are stored over time. And today I'm going to walk you through how I use the package and what advantages there are of treating processes like text. So I'm going to start by opening up eshell, and I will run a command to update my package manager. Instead of pressing return, I'll simply press shift return to let Emacs delegate the execution to the detached program. Emacs will immediately attach itself to the process, and we therefore don't perceive any difference from when running the command as a sub-process. We now have the option, though, to detach from the session. And later on, we can of course reattach Emacs to the session. For me, this addresses the core of the problem that I had. But let's see what more the new workflow inside of Emacs can bring. The package supports multiple user interfaces, such as eshell and compile. I will therefore switch to the detached project, and I will run the build command that I use. And I will run it with detached compile, with the difference that I can detach from the compilation. And one benefit of this new workflow is that I can get a system notification shown up here once a session has finished. Previously, I was either forced to have the terminal open so I could see it, or hiding it, but then risking having forgotten it. So how do we then see the output of a session? Well, we get the detached list sessions command. And here we see the command that we just built, and we see the geeks poll with an asterisk indicating that is continuously running. So if I press enter, we will get the output of the session here. And since it was run using compile, we also have compilation mode enabled here, so we could navigate between potential warnings or errors. And we see that there is a warning here. One thing that I have prepared here is that if I open up the user interface, we only see 2 sessions, but that is because we applied a filter here. So we have actually only sessions that are created within the last 12 hours and that are considered unique. So if I remove the uniqueness, we also see that we have a previous build running on the main branch. So I think that's typically normal that you might have that. And since the sessions can be considered text, we can just mark these 2 and check, does this warning exist on the main branch or not? So we can just diff these ones, and we see that the warning is only present on the EmacsConf branch. Now, another benefit, in my opinion, of the new way of working is that I have these properties being displayed in the user interface, so I can quickly see which commands are still running, what host they are running on, where they are running, and for how long they have been running. And if they have run, how long did it take? Occasionally, though, there might be even more input needed to distinguish sessions. So what I typically do then is press A to annotate the session. So I would add warning found at EmacsConf, and then it will show up this annotation in the echo area when I select the session. So another great improvement of using these sessions and consider them being text is, now we also see the geeks poll completed here. So then we can also select and see that, okay, there's a lot of updates in this command, but let's not look at it now. Let's instead remember that previously, last week, when I run a geeks poll, I saw an Emacs package that looks interesting, and I don't remember its full name, but it had something to do with collection. So what I then could do is remove the 12-hour narrowing criteria, and we can see here I got sessions ranging back even to 28th of October, and since these are just to be considered text, I can. Now let's first narrow the sessions to only show the ones that run geeks poll, and then I will narrow based on the output containing a regular expression. So I remember it was something with collection, and we got one hit. So here there should be something with collection, and okay, it was Emacs fly make collection. So this is something that is a very nice feature to have. It doesn't create any overhead of having these old sessions lying around, and occasionally it can be interesting to search through them as well. So for me, this is another example of when bringing workflows into Emacs, it often opens up new exciting possibilities. So thanks a lot for listening.
All right, I think we're live. Thank you for the great talk, Nicholas. And yeah, so Q&A is now open. Folks, feel free to post the questions on the pad or IRC. And after a minute or two, we'll also open up the Speak Blue button for people who might prefer to come join Nicholas here directly and ask the questions here. Nicholas, take it away.
All right, thank you. And thanks for having me. Yeah, maybe I'll go ahead and read some questions that has popped up in the formula here then. So the first question is, can it replace SSH plus Tmax for persistent sessions on remote hosts? So currently, I would say it does not support that because it is designed to only run a single command inside a session, and when that finishes, it reports back. But I have played with the idea. I think it should be possible to do, but I wanted to start off and polish the experience with a single command first. And secondly, there is a question. I see integration with projectile in the README. Does it also integrate with project.el? Yeah, good question. It doesn't. I haven't added any explicit support for it because I typically run detached compile in the project root with my own command using project behind the scenes. But I guess project has a command for it now, so yeah, it should be very easy to add support for that. And I could also mention that could be one thing related to the first question there of using kind of persistent sessions, that it would be interesting to see if, for example, I occasionally run a Python REPL in Emacs, and if I could get that one to launch using detach, so I could restart Emacs and reattach to the REPL, or also use it for situations where I have used the REPL to, let's say, experiment with, I don't know, some NumPy function, how that works. And if I use detach for that, it would automatically log then the whole session, and I would have it accessible, so I could search for it in retrospect and retrieve the log and see, okay, I ran this command, this happened, or basically. So then there's a question. Can you? Oh, okay, I'll read the other one. No. There is two in it's ongoing. I'll wait for them. So the first question is, can you detach a session from shell mode and reattach from eshell vterm mode, or start a compile in a shell mode and attach it from compilation mode? Yeah, so you can attach at the moment or reattach in shell mode, eshell, or vterm. That is no problem. Currently, I don't have support for attaching in compilation mode. So the way the package is built is that when a session is started, there is a variable that gets, kind of the value gets inserted into the session, and it describes how the session would handle, for example, attaching to it or viewing the output, etc. But these are the things that I want to primarily focus in the near future. So making it easier to, for example, have a buffer up where you're attached to a session. You could run a key binding to switch to like the view mode of that session. You get the full output, and then you could view it. You can switch back to the attached version, which just shows a brief context and then continues on with the current output from the session. Question number 4 here is, how do you talk to detach? Could it be feasible to run a child Emacs instead of detach? Would it make sense? Better communication, maybe. So the way the talk with detach is done is, I would say, very simple. Detach, the program, supports basic instructions like detach -a to attach, or that's basically it. That is all that is being used under the hood. And of course, it uses its C flag to create and attach when a session is started, or the -n to start the session in kind of detached mode, so it runs without Emacs being attached to it. Currently, I don't think I've seen any need for better communication, but if people have ideas about what could be done if it was added, that would be great. So maybe that could be a follow-up if you got ideas on how to improve it. Yeah, so I'm not sure if the Emacs child, yeah, I think if I got a better idea about what the person would like to achieve with it, then maybe I could understand the question better there. So another question is, how does it handle processes that require user input, usually type yes, no, etc.? MetaX compile is great, but can't handle user input. Yeah, so it's very simple behind the scenes. It depends on what interface you use for attaching Emacs to that process. So as the person says, if it's MetaX compile, then probably doesn't handle it. So in that case, I guess I would have started it with from the shell. If there is a question, you need to type yes or no, then you can just type it and maybe detach from it. Or if you end up in a situation where you started with MetaX compile, but then it has a question, I guess you could always pop up a shell attached to the session and you will get the question there. You press whatever as you like, and then detach from that user interface. So another question is, can you rerun a command session but in another directory? Yeah, you can't do that at the moment. I haven't really found a need for it. So typically, as I have been using detach now when it has a persistent storage of the sessions, it becomes rather natural that once I've run it once, I can just rerun it later in the same directory. But maybe this is a feature that should be added. It's maybe a common use case. One thing that I added on top of the rerun is like an edit and rerun for those situations where I maybe run some compilation, but with the compilation flag set to opt, and then I want to rerun the exact same command in the exact same directory, but with it set to dbg instead for debugging. And then instead of pressing R to rerun, I press E, then I get a prompt with the current command, and then I can add it and it will rerun that. So maybe something similar for another directory could be added.
Cool. I think we'll still have about 13 or 14 more minutes of live Q&A time on stream. So if folks do have more questions about this talk from Nicholas, please feel free to put them on the pad or come join here on Big Blue Button and ask here.
Yeah. And I also want to mention that if you realize later you have a question or a suggestion, feel free to contact me or create a new post on the mailing list for the project. That's much appreciated.
Sounds good.
Yeah. So then, there is a question incoming. So, what are some other places where this might be useful? MU for refetching mail, Git processes started by Magit. What things would you like to see working in a 1 to 2 year time frame? Yeah, that's a good question. I think there are these situations. One thing I ran into yesterday was that I was trying to use EMMS to connect to the stream for EmacsConf, and that was working fine. It was using MPV in the background, but then I did some modifications to my Emacs and wanted to restart it, and then the stream died. So that's kind of those situations where I found it valuable. I added support for the DRED rsync package, for example, that I use occasionally to copy things to a remote server or from a remote server. And yeah, that was always something that I thought could benefit from it. So I would ideally like to see if it can be used for more of these processes. I guess maybe I should get in contact with some of the devs to see if they have ideas on how this could be incorporated better with Emacs, because so far it was kind of straightforward to get it to work with shell or compile, but it hacks around the current implementation to make it use detach. And if I wanted it to be used in many more places, it feels like it would be maybe not the best way to have a lot of advices being added to the various functions. But yeah, definitely it would be really cool if that could be worked on properly. So that once I've managed to get the workflow for its current implementation a little bit more polished, I will try to look into this. And also see what is possible. I don't know if there are any limitations with my current approach that I need some more expertise on. Yeah. So if there's no other questions, Okay, there is another question. Okay, a general topic here. What are you currently excited about in Emacs? Well, I'm really excited about the tree sitter that was just added to Emacs 29. I haven't gotten around to use that yet, but I think it looks very promising, and I'm a big fan of structural editing that you can use in Lisp. So if this opens up the possibility to be able to use that more in other languages, that would be really cool. Otherwise, I'm generally excited about how the program is developing. I think there's been a lot of great additions in these last couple of versions of the program. So it's cool to see, and also how the EmacsConf has been continuing and being an annual thing, and also growing, adding this new layout with the general track and development track. I think is great.
Thanks. Yeah, it's been interesting. Emacs itself, I feel like the Emacs-devel mailing list has been growing in traffic over the years. Like I've been subscribed for a couple of years, and more recently I'm just experiencing more and more, seeing more and more incoming emails from EmacsDevel, which is always cool. Yeah, and like you said with EmacsConf, yeah, we have, we've been growing, thankfully, and yeah, this year we've experimented with having 2 tracks, which I think has turned out pretty well, pretty great, because we don't have to like try to squeeze in all the talks so tightly, and be able to give proper Q&A time like this one, I think, which is pretty great. So yeah, I'm very glad to hear and see it.
Yeah, and maybe I should mention now that I know that the eshell talk is coming up by Howard, that I discovered there's a kind of a bug in the detached implementation. So it doesn't handle properly the way eshell seems to communicate when you quote some text in a shell command. If you have been using quotes, it seems to be added as like text properties that gets into detached, and yeah, I didn't know about that, but detached is not picking that up. So if you try to run something like similar to like echo and quotation marks, Niklas, then yeah, it will not run it with quotation marks. So I guess for echo it might work, but other commands it can fail. So just be aware about that. I guess that's on the priority list to fix.
Interesting. Yeah, for sure. I guess folks can look forward to that getting hopefully fixed in the near-ish future or at some point.
Yeah, and I could add that maybe something that is in between this request for like persistent sessions is that it currently you can use detached in a way so it creates like it runs a session, and once that finish, you use its callback to generate a new session which runs some other command. So you can chain detached sessions that way. I wanted to improve upon how that has been implemented so that you could more easily start this changed sessions, and that they would show up in the user interface, and maybe if you rerun the top of the chain, it will actually start all these sessions that way. I have some use cases personally where for the time being, before running an executable, I actually need to run a different build command that I normally do, and I keep forgetting that, and then that fails, and it would be great to just be able to. I mean, you could always have that first command and then and the other one, but it doesn't look as nice. And it would be nice to be able to see that, okay, this is currently running, but in the next, once that's finished, it will keep on running this one. So that's something I plan to add support for.
Sounds good. That would be nice.
Yeah, I would like that as well. So I have an incentive.
Yeah. Also, not to completely derail this, but I mean, I don't think there are any questions as of now, so I can maybe mention this. Someone pinged me on IRC.
Yeah.
Someone, Shoshin, good friend, and the creator actually of the musics that we've been using at EmacsConf for our lunch breaks and here and there. He mentioned that he likes this FSF shirt. Yeah, it's
nice.
Thanks. Yeah, it's I think from a year or so ago. It was put up for FSF's 35th birthday, and yeah, it's also what it says, FSF 35. Yeah, I'm not sure if it's still available on their shop, but yeah, you might be able to find it there. So
nice. So they have their own shop.
Yeah, so there is
buy merch or.
Yeah, exactly. There is shop.fsf.org, and they have a bunch of different goodies and things, merchandise. You know, they have like shirts like this one, but they also sell things like printed versions of the Emacs user manual, which is particularly relevant for us. Yeah, and Emacs stickers. I think they also sell pins and such. So yeah, I mean, if you are interested in Emacs or the new one FSF, might be worth checking out.
Yeah, thanks for the tip.
Yeah. Cool. And I think we have about 1 more minute of live Q&A time. If folks have any questions, any last minute ones, you're welcome to send it in.
I guess there's... Okay. Yeah, this one got added from Carfic. Yeah. Yeah, if no further questions, maybe we wrap it up.
Sure, sounds good. Yeah, I don't see any new questions. So yeah, thanks again, Nicholas, for the great talk. And yeah, for sticking around and doing the live Q&A, it's much appreciated. And look forward to seeing the upcoming developments in Detached.
Thank you. And thanks for having me.
Cheers. Very glad. See you around.
See ya.
The next talk is called Top 10 Reasons Why You Should Be Using eshell. In this talk, Howard Abrams shows how eshell combines the best of Emacs Lisp and shell. Afterwards, he will handle questions via Big Blue Button.
Hi, I'm Howard Abrams. I have 10 minutes to talk you into giving eshell a second chance. Have the right perspective and expectation, and I think you'll really enjoy it.
In this conference.
Just remember, eshell is a shell, not a terminal emulator. I use both eshell and vterm. I'm going to talk and type fast, as I have 10 reasons for you to try eshell again. Number 1, it's an Emacs REPL. Check this out. Let's start up eshell here, and let's just type a Lisp expression. It works. As a shell, the parents are, well, kind of optional. Number 2, it's also a shell. While eshell may look like a shell, well, like bash, you should view it as a REPL with parentheses-less expressions. This makes sense because a shell command with options like this ls command looks like an S expression. You can mix these two modes. Shells can call subshells, which return their output like a function call, like this bash command. Now, in this eshell example, I used the output of a text file as command line arguments to ripgrep. Notice how I use braces to state that it is a call to an eshell expression. But we can mix Lisp expressions and shell expressions. All right, allow me a contrived example. Now, notice I use a good old setQ to create a variable. Yes, those are global Emacs variables available everywhere. Now, in eshell, the wildcard actually creates a list. Now, this variable assignment doesn't work as you might expect, as setQ in eshell is still setQ, and it assigns variables in pairs. Now, to make a Lisp in eshell, we use listify. Now, without parens, eshell is in shell mode, which means that words are strings and variables need to be prefixed with $signs. Now, a command can have both eshell and Lisp expressions. As you can see, here I've got a call to ripgrep, but part of it is a Lisp expression. Remember the differences. With parentheses, eshell treats it as a Lisp, just like the last line in my example. With braces, eshell follows these shell-like rules. First, if it looks like a number, it's a number. Otherwise, eshell converts it to a string. Quotes, like a shell, groups words. Now, what about this mix between functions and executables for the first word? Well, functions that begin with eshell/ are called first. Next in priority are executables on your path, then matching Lisp functions. You can actually switch this order with the eshell prefer Lisp functions variable. Number 4. Emacs is actually better than shell. If the following works, why would you call expr or BC or DC or any of those other calculators? You can just call a Lisp expression. Why call less or more when you can call viewFile? Here, I've aliased less to viewFile. Let's load it back up, and it just shows up in a mode. Just like less, if you hit Q, you go back to your eshell terminal. I do have an improvement, though. The problem with viewFile is that it takes a single file as an argument. In a shell, we might want to view more than one. So let's make a solution to that. This function will call the first function with the first argument, and the second function with each of the rest. This allows me to make a new version of less that calls viewFile on the first function, but open in another window for each additional file. Number 5. Better regular expressions. Can't remember regular expressions when calling grep or some other search function? Use the rx macro. So here I can call ripgrep again, but this time I'm using a Lisp expression calling the rx macro to look for all kinds of UUIDs in the files in my current directory. But I have another improvement for this. While the rx macro is freaking cool for Emacs Lisp, it doesn't always translate to regular expressions accepted by most commands. I have no idea how to pronounce this, prequel to L, but this project can convert from Lisp regular expressions to the Perl-compatible regular expressions acceptable by most search commands. So I've created a new macro here, prx, that translates the output of the rx macro. So this allows me to type, well, something much more readable, probably easier to remember. A lot easier than this freaking regular expression, right? I've got even a better improvement. The rx macro with regular expression snippets can be assigned keywords that I can then take advantage of. Now our command would be much more simpler to type. Number 6. Loops are better with predicates. Let's say you want to remove the execute bit from files that have it. In a shell like bash, you need both a for loop and an if, as you can see in this example. With eshell, use a predicate to combine into a simple loop. The parent x, after a file glob, filters for only files marked as executable. Now here's an improvement. Since we often type loops to execute one command, what about creating a function that can do this all in one go? This do function splits the arguments on that double colon, where the left side is a single statement to run, the right side is a list of files. I have to kind of append and flatten it in order for it to work. It loops through each file, creating an eshell command with the file appended. With this, I can remove the execute on all CSV files that have it. I see that my example wasn't too good, as most commands like chmod accept multiple files, but you get the idea. In my final, larger form on my website, I don't assume the command expression accepts a file as a final argument, as I can replace underscores with the file name. Number 7. The output of the last command. Most shells have a special variable $? For the exit code of the last command, but while reading through the source code, I noticed that the double $? refers to the output of the last command. This seems pretty cool. However, eshell returns true or nil when running external commands, so accessing the file output from a call to ls, it just doesn't work as expected. But this is Emacs, we can fix that. After running any command, eshell sets these 4 variables. I can hook a function to call after every eshell command. Then using a buffer substring, I store the output into a global variable, and then extend eshell's special variables list. In my Emacs configuration, I turn this variable into a ring, so while double $? Works, so does array subscripting on that variable. This allows me to run a command and use the output from that command more than once. The code for this is a bit longer, so you'll need to see my Emacs configuration for details. Number 8, redirection. Okay, output of any command can go to the kill ring, or the clipboard. Think of the implications. You don't have to go into text selection mode, just grab the output. In fact, with our double $? Improvement, we can always copy the output from the last command to the clipboard. Better yet, let's write the output to our engineering notebook. Here's my idea. First, create a capture template. It takes a string, or if called interactively, the region, and that does an immediate finish after inserting that string to the default notes file. Next, create a wrapper function to call orgCaptureString that runs that template. And finally, we add our new function to eshell virtual targets. Let's see this in action. I have a CSV file of user information. I can use grep and cut to extract some of that and write it out to my this month's engineering notebook. Number 9. Using Emacs buffers. Why leave the results of eshell commands in the eshell buffer? Send the output into a buffer where you can use it. Here's a call to ripgrep that searches for lines with email addresses using a complicated regular expression that I add to my PRX macro. When I switch to this almost grep buffer, I can turn on grep mode, and now I can jump around as if I'd just called grep directly. Now, perhaps I'm proficient with macro, with my PRX macro to filter out entries, but not good with shell commands that I can use in pipes to extract just like the address column, for instance. So let's just extract it, send this to a buffer called email list, and now I can use Emacs commands that I know and love to edit the data directly. We currently have an oversight that eshell's built-in cat command doesn't pipe buffer contents as standard in. So I created a bcap, buffer cat, function to do this. This command works to grab my email addresses that I just extracted and send them to another program. If you're interested, I have a more elaborate and yet simpler workflow surrounding data back and forth from eshell to Emacs buffers. Number 10. Did I mention that you can CD to remote systems? This command uses SSH to jump to my host, Goblin, start a root session, and jump to the etc directory. Remember that Tramp can be finicky if you start blinging your remote hosts with Omite, Z-shell, and, funky prompts and things like that. So, your mileage may vary. In summary, use eshell if you want a quick way to run commands and Emacs functions as a REPL, or run an OS program but process the output with Emacs. Keep in mind that eshell has 2 types of subshells, and you can mix and match during a command call. The RX macro is really cool. Eshell loops are better with filters and predicates, well, if you can remember them. Take advantage of Emacs buffers to really enhance your shell experience. You've now seen that just like Emacs, I've crafted eshell to be my own shell creation, tailored to my workflow. So, steal my spells, cast your own magic, but feel free to share your incantations back to me. I've gone over my time allotment, so we'll have to continue this discussion on the inner tubes. Why, yes, I have joined the birdless diaspora, so, toot me over there. Thanks.
All right, I think we are live. I'm going to go ahead and hit start recording here. Thanks, Howard, for the great talk. We have the Q&A now open. Folks are welcome to put their questions on the pad in IRC, and we might also open up this room in a few minutes if you might prefer to join Big Blue Button directly and ask your questions to Howard that way. So Howard, take it away.
Thank you. Yeah, I wasn't expecting to have a Q&A. Tried to condense it so fast because this was supposed to be a lightning talk, but hey, it's good to talk to everybody. So, question on the Etherpad here is, do I fall back to vterm only when needing Termula emulation? And yeah, I kind of know when I'm going to need that based on the use case. Like right now, I'm doing a lot of building with Docker, and Docker just makes a mess out of everything. And so I can sometimes will like start up a vterm for that. But I don't like actually typing a lot of stuff in there as much. So actually I wrote a little program to, the compile command. I just send the compile over into it. Then I could see the output, and then I could and it pops right back to where I'm at. So I don't know. I think you kind of need to use a little bit of both. But yeah, it would be nice to kind of flip a window back and forth, because there's some things about eshell that I actually do like a lot. Now my tramp suggestion, okay, I'll admit tramp is it's kind of fickle. I think we all get sometimes better use cases out of it than others. Uh-oh, my headphones are out of batteries here, so we might have to flip here. Yeah, so the tramp, I don't know. I think we have to kind of play with it and see how it goes. Let's see, another question is, have we thought about adding the eshell manual? You know, after doing this talk, and I'm realizing a lot of the half-baked or almost good stuff with eshell that we could just kind of fix a little bit, and especially some of the docs. Yeah, I'm kind of thinking that maybe I should hook up with somebody and we could try to do a little bit of extensions there, like fix up the manual a little bit more, make it more of a tutorial. I think would help, as well as fixing some of the little problems like that. Trying to be able to cat a buffer into the shell, I think, is pretty useful. Let's see, do I know if eshell can be used from eLisp? Yeah, I use that quite a bit. I actually have functions that call an eshell command. That way I get all of the benefits that you can get from an eshell, like with the predicates and all that kind of thing. I can't remember who's been doing it, but lately I've been seeing a lot of the do what I mean shell commands that they're building up a bunch of functions that do very specific things, what they need. And it seems like there's a lot of like special commands they're adding into it to like get the file name and that sort of thing. And I was thinking, hey, that's a great idea, but let's do it with eshell. So I've been doing something similar, but just calling out to eshell itself. Let's see, next question. How does that interplay with my literate DevOps approach? Yeah, the two are different. When I'm doing my literate work, I'm in an org file and I'm just writing commands. But yeah, sometimes it's just a little bit, I'm not planning on keeping it. I'm just kind of investigating things, and that's what REPLs are really good for. And in that case, yeah, I'll pop over into eshell, write things. If I see something good, that's where I was talking about my little engineering notebook, sending it out to a capture and capturing it out, or writing it into a buffer where I can do more things to it. I guess it's the flexibility I think we all kind of need, because you don't know exactly where you're going until you're halfway there, and it's like, oh, I don't want to start up a new app. That's why we're in Emacs. So yeah. Oh yeah, thank you. Yeah, Alvaro Ramirez. Yeah, that's the stuff I've been reading a lot about. Let's see, another question. Do I have a strategy for getting around eshell's lack of support for input redirection? It is what it is. I don't have any ideas at the moment. It's a good idea. Whenever we're so used to doing pipes, and whenever you start doing a pipe at all, eshell just immediately throws it into the shell. But then pulling it back in is kind of difficult. And so that's why I just started writing them out to buffers and then pulling them back in. And I find that just a little bit more useful situation for what I'm doing. I don't know if other people will find it as useful as I do. But yeah, I'm getting a little tired of trying to get just the right command of piping everything together. And 2 years ago when I was talking about my little piper idea, this is kind of what it's morphed into, was just using eshell, running the commands, editing the stuff, and then pulling it back in to send it to some other app. Or not even pulling it back in, just using it at that point and then sending it off into emails. Yes, you can call eLisp functions, the commands. I thought I was hoping this could be kind of clarified a little bit, but if you have any function, any Emacs Lisp function that starts with eshell / that gets called first before any command. So you can override just about every shell command. In fact, many of them are. So there is an eshell /ls. So if you type ls into your eshell, it's actually calling that function. Now, most of those functions will, if it runs into too many options that it doesn't know about or something like that, will call out to whatever ls program you've got installed. But that's how it goes. So yes, buffers are superior pipes. Whoever's typing that, I think that's a great idea. I think that's kind of the concept that I'm realizing this year. Hold on 1 second while I switch headphones here. I suppose you can still hear me, right?
Yep, I can still hear you.
Well, nobody's talking yet.
I can still hear you.
Okay, perfect, and I can hear you too. So that works well. Let's see. Any other questions in the IRC? I'm not seeing them, mostly in the Etherpad here. Do I have a preferred method for getting argument completion for shell commands? Okay, that's a really good question. There is a function that I found in eshell for getting options. And it's like, great, that's what I was expecting, something like a get ops. So I started playing around with it, and it's like almost there. The problem is it's not really as flexible as I would think. It either takes command line arguments or it doesn't. And it just it's kind of made for very simple commands only. So, well, I ended up writing my own. So I wrote kind of a getops-like function, kind of behaves like it, where you can give it a list of single commands, a list of those long commands, some that take options and some that don't. So you'll see that in my, where I've got it here in the Etherpad up on the full code. I also posted it up on Mastodon as well earlier. But I have a link to my configuration file. It's all literate, so you can just scroll down, search for getops, and you'll see my function. I haven't fully tested out everything yet. Most of the code was actually written for this talk, I found, so there will be bugs. But you might find it interesting to grab some of the stuff and play around with it. If you find some bugs, please send them back to me. I'll discover them soon enough, but yeah. So is it possible to get LDOC-based completion for eLisp calls in eshell? Ooh, good question. I don't know. I have been switching from company mode to Corfu, just try it all out. I'm getting some pretty good completions, but the ELDOC-based would be very lovely. A Plan 9 Smart Shell. Sorry. Oh yes, I do remember reading Mickey Peterson's article on eshell and his Plan 9 idea. I was playing around with it for a little bit, but I don't know. Yeah. I couldn't get it quite working the way I thought I would want it to, so I didn't follow through. But yeah, he's got some good ideas there. Any other questions? But yes, I should revisit Mickey Peterson's ideas. Say it again.
Cool. Yeah, sorry. I guess I was just going to ask a question on the fly here.
Sure.
Yeah, which is, so you mentioned this sort of getup function or getup-like function that you implemented. Would you consider maybe having that integrated in Emacs core itself so that it's available to all other eshell users?
I think that would be a great idea, and I'm kind of thinking I need to kind of see what should go into eshell and what should maybe be like a side package, like eshell ext kind of thing for getting some extra stuff, because I don't know if everybody wants all of it. So having a side package might be a really good idea, and then seeing, yeah. So yes, if you want to work on it with me.
Yeah, sure. Sounds good. Why not?
Sure. All right. Any other questions, or are we good?
I think we still have about... Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, I think we're out of questions.
Right. Yeah, but we still are not out of time yet, so I think we have like 10 more minutes at least.
I've got more time for Q&A than I thought I had for the actual talk.
Yeah, it's been interesting. So we were kind of debating on switching to two tracks like we have done this year, or keeping or maintaining the same setup as the previous years, which was one track, but sort of all the talks were very like squeezed into together. And it was a last minute decision kind of, and we almost did end up going back to one track. But you know, we're here, I think that's the reason why some of the Q&As are sometimes longer than the talks themselves.
Okay, so personally, I love the two-track idea, and I love all the breaks. It's made it a lot easier, because last year it's like, oh, I can't even get up.
Yeah, I feel you. And I feel the same too. Both, I mean, as someone who's been a little bit watching, but also as organizers, I mean, we couldn't catch a breath with like that one track rapid fire of talks one after another. So this is much better, I feel like.
Yeah. So let's keep it going.
Yeah.
And next year, maybe I can do 15 minutes. Yes. Now?
So are you the maintainer of eshell now?
No, I'm not. Just an interested bystander. I think eshell is still just part of core. John Wigley wrote it originally.
Right.
But I think it's just part of the core. So I don't think anyone is maintaining it per se. Okay. It certainly is getting a little long in the tooth, and we probably need to do some updatings on it. So maybe that's what we should do for version 30.
Yeah, I've started to use it a little bit more just because of all the chatter on the various blogs. Right.
There is a lot of chatter lately.
But it burned me recently. I mean, for like half an hour, because I was trying to SSH into a machine from eshell, and usually I use just regular shell mode. And for some reason it just wasn't, it didn't connect up to my to the SSH agent or whatever. So I thought, I was thinking that everything's broken and stuff. I'm like running around trying to do stuff. I'm like, oh, it's just because I'm in eshell trying to do this.
Yes. And if I know I'm going to be SSHing into a box, I don't. I just start up vterm and go. Okay. Then I know it's going to be pretty good. I've had a lot of good success in that regard with vterm. However, the problem is it's hard to pull that kind of stuff back. Like, I'll find something interesting and it's like, oh crap, now I have to Control-C, Control-T, and then go up and collect it, as opposed to, shooting it out over to my into an org file, with a redirection. So that's why I've been kind of playing around with just using tramp and eshell as opposed to SSHing in. Mileage may vary.
I thought in the command interpreter there's some stuff like...
There is. It's supposed to be a visual... the visual commands. I think there's a list of them, and SSH is one of those. So it's supposed to then start off a shell mode detached little process and feed stuff, but I don't know. I haven't had as much luck with it, so I haven't really bothered. I just jump. If I know I'm going to SSH, I'll just start a vterm and go.
Yeah. Well, I mean, aside from doing SSH, just using, I think there are a couple commands there's one for taking the command on the command line and putting it into the kill ring, and there's another one for flushing the buffer, flushing the last output of your buffer, and it works in many different shell or REPL type environments inside Emacs. But it doesn't put it into the kill ring, which was sort of confusing to me. I'll have to dive into the eLisp at some point and figure out how to get what I want. But
and I think that's the problem with this eshell. There's a lot of like interesting ideas, but there's a lot that's not quite baked yet. So it's a combination of what we expect, because it's not a terminal emulator shell. It's not like Bash. It's different. But it's got some cool stuff, but so there's expectation, and then there are just bugs and things that haven't been finished. I can't remember who started. I've got a link in my configuration file, but somebody was writing on how to get the output from the last command in shell mode, and I thought that's a great idea. I want that in eshell, and then I found, found the source code that there's a double $sign that's already there. Great. Wait a minute, it doesn't work all the time? What the hell?
Yeah, when I saw that in your talk, I was like, oh, that's one of the things I've been looking for. So.
It is, exactly. Now, I'll admit there's just the underpinnings are really good. So it didn't take long to actually make that and fix it and then make it even better. Like putting in a kill ring, it's like, now that is nice, so that I can just grab it as an array and go. That's really good. So I think there's a lot of good stuff there. I think, let's just make some features. Let's make an extension and let's assign the copyright to the FSS.
Yeah, maybe I'll start looking at eshell after. I'm playing around with orgnoder right now, trying to catch up to some of the forks. But maybe eshell is the next thing to sort of poke at.
Aren't there so many fun things to do?
Oh, it's terrible.
Great. Oh, I got another question over here in the RC. Do you ever fall back to terminals and shells outside of Emacs? Okay, all right, confession time. Yes, I sometimes use iTerm. So when I first boot up, I do have to use a terminal before I start up Emacs because it's got to mount everything. So I do use iTerm, and sometimes if it happens to be there, I'll type the command in there instead of running it into Emacs. But I just find running those terminals to be pretty frustrating because most of them, you have to use a mouse to copy and select stuff.
Yeah, and actually I could maybe chime in here and say that, yeah, exactly. Not only for terminals, but also for IRC clients, I feel like I've tried using a bunch of different ones. But it ultimately comes down to I can't just put the cursor up, quickly grab something, kill it, and paste it somewhere else, or just use it. And yeah, that's I feel like one of the killer features of Emacs or anything that's built into Emacs.
Agreed. Lounge 679 says, what are the less well-oiled parts of eshell and the edge cases? Yeah, that's a great phrasing. Less well-oiled parts. There's just a little friction, and I think we need to figure out how to fix those things when we encounter them. Yeah, I should make a list of the things I found, and hey, Mal, you give me a list too, and yeah.
I think one of the problems with eshell is that it's not based on comment, like shell and
it isn't.
Other stuff. Yeah, and as a result, the other shells have like a uniform interface and uniform key bindings for doing things, and eshell does things slightly differently, different enough.
That's right. Yeah, exactly. And that's good and bad. It's doing something totally different. And if you know that it's just going to be different, and you'll treat it differently, at least that's how I found. So that's why I'm jumping between the vterm and eshell, depending on what I'm trying to do. But I'm just finding there's a lot of interesting stuff in eshell, but it changes how we run things. I think it's very similar to Well, I mean, okay, I'm not blaming names, but if you're a VI user, you're starting with the terminal and you're running commands. And then when you need to edit a file, you edit, you come back, but the shell is kind of your main focus. Well, we're all over here in Emacs and we just run commands from Emacs, right? That's just how we behave. And using eshell is this way where don't go all the way, don't try to, but you can kind of pretend and do different things. So yeah, so that's why I say it kind of changes our behavior because it's doing things differently. So you can't look at it as another comment.
Wait, so when you say you're using vterm, does that mean you're using, that's a separate application outside of Emacs, or is there vterm?
Yeah, so vterm is I don't know when it came out, a couple of years ago. I don't know the details of it, but it's using a module library to do all the heavy lifting. So it's just a little better comment, and I've just found it to be a lot, very reliable and pretty fast. So especially when I'm SSHing into another machine in my data centers, and especially building all the Docker and some of the weird terminal stuff that I need to do in those shell environments using SSH. I just find vterm to be really good for what that does.
Oh, okay, I see it now. It's on Nalpa. All right.
Yeah, it is you're still in Emacs, and but the key bindings are pretty good. But you do, you has two modes: one for selecting text, and then one for being a terminal.
Maybe I'll try that out instead of MedXGel.
Yes, I would, if you can. The problem that I think most people have is building that vterm library. I haven't had any problems on my work Mac, so it's been pretty good for me.
Okay. All right, that's good to know about too. But that'll keep me from adopting eshell.
Sure. That's a nice thing about choices. Anything
another
works.
distraction, right?
Yeah, you'll just find that vterm, I think, behaves exactly like you expect a terminal to act, and so you won't have to do much. I don't have much in the way of customizations. It's mostly my customizations is just starting a vterm, running SSH automatically. So it's mostly about working with my external hosts.
And if I may quickly jump in here, I think we have about another minute or so of live Q&A on the stream, at which point then the stream will move on, but you folks are welcome to stay here or continue the Q&A on the pad or whatever works best, just staying in this room. And continue talking.
Lovely. Yes, Karthik has said vterm isn't distracting. It's just exactly what you expect. So it's not interesting either. No, I'm just, Yeah, and so there's some good comments on the IRC. So yeah, thanks everybody. It's been fun.
All right, I'm going to jump off now. Nice talking to you, Howard.
You too. All right.
Thank you all.
I think I'll drop off as well.
All right, thank you.
The next talk is called Emacs was async before async was cool by Michael Hurstein. Afterwards, he will answer questions via Big Blue button. You can join using the URL from the talk page or ask questions through Etherpad or IRC.
Hey everyone, I'm Michael, and I'm going to be talking to you today about asynchronous programming in Emacs Lisp. I'm located in the San Francisco Bay Area, where I'm a developer as well as a longtime Emacs user. You may have heard of async or asynchronous programming. The idea has been around for decades, but it first gained widespread attention in JavaScript back in the aughts. Then in the teens, it gained tremendous popularity in the DevOps world with Golang. And just in the last few years, support for async programming has landed in Rust. Well, it can be done in Emacs as well. And this talk will demonstrate that by walking you through a little problem that I actually solved for myself. Like a lot of these stories, it begins with scratching a personal itch. In my case, automating my music server. I use something called the music player daemon locally, and as the name suggests, it just kind of hangs out in the background, reads music files, and talks to assorted sound drivers. In fact, it is so focused on that mission that it doesn't even offer a user interface. Instead, it serves an API and invites application developers to build clients on top of that API. Okay, so let's hop into a vTerm, and I'd like to show you the MPD client I use for my daily driver, something called NCMP CPP. Doesn't exactly roll off the tongue, but I've got a playlist, I can browse the file system, looks like I can search my music library, yada yada yada. It's got all the basic features. The point that I want to make is that NCMP CPP is a completely independent project of MPD, separate and distinct. It does all of its work by simply communicating with the music player daemon over the API. Well, I wanted to program to that API only from within Emacs. Now, there are already Emacs MPD clients out there, but I didn't really want a full-blown client. I just wanted a few small tweaks over my current configuration. A command to skip to the next song, maybe shove the current track into the mode line, things like this. I needed an eLisp API that would let me do this. Okay, well, let's get out of NCMP CPP and let's get into a netcat session with my local MPD server. As you can see, we get a welcome string, so it is a server goes first protocol. But after that, it's a very familiar text-based request-response-oriented protocol. I can ask for the volume. I can ask for the status. But in particular, I wanted an asynchronous API. If I issue a command like find every track in my library that's going to produce a lot of data, that's a human perceptible pause as Emacs processes all the input. What I wanted was a style of programming where I could fire off my command, have the Emacs command loop keep working, and only invoke some callback when there was data available. Well, Emacs is famously single-threaded, so it shouldn't come as a surprise that it offers a rich set of primitives that enable the sort of network programming that I wanted to do. In particular, it offers a function called makeNetworkProcess. Now, this method offers a bewildering variety of options, but at the heart of the matter, it opens a network connection to some endpoint out there, and we can configure it to be non-blocking. It returns a handle that you can use to refer to this network connection with other methods. Other methods such as process send string, which, as the name suggests, allows you to send textual data to the remote endpoint of your network connection. You can also use it with setProcessFilter, which allows you to associate a callback with your network connection. That callback will be invoked when there's data available in the process's read buffer. In other words, in a request-response-oriented protocol like that of MPD, you open your socket with makeNetworkProcess, send your request via process send string, and life will just continue in Emacs until some data shows up in the process's read buffer, at which point your callback will be invoked. It turns out this was enough for a purpose-built async runtime. Let's work through the sequence of events when opening a connection and firing off a few commands in this style. Okay, So let's imagine a library that offers a connection object of some sort, a caller, and an MPD server out on the network. The caller will presumably get themselves a connection object by invoking some sort of connect method on our library. We can handle this through make network process, but we're going to invoke make network process with no wait equal to true. In other words, asynchronously. That means the method is going to return immediately. We won't even know if the connection is up, let alone what the response would be. This has some implications. At this point, we've returned control to the caller. The Emacs event loop is proceeding quite happily. And so the caller is free to start using our connection object. They might say, issue a status command. Okay, well, in our library, we don't have a connection yet. How on earth are we going to service this? Well, we can simply give ourselves a queue and note down the fact that we owe a status command. That's pretty quick. We've now returned control back to our caller, and they are again free to issue more commands. Maybe they issue a play command. Okay, well, we're going to go deeper into debt and note that we also owe a play command. At some point in the indeterminate future, MPD the connection will get up, MPD will allocate resources to track a new client, they will write the welcome string into the socket, and those bytes are going to show up in the Emacs process read buffer, at which point our callback will be invoked. We can parse the welcome string, maybe note the version of the connection object, that might come in handy. But the key point is our callback needs to take a look at the queue and notice, oh, we owe a status command. And so we'll invoke process send string and send the status command down the pipe. Again, at some indeterminate time in the future, some bytes are going to show up in our process's read buffer, and our callback will again be invoked. We've got volume is 75 plus a lot of other stuff, and here we come to the next problem. If our caller invoked status, they probably wanted to know about the status. So how shall we get them to them? Well, there's really not a lot of options at this point except the callback. Okay, so change of plan. Our queue is no longer a queue of commands. It's going to be a queue of commands with associated callbacks. We read the response off the socket, invoke our caller supplied callback, and then pop the queue. At this point, our callback, the library callback, needs to note that we still have a pending command. We fire that off down the pipe. At some indeterminate time in the future, we get a response. Our callback is invoked. We invoke the caller supplied callback, and we pop the queue. The structure of such a program is best viewed as a finite state machine, and this is typically where you end up in asynchronous programming, at least when you don't have a runtime grafted onto your program the way you do with Golang, or when you don't have sort of extensive library support the way you do with Rust. Your data structure exists in one of these states at any given time, and when input shows up on your file descriptor, you transition along one of these edges to a new state. Cool. So let's take a look at some of the code that flows from this. Okay, let's hop over to an Emacs and take a look at how we might code this up. If you recall the sequence diagrams I shared, we're going to be scribbling down the command and the callback that we'll be invoking upon its completion. So the first thing I did was give myself a little command struct. With that, I was able to define the connection object. We're going to be storing the handle to the connection. We're going to write down the protocol version that we harvest from the welcome message. And of course, we'll be recording the command queue as well. And so I gave myself a little connection object, connection struct with those three attributes. With the data model squared away, it was really pretty easy to code up the connect implementation. I'm omitting some details for exposition purposes, but in the event, it's really not that more complex than what you see here. We're going to unpack the arguments, figure out where the MPD server is to which you would like us to connect. We'll connect via make network process. We'll associate a library-defined callback with that connection via set process filter. Then we'll instantiate the connection object and return it to the caller. Once the caller has a connection object, they're free to send commands down that connection. So what we're doing here is simply instantiating a command object on the basis of the caller supplied arguments and appending it to the queue. And then the last thing we do, and I've just indicated this with a comment, is we kick the queue. This kind of goes back to the state transition diagram I laid out earlier. What this means is the logic for saying, well, if we're awaiting the completion of a previously sent command, there's really not much more to be done. We're just going to push this command onto the queue and return. On the other hand, if the queue is empty on entry to lmpd send, there's no reason not to just immediately send the command. And this is an example of the sort of client-side code that results from this API. So you can see here we are giving ourselves a connection to the MPD server on the local host, and we're going to send the get volume command down that connection. And if that command completes and all is well, we'll just send a message to Emacs. Unfortunately, you can't see my mini buffer, so I'll hop over to the messages buffer, and there's our result. The volume is 43. Great, I thought. Simple, clean, responsive, easy to code to. That is unfortunately not the end of the story. Let's continue this example a little bit. Let's imagine that if the volume comes back from the server and it is less than 50, we would like to set it to 50. So this is interesting because we have two commands, and whether or not we send the second command is going to depend on the response we get from the first. Okay, I thought, well, that's fine. I can simply put that logic in the callback that I specify for the get volume command. So here we are, we check the return code, we parse the volume, we compare it to 50, and if it's less, we just invoke lmpd send again from the first command's callback. Okay, I could live with that. It's not the worst thing I've ever seen. Let's extend this example a little further, and this is contrived, but bear with me. Let us suppose that if we do set the volume to 50, we'd like to get the volume one more time just to make sure that our change took on the server. Okay, we can play the same game. We will put that logic in the callback that we specified for the set volume command. And here we are. We check the return code, we send a message to Emacs, we send the get volume command again, along with its own callback. And at this point, I think, I hope it's clear the problem that is emerging. And if it's not yet, let me note that so far we're only handling the happy path in each of these callbacks. We really ought to do something about the error path. For purposes of illustration, let's just say we send a message to Emacs. That means it would look like this. And it's at this point that I really think it's impossible to deny that this API is actually not that easy to program to. And if there are any JavaScript devs watching, you're probably chuckling right now because I have discovered for myself what they call callback hell. If you are returning the results of asynchronous function invocations to their caller via callbacks, you pretty much inevitably end up in this sort of deeply nested sequence of callbacks that is difficult to write, difficult to read, and difficult to reason about. And yet, when I was stuck in this situation, it just seemed like it really shouldn't be this bad. If I give myself this sort of tabular data structure, I felt that this expressed precisely the same logic, just in a much easier to read manner. I could, in my mind's eye, see the code for transforming this data structure, which is really just a list, into the code that you just saw in the previous slide. And really, if Lisp is good at anything, it is list processing, right? And it was really at this point that a little bit of enlightenment dawned. I learned that Lisp is homoiconic, which just means that the language itself is a data structure in that language. Lisp code is, after all, just a list. And the power of Lisp macros is taking that some data structure that you've defined and doing exactly what I wanted to do, transforming it from one list into another, the destination list being Lisp code. So I got busy and I coded up my first Lisp macro, which I called LMPD chain. And that lengthy list of, 3 or 4 nested callbacks gets turned into this, which I hope you'll agree is much simpler, much easier to read, much easier to reason about. And if you're morbidly curious, you can expand your macros. And this invocation of LMPD chain expands to this. So that's my story. In all fairness, I should note that the MPD protocol has some subtleties and complexities that I didn't really get into, both due to time constraints and because they're not terribly relevant to the points I wanted to touch on. I should also note that there's a fair amount of work in the library itself around accumulating partial responses as they show up in the buffer and dispatching them piecemeal to the caller. That was really too complex to get into here. If you would like to see the code, it's available on GitHub as well as Melpa. I'll be putting a version of this talk on my personal site, and you can always reach out to me. Personally, I hang out on IRC as Spiff, or you can just email me as spiff@pobox.com. Thank you very much.
All right, I think we're live. Thanks, Michael, for the great talk. Let me go ahead and start recording here. Okay, so for folks, you can start asking your questions over IRC or the pad. And after a minute or two, we'll also open up this big blue button room for those of you who would like to join here to ask these questions directly. Michael, take it away.
Okay, cool. Looks like we've got 2 questions on the pad. The first, how does this approach compare to using TQ.L, Emacs's built-in library for transaction queues? Yeah, that's actually a great question. I should have called out TQ in the talk because I actually took a hard look at it in terms of my implementation. You could absolutely build this using TQ.L. I chose not to because I didn't see any compelling benefits to pay the cost of adding another dependency and creating a buffer for each new connection. In the actual implementation, input is buffered into a variable connected to the connection object and just handled there. Have you considered using the AIO.L library written by Chris Wellens, implements async await for Emacs Lisp using promises? Implemented using eLisp's record data structure, turns the nested callbacks into regular looking eLisp code without introducing new keywords. Cool. No, I didn't because I was not aware of the package. But the fact that it was written by Chris Wellens alone is enough to get me to take a look. So yeah, perhaps that could have been another implementation, but I don't know. This kind of code journey finally got me to understand email. I don't regret. Anything else?
I think your last sentence was a little cutting off, Michael. Maybe you were a little far from the mic, but
okay.
Yeah.
All I was going to say is, yeah, I mean, leave it to Chris Wellens to solve the problem in full generality. All I noted at the end was, given that this little project is what finally got me to understand Emacs macros or Lisp macros. I kind of I don't regret running down this implementation. We've got another question coming in. Am I aware that EMS has an MPD? I absolutely am. And there's actually another MPD client for Emacs called MPDL. Yes, there is. So again, I probably should have talked about this in but I was pressed for time. I was not looking. I was not looking for a full-fledged MPD client. EMS, MPDL, and MPC.L can give you a full UX within Emacs, and I would absolutely recommend them if that's what you're looking for. I wanted to just add a few tweaks to my workflow. Increase the volume while coding, put the track name in the status in the mode line, things like that. So I felt like those were a little heavyweight. In fact, I ended up corresponding with the author of PDL, and kind of the analogy I came up with was if MPDL is to MPD as GNU's is to email, I wanted to build mail utils. I just wanted a couple of very tight little utilities that would get me what I want. But yeah, actually, that's also a great call out. Perhaps I should have included references to those clients.
One thing I will mention is I think we've got like plenty of time for questions. Maybe close to 25 minutes or half an hour. Which is very interesting, and I think in many cases it's been more than the actual length of the talks.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that's a side effect of sort of, I guess, going with 2 tracks, which is nicer. I mean, there's much more breathing room between the talks this year. Yeah, so I mean, if there are questions, as long as there are questions coming in, or if you do also want to present anything extended, more than what you covered in your talk, you're also welcome to do that and say here. So.
Okay, cool. No, I'm happy to hang out. This is an interesting question. Have I seen the Lonesome Pine specials? During the talk, he saw my music library and figured I'd be interested. I have not, but interesting. Bella Fleck, cool. I will be checking out Lonesome Pine. Thank you. Oh, that's an awesome tip. thinking that's probably going to be it for the questions. Do we hang out for the balance of the time?
Yeah, sure. I think there's actually one new question on the pad, and I might have one to ask as well. But yeah, otherwise we can.
Oh, apologies. Yeah, I needed to scroll down. Would using dynamic special vars add anything interesting, easier to async lib? I'm not sure what you mean by dynamic or special variables. Can you say a little more? Okay, fair enough. I mean, certainly in the examples that I included, we could use variables at a larger scope. Yeah, yeah. Interesting. Good question. I would have to think on that one. To be honest, I went hard down the lexical binding path a few years ago when it was introduced to eLisp, precisely because I found dynamic binding so much more difficult to reason about. Possibly.
So I guess one question I might have, prefixing it with the fact that I wasn't able to fully follow your talk because I've been busy behind the scenes. But how would you say that your project compares to some of the other, I guess, MPD clients? Yeah, like a couple of years ago, I used to use NCMP CPP myself, and also I tried a bunch of different ones. I never quite got into using EMMS as one. I noticed that you mentioned that, for example, for some of the other ones, maybe like MPC.L, yours may be much more lightweight, but yeah, I was wondering how you would compare them.
Yeah. So those are what I would call full-fledged applications. You're familiar with NCMP CPP. You could swap that out as your daily driver for any of those. They show you the playlist, they let you browse, they let you set up saved playlists, etc., etc., etc. And this does none of that. This is basically a building block, or these are building blocks for building up Emacs commands. So, for instance, I actually have a little minor mode that there's, with a key chord, you can adjust the volume, you can skip to the next track, you can, do a few things like that, but that's it. Yeah. So
okay.
More of a toolkit than an application, I guess is the way I would put it.
Right. Makes a lot of sense. Awesome.
Another question, can I share the code to the macro? Up a bit for folks. And it's on OPA. Let me share a link here. or I guess maybe GitHub would be the better UX. I can do that right now. Let's see here. There, I'll put it in the pad. Don't judge me, it's my first Lisp macro. GQ, I think we got all the questions.
I think this is an interesting sort of, I guess, topic or thing that's come up today. I think multiple times. There was also partly mentioned in RMS's talk as part of the Q&A, where he was sort of complaining a little bit or saying that how he would like to see some of org's features, I guess, be decoupled from org or org syntax, and just be made available either as libraries or maybe as smaller minor modes that one could use them throughout anywhere else in Emacs. And I think I do agree, and especially now in the context of MPD and using it via Emacs, I think it's very important to also have libraries or toolkits, as you mentioned, to be able to build upon them however you wish. So kudos, thanks so much for working on this.
Oh, that's very kind of you. Yeah, I mean, there was a much remarked upon, perhaps even controversial talk at last year's EmacsConf by Carl Voigt, if memory serves, proposing that the org mode markup language be sort of hoisted out and given its own specification. He wanted to call it org down. And I think some people, for reasons unclear to me, were highly resistant to this. But yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Interesting. There's another package, Taro, perhaps. I'm pronouncing that phonetically. In addition to Welland's AIO, that also implements a coroutine trampoline on the Emacs event loop. Interesting. Any thoughts on the async await paradigm? Generally, red-blue functions, etc. Oh. Wow. What color are my functions could be the topic of another talk in and of itself. Yeah, that's sort of the problem with async, isn't it? It's like a virus that infects your code base once you start. And having spent a fair amount of time in the past year or two writing async Rust, I guess I've kind of made my peace with it. I was highly resistant to it at first, but who was that venture capitalist that diagrammed the uptake of new technology? And at first, you sort of saw this exponential curve of enthusiasm, then a peak, he called it the valley of despair, and then sort of a plateau of acceptance. I kind of feel like asynchronous programming is kind of the hot new topic, and everybody's diving in, including in scenarios where I'm not sure I see the benefit to the additional complexity to your program. So I did it here because as I tried to demonstrate, response latency back to the MPD server can reach into the realm of human perception depending on the query. And like my use case was, I'm in a buffer coding, I just want to quick adjust the volume, and I didn't want any pauses. But in a lot of other scenarios, I just don't see the benefit to. So yeah, I mean, that's my 2 cents.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of care to be taken. Well, I guess both in advanced consideration, but also while implementation, if one is going to add asynchronicity to an existing code base, and making sure that cover essentially as many as existing workflows and code paths as possible. So.
Yeah, exactly. And, I've certainly gotten myself into trouble writing asynchronous code and locked up the async runtime, and it's like, well, is the benefit worth it, right? I mean, look, if you're building, a socket server of some sort, like a web service, microservice type of thing, solved the famous 10K connection problem from the last decade. But, if you're writing a command line tool, CLI, I'm not sure why you need to spin up an async runtime for that.
Right.
We'll definitely be checking this path. So Chintaro appears to be the author. The package name is called Emacs Promise. Interesting.
Hi.
Hello.
Okay, I see you reacting. I just wanted to check out if my mic's working. The talk, thank you for your interesting talk. Like, that's a yak. I already shaved myself, like how to do async programming in Emacs. I found about the TQQ and I improved on it too. And then I was thinking, okay, async programming. It wasn't my whole to how to do macros, but it was my whole into, yes, how to do async programming without callback hell.
Yeah.
And as you said in your title, like Emacs did async before it was cool, because you often hear the opinion Emacs doesn't do multi-threading, it's just single-threaded and therefore old and useless. And I'm not like that, maybe, but the solution you found, do you think it's a viable future for Emacs to get out of the callback hell?
I think so, but I would certainly, in the pad, somebody pointed out that Christopher Wellens came up with a general purpose async await library that I will definitely be taking. Because, I think he used the phrase yak shaving, and that's absolutely what I was doing here. So this solution is purpose built to my little personal problem. It sounds like Wellens may have solved the problem in greater generality. But yeah, absolutely. I mean, periodically in the Emacs IRC channel or an Emacs Devil, somebody will say, "Oh my God, I can't believe Emacs is single-threaded. This is hopeless." And yeah, I think that here's another use case for asynchronous programming.
It's interesting that you mentioned like the AIO from Christopher Wellens, because I had a look at it too. And if I remember correctly, he uses Emacs generators. I'm not really sure. I'm not sure anymore if that's the case.
Interesting.
Let's see. Yeah. That's another cool macro use to get out of callback like Emacs generators.
Okay.
Did you see it already?
I'm looking at it right now for the first time. Oh gosh, look at this. This is...
Okay, and if you want, I can spare you a lot of time, because if you go down this road and you get the same direction as me, you find out like, okay, that's a cool solution. You already mentioned Go, the solution Go uses with the coroutines or green threads or whatever you name it. And I think, in my opinion, the best solution or the neatest solution of this problem in Lispland or in general is Futures. No, not Futures. Wrong name. How is it called? No, I just forgot. It's a guy's scheme, and it's from Andy Wingo. And he does it with fibers, not futures. Fibers. This is a really good solution for the problem of how to do async, how to do multi-color functions, and say they have all functions the same name. And it's fundamentally based on concurrent ML and fibers on top. Like, this is cool. I would like to see this in Emacs.
Interesting. So I found his talk, Channels, Concurrency, and Cores, a new concurrent ML implementation.
This one, yes.
Okay. I will be taking a look at this. Thank you.
You're welcome. Maybe to expand on this, if you don't mind.
Please.
The idea behind it is like Chris Wellens uses generators. Generators like in Python generators, like you have some function and it can yield, and then you can start it again at this point, and so on and so on. It's in Emacs, and it's a hack. It uses a macro for the code processing, and then it spits callbacks more or less. And it's a solution for like, how do I specify callbacks without writing actually callbacks, with writing synchronous looking one color code. And the general solution, and that's the reason Andy Wingo can do it in Guile, for the problem is delimited continuations. You have a delimited continuation, that means you have a point in your program where you can yield, and it yields until a prompt, like it yields a part of your code. What that means is your code can stop and pass the rest of the computation to something else, and this something else can invoke the computation. That means you can have a scheduler.
Okay.
And
how do you arrange for your continuation to be restarted or awoken again?
Good question. That's exactly the thing the fibers does, like the scheduler. You could put it like on a poll interface, even in Linux, which you poll on network connection or file creation, something like that, on a socket.
Interesting. This sounds not dissimilar from what I understand Go's coroutines to be.
This is coroutines, more or less.
Right. These are the things you can do when you have, like, Andy Wingo can do it in Guile because he's got his fingers into the interpreter.
Yes, he does.
Right, he's sort of got inside knowledge. Interesting.
I don't know if it... Yeah, I think so too. He implemented the delimited continuations, but yes, it was maybe my point I wanted to make. Like, there's a neat solution. Syntax, you need these delimited continuations, and function-wise, you need like some kind of callback. Actually, you always need some kind of callback. You just hide it well. and you call the limited continuation.
Right. I mean, if you've ever, tried to do asynchronous programming, say in C using epoll, sort of wind up structuring your entire program around this event loop, and kind of you have this state that you move through as various things get signaled, whether data shows up on a file descriptor, a timer goes off, whatever. And it's kind of mind-bending. It's definitely, humans seem to be most comfortable writing imperatively. And so whether it's Rust or Golang or JavaScript, it all seems to be like, how can we wrap that state machine more ergonomically?
Yes, exactly.
How much more time do we have for Q&A?
I think we have about 7.5, 8 more minutes. Yeah, we don't have to use all of them, all of it if there are no questions, but you're also welcome to hang out if you want.
I'm happy to wait.
Cool. And also, if there are no questions, I mean, one thing we could maybe do is to, if you'd like to maybe give a quick demo, like walk through some of the parts of, your package, your code, that could also work, whatever you're more comfortable with.
Yeah. Honestly, I wasn't prepared for a live demo, so...
Oh, yeah, sure. No worries. Sorry, don't mean to put you on the spot.
I'm going to steer clear of that.
That's fair enough. Let's maybe give it another minute or two, and then if no one has any questions, maybe we can wrap it up.
Sounds good. I actually think I need to check in for my next talk soon.
Yeah, sure. All right. Any last question before we wrap up, folks? All right, I think in that case we can go ahead and wrap up. Thanks so much, Michael, for the great talk. I very much look forward to checking out your work and seeing what could be done with it and using it as a building block and toolkit.
All right, well, Thank you so much. I feel like I learned as much through the Q&A as other people probably did from the talk.
Wonderful. Yeah, it's great. And yeah, we were very lucky to be able to do these sort of live Q&As and awesome speakers like yourself just being able to join in and yeah, just teach and learn.
Great. All right, see you in a bit.
Awesome. Yep, see you in a little bit. Bye.
The next talk is called The Wheels on the Bus. In this talk, Ian Yor explains the what, the why, and the how of using dbus with Emacs. Afterwards, he will answer questions via Big Blue Button.
Welcome to my EmacsConf 2022 talk, The Wheels on dbus. In this talk, we'll cover what dbus is, why you might want to use it, and how to use it with Emacs. dbus is fundamentally based on passing messages in between processes using the bus as a mediator. On top of this is built an RPC system with method invocation that has argument lists and return values like you might find in any programming language. These are commonly used for verb-type actions like restart my computer. You can also associate a collection of attributes with objects on the bus, and these are called properties. The properties can be read-only, write-only, or read-write. Signals are a way of notifying participants on the bus of updated state and are the basis for building dynamic user interfaces that react to changes in the system. It has a static and strong type system, so if you send a message with the wrong type signature, it simply gets rejected instead of going through to the remote service. It also manages service life cycles, so you're not running services at all times. They can be started and stopped by dbus on demand. Dbus has two major use cases. The first is acting as a lower-level substrate for higher-level programs like a graphical desktop environment. For example, if you want to manage your network connectivity from your graphical environment, instead of having to build all of that from the ground up, you can rely on the dbus service to do that and only build the graphical component of it. This gives you consistency between desktop environments and reduces code duplication. Another application is automating desktop programs. If your program offers a dbus service, then it can be remote controlled, and if all of your programs offer dbus, you can control your entire desktop. Let's look at the abstractions that dbus provides. The top-level object is called a bus, and it's like a partition that messages get exchanged inside of. Messages don't cross buses. Inside of a bus are services. Services are normally identified in reverse FQDN order, so org.foobar.fooservice. Each service provides some set of features related to a particular area of functionality. Inside of each service are objects. Objects use a path notation and usually follow the same reverse FQDN format as the service identifier. Each object has one or more interfaces. An interface is like a facet that you can use to interact with an object, and inside of the interface are properties, methods, and signals, which we covered before. Properties are attributes that can be read or written. Methods are verbs that you can call to invoke an action. And a signal is something that's used to move state in between a service and another participant on the bus. There can be any number of interfaces on an object, any number of objects in a service, and any number of services on a bus, and any number of buses on a system. There are two well-known buses, and these roughly map to those two use cases I mentioned before. The system bus is for interfacing with hardware and operating system level concerns like disks, networks, and so forth. The session bus is tied to a user login and is more in the desktop automation use case. There are some common interfaces you'll find if you go exploring dbus. The introspectable interface is the basis of a lot of the reflection features. It has a single method called introspect that returns the XML interface description of whatever you call it on. Peer is used for lower-level connectivity, for example, pinging a service to see if it's running. And the properties interface is the basis of the read-write properties, which are secretly method calls under the cover. Just about every object you interact with on dbus will support all three of these interfaces. Additionally, Object Manager is used for services that manage collections of objects. For example, the disk service has an object for each disk that's attached, and the Object Manager allows you to enumerate all of those. Emacs supports dbus natively since version 23.1. It's a combination of native bindings with a C library and dbus.el. While there are some ports of dbus to non-Linux operating systems, it's probably only available on Linux and almost certainly only usable on Linux. If you want to interact with dbus from Emacs, it's fairly straightforward. There's a collection of functions like dbus get property or dbus call method, etc., and they almost all take this same set of 4 arguments at the beginning: bus, service, path, and interface. In this case, it takes a single additional property, which is the one to read, and what we're calling is the hostname1 service, which gives you just a little bit of information about the system, like its hostname or its chassis. And in this case, you can see I'm running this presentation off my laptop. The problem with this, and what I don't like about it, is that all of these identifiers are very verbose and very repetitive. And if you end up calling these a lot, it gets old really quickly. So I wrote a wrapper called dbase, which is convenience on top of the built-in functions. Most of the stock functions have dbase versions just by replacing dbus with dbase. And let's look how that works. The fundamental idea of DBase is that you can bind together all of those arguments into a single object that represents the endpoint. This is an EIEIO class, and it takes keyword arguments, so there's never any chance of mixing up which thing is what. So this sets the endpoint to that object, calls DBase get property on it, and you can see it works exactly the same. The thing that's really nice about this, though, is it knows that so many of these arguments are very similar that it can compute most of them if you don't provide them all. So if you just say service, it will assume that you want the same object that matches and the same interface that matches, and it works just the same. I find this very, very convenient. You can also reuse the object instead of having to repeat every argument with every function call, which is a really great improvement in ergonomics. Because so many objects have multiple interfaces, you often find yourself needing to look at a different aspect of that object. This is supported with the built-in EIEIO clone method, which takes an object and a set of keyword arguments to replace. So in this case, we can see we're calling the properties method, but everything else on that endpoint is the same. And then we're going to call the method getAll on that properties interface, and it's going to return all the properties of the org-free desktop hostname1 interface inside of that object. And if we run that, we can see there's the hostname and some other information about the laptop that I'm running this on. DBase also supports object binding. This creates a lexical context in which the DBase object is the implicit target of any dbus function. This is really convenient if you need to fetch multiple properties or otherwise interact with the same endpoint in multiple different ways. And you can see I'm still on a laptop and it's still named Meson. You can also, if you don't want to use the object, you can provide the raw argument list. Under the covers, this is basically an flet where you're currying all of these functions, so they start with those argument lists. And you can see I'm running on a Linux machine, which should not be surprising. DBase also has an experimental code generation feature. It outputs EIEIO code with one class per dbus interface. This includes accessors for all of its properties with an in-process cache, so if you read one property, you don't have to go back to the bus to read it again. It also outputs generic functions and method implementations for the dbus interface methods. It includes name mangling options, so you can control how everything is named. And you can generate the code either via introspecting a live system or providing an XML interface description, which is handy if you want to use it as part of a non-interactive build. I think this has a lot of promise, but it doesn't feel quite right yet, so any feedback or contributions are very welcome. Let's generate some eLisp code for that hostname1 service we were interacting with before. DBase gen class is the generation class, and it says to create a class that matches this interface, named hostname1, and then the rest of these arguments are the same ones to target the endpoint, just like with dbase object, because it extends dbase object. dbase gen code is a generic function that takes any dbase gen class. There's different classes for functions, properties, etc., and it creates all of the code for it. If we evaluate it, we can see the results look about like we would expect. Creates a def class named hostname1, which extends dbase object, has all of the slots and accessors defined, and then methods that define everything that you might want to do with it, including documentation. This is based on introspecting a running system, but as I mentioned, you can provide an XML interface description instead, if you like. DBase also comes with DBase Object Manager, which is convenience for the dbus Object Manager interface. This is used in a lot of places in dbus where an object manages other objects. For example, the Network Manager object manages network hardware objects, and using the Object Manager interface, you can enumerate all of the network hardware, and by subscribing to the signals, you can be notified when they change. DBase Object Manager keeps a local cache and will fire a callback on any change. So it's the building block for that dynamic user interface like you would see in a desktop system, but inside of Emacs. Let's do some demos. Discomfort is an interface I wrote for UDisks2, which is what manages all of the block device hardware. And again, it has that dynamic, desktop-like interactivity, and mostly will just do what you mean. This is definitely alpha state. It doesn't have all the features, but it's good enough that I use it daily. So here's Discomfort. And you can see it has a list of all your hardware, what type it is, and where it's mounted. I have a little USB extension cable here, and I'm going to plug in a disk just to show you how this works. You can see when I plug it in, just a moment later it shows up in that list, automatically. I don't have to press any key. I don't have to refresh it. It's just there. If I unplug it, it's gone. Plug it back in, and there it is. And you can see it's an encrypted volume. So in order to do anything with this, I'm going to have to supply a password. Just pressing enter goes into the do what I mean mode, and it asks for the password. In this case, I've chosen the very secure password of password. I hit enter, and it unlocks it, and it mounts it, and it opens Dured looking at it. And here's a little README. Let's see what it says. Hello, EmacsConf. So that's my demo of Discomfort. In addition to acting as a client for Dbus, Emacs can also offer services to other Dbus clients. This is a really interesting opportunity because it allows many different programs to integrate with Emacs in ways that were previously very difficult. You can use this as an alternative to Emacs. The difference is Dbus provides a full API, so instead of Emacs client being a sort of fire and forget system, you can actually get results back from the remote operation. So here's some code. Here's a dbus eval function, which takes a string, reads it, and evaluates it, and returns whatever that value is. And then we have a dbase bind block that sets up an object on the session bus. Again, that's my user login bus. It offers this dbus service Emacs. This is a constant inside of the dbus.el package. And again, the path is a constant in there. And we're going to create this interface org.gnu.emacs.eval. And then register a method called eval that calls that dbus eval function. Pretty straightforward, only a handful of lines of code. To test this out, we're going to use the dbus send utility. This is a command line program that interacts with dbus. We're going to tell it to wait for and print the reply, that the message should be sent to the session bus, that we're going to talk to the org.gnu.emacs service on that bus, and the /org/gnu/emacs object inside that service. On that object, we're going to interact with the org.gnu.emacs.eval interface and call its eval method. We're going to call that method with a single string argument, which is indicated by the string prefix, and then a form to evaluate. I actually have to run this from a shell because if I try using it in org, it wedges. Org Babel blocks waiting on completion, which blocks the dbus service from responding. I really wish Emacs was multi-threaded. But let's try it out. So if we run this, we can see that we get a return, and that's an unsigned integer of 32 bits with a value of 3. So like I was saying, this is really a two-way API where you can communicate back and forth between Emacs and another program. It's not just fire and forget. I think that's really cool. Let's try another demo. What about a remote org capture? What if you could trigger an org capture from any program on your desktop? I think that would be pretty cool. And we can see, there it is. All right. I think I've got that one covered. So I do want to say that remote eval is probably a bad idea from a security perspective, but the point of this is some quick and dirty demonstrations of what can happen and to get people's imaginations flowing, because I think this is something that offers a lot of promise for Emacs. I think having a full-blown Emacs desktop environment where it can do all the things that a GNOME or a KDE environment can do is very exciting. And if you want to have a traditional GUI with Emacs as a more integrated participant of it, its service mechanism offers a lot of ability to do that. In the micro sense, I think there's a lot of improvement that can be made to either dbus.el or to dbase. The main one is handling of the type system. Lisp's dynamic type system doesn't mesh particularly well with the static strong type system that dbus offers, and having some convenience to assist that would be very helpful. There's also some weird interfaces. For example, some things return identifiers as an array of integer code points instead of a string, and there should be a common way of handling that. I also think that the service support could be improved. Even though I gave the demo service, it's not really a great dbus citizen because it doesn't offer that introspection mechanism, and so the actual methods are pretty much invisible to other participants unless they already know that you're using Emacs. That's my talk. Thank you. You can find me on mastodon.social or on LiberaChat.
All right, I think we're live. I'm going to start by hitting the recording button here. Okay, thank you, Ian, for the great talk, even though I haven't been able to catch most of it because I've been running around behind the scenes, but very much interested in DBus and Emacs. I'm very much looking forward to watching it after the conference. But for folks who were able to and did catch the talk, please, now it's time to send your questions. You can either ask away on IRC or put them on the pad. And we'll also open up this PBB room in a little bit if you'd like to join here directly and ask you your questions. So, Ian, please take it away.
Hey, thanks. Yeah, going to wait for some questions to come in, but there's a couple points I wanted to make. So I'm going to share my screen here for a minute. If you're interested in exploring more about DBus, there's a graphical client called dfeet. That's d-feet. I guess puns are strong when it comes to DBus software. And this just gives you a graphical overview of what's going on with your bus. So in the case that I was looking at in Emacs, you can look, here's the hostname 1 service, and here's like you can change the chassis of it or read on a desktop here. So I think this is a really great tool for just understanding what is available and what DBus can do. I think I didn't do a great job of setting out a vision, so I want to try to reiterate that here. Ever since I started using XWM several years ago, and before that, even once I was learning about Lisp machines, one of the things that I really want out of my computing experience is a full Lisp environment, like a modern Lisp machine. And I think Emacs and XWM are the closest thing to that you can get on a modern machine. But if you're thinking about what are the gaps between that and a full-blown desktop environment, there is many of them that make it inconvenient in a variety of different ways. And my vision is really to have an Emacs desktop environment. And I think DBus is really key to making that work. And I would love, on the 1 to 2 year horizon, I would really like to see common system tasks be able to get done seamlessly from inside of Emacs. And what I mean by that is things like pairing with a Bluetooth device, connecting to a Wi-Fi network, rebooting your computer or putting it into suspend, or any of those things that you might think of doing in a full-blown desktop environment, whether it's Mac OS or Windows or GNOME or KDE or whatever. You should be able to do all that from Emacs. You should be able to manage everything without having to leave that environment, because I really prefer the Emacs environment. I would like to do all of that from inside Emacs. And when it comes to integrating with all those different things, DBus is really key to making it work. But I do think that offering the ability of integrating Emacs into the desktop for people who don't want to go that route of having a full-blown Emacs desktop environment, I think that's also a path to some really interesting feature opportunity that has been difficult to explore in Emacs in years past. So I really think it's just a great space to be exploring, and I'm really excited to see what kind of stuff I can build in there and what things other people start building in there.
Sounds great. Yeah, and I think DBus is kind of, I guess, one of those essential key pieces of software on GNU Linux where, if it's working, and when it's working, it's pretty much, you don't even notice it. It's behind the scenes, everything seems to be working hand in hand. But yeah, like I remember, for example, when I first switched to using a custom window manager, you pretty much lose all of that sort of integration and togetherness right away if there is no DBus. So, and yeah, a lot of beginners like myself at the time, at least, don't even know what they're missing out on. So kudos for taking this on and having this vision of essentially moving towards that direction of being able to use Emacs as a potentially fully featured desktop environment. I think that's awesome.
Yeah, thank you. It looks like I have some questions in the pad, so I will cover some of those. No, it's not Web3. Not funny. This is, I'm sorry, the question was, so is this a Web3 approach? No, it isn't. I have another question. This is such a great overview of dbus. I haven't been paying attention to this space because it seemed to be in flux 10 or 15 years ago. How long has dbus been around, and what was in place before that? So I covered this real briefly in the beginning of the talk, but dbus dates from 2002-ish. And I would say since 2010, 2012, that time frame, it has been pretty stable and has seen wide adoption in multiple desktop environments. Before dbus, there wasn't anything like it. It didn't replace a similar feature. And if you wanted to do the sorts of things that dbus does, you were pretty limited. Those of you who have been around for a while might remember that a lot of GUI software for Linux in the 90s was some variant of a shell, like a graphical shell program that just called out to an existing binary on the system, right? Like you might have a disk formatter and it lets you, like, has a drop down for the file and, you know, lists your devices and whatever, but it was doing all the work, right? All it was the interface. All the work was happening by delegating it to a program. And essentially what that's doing is that's turning the text user interface, the command line user interface, into an API, right? Because you're using a program to talk to it, but it's not really meant for that. And there's a lot of details in that interface that are not stable, right? Like anyone who's used a Mac after using a Linux machine has probably found, been surprised that like the find command didn't work how they expected. And, you know, there's a lot of that. In order to make that stuff really reliable, you end up having to build a lot of special cases into it, but you're doing it at the wrong layer. And what dbus does is it really lets you have a separate architecture where the service is what encapsulates all of the differences between, you know, kernels, distributions, flavors of tooling, and just abstracts all of that and gives you a proper API that you can use. And I think that's great because that lets you build these high-level interactive components at an abstract level where you don't necessarily need to care about the implementation details. I think that's really great. So that's really what was happening there. And when it comes to, you know, two-way stuff, it was, you know, like a fancy version of Unix pipes. You know, you would run your program, and maybe if you were lucky, it had some sort of machine-readable output switch you could turn on so that you could have a progress bar or something like that. You know, that was the sort of thing, but there wasn't really anything exactly like dbus. I have another question. Forgive me if this question is silly. Why is everything dbus prefixed with org dot? Not everything is, but most things are. Those identifiers are reverse FQDN. So if you think about like Java namespaces, that's what they're ripping off there. And it's org because most of it is written by nonprofits. So in particular, Free Desktop is what it sponsors development of dbus. And so there's an inordinate number of org.freedesktop.whatever services on dbus just because they build so many of them. In your investigations, do most OS desktop environment window manager interop well over dbus? Which ones have proven more challenging, if any? I'm not sure I quite understand this question. dbus is fairly abstract, and you know, those graphical programs can choose to use it or not. But you're not interacting with the desktop environment too much. You're interacting with a service, right? So what you're doing is you're taking any program and you're breaking it into a client-server model. The dbus service does all of the work, and then there's a graphical environment on top of it. So they're communicating back and forth, and if you want to do those same things, you want to communicate with the service, you don't need to communicate with the actual GUI program unless you want to control the program, right? If you want to do the same thing the program is doing, you can use a dbus service. I guess in the case of something like a word processor, you might want to have a dbus API that lets you, you know, add a heading or something like that. That's not an area I've explored too much, so I'm not sure how that works or doesn't. Regarding using XWIM as a desktop environment, does XWIM provide a session manager daemon? I would whoever wrote that, if you could add some more context, I would appreciate it. I'm not sure I can answer that as it is written. So I don't know. Next question. There is a lot of criticism against dbus out there. Why do you think that might be? Well, it's because it's not very good. I love what it unlocks feature-wise, but I do think it is not the best implementation for doing what it does. But when in Rome, you want to do those things. I want to do those things. I don't want to rewrite everything in the way I think it should have been to get it done, because I'll never get it done. The whole point is, like, you just shove it in a corner. You don't have to care about it, and you use high-level bindings. I would say the specific criticisms I've seen are, like, using XML is something that is not popular these days. And if I had to criticize a thing about it, I would say it doesn't have strong guidelines for how to make a good API. And so the quality of one service to another can be extremely variable, and different services have different ways of doing very similar tasks. So I would love to see, if anything, a little more uniformity in those APIs. I generally could care less that it's sending XML around or whatever. Like, I think people who are, like, offended that XML is being used don't have their hearts in the right place, basically. Which system services come to mind when thinking about applications, be it at the OS desktop environment, window manager level? So the stuff that I am interested in using this for is, like I was saying, connecting to wireless networks, pairing with Bluetooth devices, that kind of stuff. Things that don't have a streamlined way of accomplishing it without using dbus and some graphical client. And I would just like to not have to deal with the client end of it. I would like the UI to be in Emacs. When it comes to managing devices, how are dbus and udev related? Udev is a dbus service. So it is a daemon that is running at some point in the background. If it's not running, dbus will start it when you send it a message. And I'm sorry, I'm mistaking udev for udisks. Udev is unrelated to dbus. Udev is a way of dynamically populating your devices and having triggers that run when they are plugged in or unplugged. They're orthogonal. dbus and udev don't interact, but dbus, I suspect some of the dbus services, like udisks too, probably need to talk to udev in order to do their job. But this is a service by service thing rather than dbus is integrated with udev sort of thing. Skip one of these. If you want to do the kinds of things that dbus does, you're limited. What is something dbus does that you couldn't do before? What is a really cool use of dbus in a modern desktop environment? So again, I think that the hardware and dynamic refresh is the use case that I keep coming back to. You walk somewhere where there's a new Wi-Fi network, or there's an open Wi-Fi network to connect to, and maybe you get a notification somewhere. You plug in some hardware and it shows up in some list or some user interface to make it easy to use. You unplug it, it goes away. Those are the things that I think are really interesting, because when you use a full-blown desktop environment, you have come to expect that kind of interactivity and that kind of integration from the low level of the hardware up to whatever graphical layer you're using. And Emacs doesn't have that, and I want it to have that. So I think that's the thing that dbus really gives me. I would say in particular, you plug in hardware and it shows up in a list. That's pretty damn cool. That's a thing that I don't remember seeing done without dbus, or the way it was done was not portable and very complicated, right? dbus allows you to build those types of interfaces with a lot less work. And I think that's pretty great. let's see. As an average GNU/Linux user, I've used signals and methods before, but not properties. You gave an example involving properties, but it kind of flew by. Can you explain briefly what clients and services can do with properties? Sure. So let me share this screen real quick. So just looking at hostname 1, because this is a pretty simple and straightforward. Actually, let me look at udisks. So here's a whole mess of disks that are connected, and you can see like here's a block device, and it has all of these different properties to it. So like hint system will say, is this a system device, right? Is this a fixed device, something that the system is in control of mounting, or is this something that a user might want to interact with? That property is how you're going to know which one of those things are, and I think that's really important when you're building a UI. Maybe you want to hide the system disks because you can see them, but there's not much you can do, right? Like I can't unmount my root device without turning the computer off. So the things you might want to do at a graphical interactive level are pretty limited, and that property lets you figure that out. Here's crypto backing device, is it read only, what drive is it associated with? They really bundle up just a lot of metadata about the thing, and they have a lot of links in between the different objects. So you can, looking at one thing, you can, connect it up to other parts of it at different levels, right? Like there's the notion of a drive, which contains a block device, which can have some partition tables, which can have file systems, or maybe an encryption container that has more of those things. So it's really a tree, but it's kind of a strangely modeled tree where you have to walk the different leaves. Like it's not a single tree that encapsulates everything. It is a tree of links into other bits of the tree, essentially. So they're important to use for that sort of thing. The other thing that properties do is the signals let you know when a property has been updated, right? So like if your host name changes, you can get a signal that says, hey, my host name changed, and maybe give a notice. Or if your active network connection changes or disconnects, a signal is going to be what tells you that, and the change in property is what will drive the signal. So it's kind of related to that. Naive question, me not knowing much about dbus. Is there such a thing as a dbus reflection browser, maybe Emacs based, that lets you discover all the behavior different dbus app participants provide? And actually, wait, I think you're showing it. Yeah, defeat is that. Definitely a to-do item is to build an Emacs Lisp interface that is akin to defeat, but I have not done that. So pull requests welcome. Question. Dbus seems great for extensibility, but then Emacs has no such mechanism and is fantastically more extensible. Why do you think this is so? I don't think I agree with the premise. Dbus is not really that extensible in the way that you might think in the same context as Emacs. You can add new functionality by adding a new service, but you can't add new functionality to an existing service without changing it. So I'm not sure I would say that's extensible in the same way, whereas Emacs is very, malleable, and you can change how it works even while it's running. So I think it's a different kind of extensibility, really. And Emacs can participate on dbus, so it is, Emacs has a superset of what dbus can do, really. Do you have any other cool dbus ideas? I think I have dropped them all. Definitely remote org capture is a thing that I have wanted a couple of times, because like if I'm browsing around somewhere, I'd really love to have a simple flow that allows me to turn a web page into an org capture. And I think that dbus could be a good way of accomplishing that, although I haven't messed with the browser integration end of it. Are there buses besides system and session? Is there anything more to a bus besides a way to group objects? There are always at least a system bus and a session bus. And actually, that's maybe not completely true. There's always at least a system bus. Session bus as long as there's at least one logged in session. And there's really more than one session bus. There's one bus per session so that you're not leaking stuff across sessions on the same computer, because despite this being 2022, Unix is still a multi-user operating system, and you have to think about that stuff. There are an unlimited number of dbus buses. You can create ones that have limited sets of services. You can connect to ones over a TCP socket. There are always, generally at least, system in session. There can additionally be other ones, but it is uncommon to have any other bus. Generally, well-behaved dbus services will attach to one or the other of those two buses. And in fact, Pulse Audio it has dbus support, but it is not a good dbus citizen because it does not use the session bus. It has, well, it's very weird actually. It has a dbus plugin that hooks into the session bus, but all it has is a method that returns the path to the Unix socket of the real dbus, which you then have to connect to separately, which strikes me as not the best way of doing that. Cool. All right, I think that is all of the questions.
Cool. I think we still have about like 6.5 or 7 more minutes of Q&A on the stream. So if there are any more questions, folks, please feel free to post them on the pad or come up here, join us on BBB. Yeah, we can hang out here for a little bit longer. The stream will move on at some point, but Ian, of course, and anyone else who is interested is welcome to hang out if Ian is around. Yeah.
Okay. I will be around for a bit. I am on IRC all the time, but I'm not always paying attention to it. You're welcome to reach out to me there. This is with almost all of my Emacs packages and stuff. This is in my Emacs Weirdware project on Codeberg. So codeberg.org/Emacs-Weirdware has everything that I demoed and some other wonderful goodies that maybe you already know about and maybe you don't. I saw one other question from the chat, which is, what do you use this for? Well, you know, I mean, the main thing I use it for is discomfort for managing external devices. But this has been a really great research project, you know, just to understand dbus better, see what it can offer, and you know, write some interesting code. Because what I really like is writing code that unlocks new possibilities, to where people can look at it and say, oh, that gives me a great idea. I want to do this with it. And I see dbase and you know, this talk as really just pushing mind share on this stuff. And I really, you know, the best result of this talk is for people to come out of it and say, wow, that was awesome. I can't wait to build something with it and go build new stuff. And just kind of building those platforms that other people can use and find helpful in whatever their programming journey is. That's the thing that I really like. That means a lot to me. So I hope that someone watches this and comes away with a good idea and goes and hacks on it. Looks like there's one more question. I'm not sure if we have, no, it's getting edited. I'm not sure if we have time. I'll follow up in the pad if we end up over time on that.
Yeah, we still have a couple more minutes, so we should be good.
Okay, so the last question is, it looks like dbus is mostly useful for Emacs to do IPC. If I understand correctly, this is how syntax works when working with LaTeX docs. How does it compare with other ways of doing IPC, for example, communicating over a socket with MPD? So the main way that it's different is that, you know, MPD has its own protocol that you have to build support for in whatever your client is. dbus gives you a single uniform way of talking to any service. So instead of having to reinvent that socket code and write the protocol support for MPD or whatever else, where you're taking, you know, sort of the concrete, what are the bytes over the wire, and building an abstract programming interface that wraps that and drives those things, dbus already provides all of that. So you can say, here's a description of everything that I already do, and you can code gen stuff to do all of it. So I think that's the main difference between them. But, you know, it is over a socket. It's over a Unix socket for local stuff, TCP for remote. It is very similar. The main difference is that it is a framework for multiple applications rather than an application-specific mechanism, which makes it very easy to reuse in a variety of different contexts. And I think that's been key to its popularity over the last 10 years or so, is the fact that it provides just enough opinion about how stuff should work that you don't have to think too hard about what should the protocol be. Should it be binary? Should it be text? Should it be S expressions? Should it be JSON? You know, it's already done for you, and you can just think about, how do I connect it up? And I think that provides a lot of value.
Yeah, and I can second that. You know, it's been adopted by all sorts of different software projects, one of which I worked on. Jammy, people might know, GNU package for basically universal communication. It's basically a text messaging and also audio video calling and conferencing application. And, you know, it's daemon, which runs in the background. It also supports dbus, so you can write, you know, do all sorts of things, write little like Python scripts or whatever, talk with it through dbus, give it commands to like take calls from a particular point, or, you know, just hang up calls, or just do all sorts of things over dbus. So, and it is all, like you said, sort of application agnostic. It's not specific to, oh, how would I do this in a different way for each like individual application.
Yeah, exactly. It's the de facto way of doing that sort of stuff on Linux machines these days. And, you know, you can look back to some of the other like message passing stuff in Windows and see it's drawn some inspiration from a variety of different places, and, you know, different ways of doing that kind of interactivity. But it is, I mean, I don't think there was ever really a serious competitor to it, but it is the de facto standard if you want to do any kind of, you know, graphical program that manipulates your system, or a batch program that drives an otherwise purely interactive graphical program. Like, that's the tool, and there's not really any competitive landscape or reason to go reinventing it at this time.
Sounds good. And I think that's all the time that we have on the live stream. Folks are welcome to stick around on IRC or come here on BBB and continue talking to Ian. Thank you, Ian.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Cheers.
Hello everyone, I am Jean-Christophe. I live in Japan and I'm a translator, and so here is my second presentation on this very prestigious stage that is the Emacs conference. Following my Let's Translate the 2 million words in the Emacs manual in 2021, my topic this year, always related to translation, is pre-localizing Emacs, or much less pretentiously, just make sure that your strings don't mix up roles. So for some reason, I resumed Emacs use around 2016, and as I was rediscovering the thing, I found really old outline modes files here and there on my machine, and I started to experiment again and write again with Emacs. I think that at the time I was coming from Aquamax, and because of an integration bug with macOS, I decided to check what was going on in the code, That was my first official contribution. So, as I was happily installing and uninstalling things, I noticed something weird one day. Let me enlarge that picture. See? And even if I were not a translator, I would not like that string. And obviously the same bug bites you when the string tells you to erase the package. Boom. So we agree there that we have a problem here. So I started spelunking into the code, and at last that was my feeling, because I really am not a programmer by any stretch of the imagination. And what I found was an amazing piece of natural language engineering that was mixing code with English suffixes and all that. And I could see that the people who had written that code were pretty smart, but had missed a number of edge cases that produced the above bugs. That was my first experience with all the message-related functions, format, concat, message, etc. But even with my beginner's eyes, I could see that something was off. Because when you want to produce natural language strings, you never, ever should use replace regex in string to add an ing or an ed suffix to change the mode of a sentence. But that's what I was seeing was happening. So what we had to deal with here was way more than just a missed parole. It was an attempt at engineering all the message strings destined to the user with smart code that was making assumptions on the structure of words. And in the localization world, that's a big no-no. So I'm a translator, and such UI strings issues have been sorted out decades ago, so I was a bit shocked. The final patch took me about a year to write, because I'm slow, because I needed to verify and understand a lot, because there are plenty of rules and plenty of people who are explaining you very nicely what the rules are, because I have kids, and because the Emacs development list is such a cool place to be that you often forget why you're there sometimes. Anyway, for people who can't click on a video, and I can't either, here are the relevant parts with some short comments. I'll be talking with localization in mind, knowing full well that Emacs localization is not on the map at the moment. So first, there is this thing between format and concat. And if I remember correctly, format is better for user-facing things, and concat is better for internal things. Here, there are two things. First, the rule that we have when we prepare strings that need to be localized is never ever make assumptions on the way numbers are expressed in the language. Here, the assumption is that we have either a singular or plural form, and that's not always the case. That usually means that you should externalize numbers and find a generic way to express them. So it makes for slightly less natural language strings, but it's better anyway. Then we have that comma there that's trying to be externalized, and that's weird, so I put it back into the sentence. Here we have another construct, or two rather, that really should not be used like this. It's print1 that uses quoting characters, just like print, and printc that does not. And you see why they were combined together. And they were both trying to be really smart about which article to put in front of a vowel. And you just don't do that. You just keep things simple. Here again, the code is trying to be smart, but is really not much more efficient than plainly stating what you want. And here again, we have concat things that we could just use to plainly state what we want to state. So instead of concat, I just put a message. And here we have something that's very cute. It's a computerized plural. Here again, assuming that there are only plural or singular forms. But the end string is not that much more natural than the fix, the code is less efficient, and is harder to understand. Here again, the code is trying to make smart things where it could be much simpler. That is the part where you get the number of packages and their names. Here, the whole sentence with the semicolons and the question mark are split in parts between which something will be inserted. That's really ugly and difficult to read. Here again, another ing waiting to be regex inserted into the code. And here, at last, we get to the point where everything started. And you can see that unlike in the other spots, there is no possibility for the expression to be singular. So I guess that if it hadn't been for that bug, I would not have found the other items and we'd be left with code that works, of course, but that is harder to understand and maintain. Last but not least, a last version of just plainly state what you mean to state. Keep it simple. So, first we have this wonderful contribute file that is very explicit about how we must proceed when contributing code. So that's really the first place that we should all read. The README file is pretty cool too, especially at the beginning of the process when you're not sure whether you want to fix that bug or just report it. And then we've got packages. We've got a number of packages that are really helpful when it comes to reading the information and the manuals. So I'm mentioning 3 of them here, and I think they are the most important for us. So helpful is on the right, and it's overflowing the window with all the contextualized information it provides, and the standard help is on the left. So, I mean, really, there are like 2 or 3 screen full of information in the helpful output. So you really only see a part, but I guess if you use it, you know what I'm saying. What I like the most here is the view in the manual part where you can actually click and even get more information that's sometimes easier to read and understand. And then you've got the info versus inform format. When you're in the manual, inform makes a huge difference. You can see here that you've got colorized items, and also in the middle, you've got that read part that's green and bold. In info, it's not a specific object, it's just a string. And inform is it's actually a link that you can click and actually go to that read manual page. And so now we've got which key. Which key is a savior for beginners too. Just wait half a second or something and Emacs will show you all the keys that you can access from the prefix combination that you just typed. So it's really helpful for discovering functions and learning new functions, getting used to them. And so that whole process started, it was May 23, 2017, with that thread when I found a bug. So I just bumped into an English code bug this morning in package L. When one package is not needed anymore, the message is package menu operation finished, 1 packages are no longer needed, etc. And so I was asking whether we had best practices for using messages, and we had a whole thread about that. And while I was discussing on that thread, I started that new thread, which is package L strings. And so the whole thing actually ended on June 27, 2018, so a year after, with that message from Noam telling me that, yes, I can close the bug, and that was it. So it took about a year to finish that. What I did learn basically is that helping with Emacs is not that difficult. It takes time when you're not fluent with the code, but that's okay because the reference is excellent and there are a lot of people who are here to help. And basically, the solution to all our problems is keep it simple and straightforward. And as you can see in that patch, even if it's a beginner's patch, what I did shows what can be done by Emacs Lisp beginners to help with threading the strings to reduce the number of potential English bugs, and then to make Emacs strings easier to be handled by relocalization processes one day. But it doesn't have to be about strings, because strings can be an easy entry point into Emacs, but it can be any itch that you want to scratch. And my real conclusion is that Emacs is free software, and that what that means is mostly that it allows you to do things that you would never have thought of being able to do before. And that's really the biggest lesson to be learned here. So I want to thank you, all the people who allowed this to be happening, allowed me to learn a bit and contribute a bit to that wonderful piece of software that Emacs is. And thank you everyone for listening. And hopefully I'll see you next year with a different translation-related presentation. Thank you very much.
All right, I think we are live now, so I'll go ahead and hit start recording first. Excellent. Thank you, Jean-Christophe, for the great talk. As someone whose first language wasn't English and speaks other languages, I think localization and internationalization is a very important topic that's near and dear to my heart, and especially when it comes to Emacs. I think there's a lot that we could do better. So yeah, thanks so much. Folks, if you have questions, you can post them on IRC and the pad, and Jean-Christophe will answer them. And we will also open up this big blue button for people who would like to join here and answer questions directly. Jean-Christophe, please take it away.
Okay, thank you. I'm not seeing much activity on IRC or the pad, so let me add a few things. First, it was that patch was really interesting in terms of actually getting into the code and understanding how really can a beginner join development, even if it's just a few lines. I mentioned in the first part of the presentation that there was this small integration bug with Mac. That's the thing that actually got me started, and that was interesting because at the time I was trying to use Aquamax because it looked simpler, and I thought, okay, if I need to fix that rather than fixing it in Aquamax, maybe I should just go to Emacs and fix it there. So that was the first attempt for me to actually contribute something serious, and it was really nice to. I mean, this Emacs development list is really amazing. Like 99% of the discussion is just way above your head, but sometimes you grasp something, and the more you grasp it, the more you understand, and the more you feel like you can actually do something. Especially since, I mean, as for all of free software development projects we're in, or most of them, I guess, it's really just do it kind of thing. And if you try to do something, somebody's going to help you, and what I really enjoy when being there is that the people are always very nice. Sometimes you feel some tension when there are discussions about a specific topic, but it's everybody's really polite, and I mean 99% of the time. And what I like the most is like all the people are very strong opinionated. So I mean they have a very good idea of what Emacs should be or should not be. And so it gives you a very good idea of in what direction you should go. So that experience, I mean, pretty much those 2017, 2018 years were, until now, the peak of my Emacs activity. I've had to quit a little bit that because I was busy with other things, but I'm really planning to go back to working on maybe not localization because it's a bit too big for me right now. And I mean, what I was told is that it involved a bit of C programming and things like this. So I'm not really into that right now. But I think eventually one day, I just turned 53, so I guess in a few years from now when I have more time, I guess I'll just dive in and just work on those localization issues and really to bring Emacs to a different world, because I think it's if we were able to have it's a big job. I mean, it's really amazing. If you check the threads on dev, if you check my name, you will see that I mostly post on translation or localization issues, at least at the time. And I did an estimate of the sheer volume of strings to translate. For example, the manuals were about 2 million words. That's big. That's big. So, but it's okay. I mean, it's not something that's impossible. And if you check the strings, and that was a really rough estimate. If you check the strings for Emacs proper, not even talking about the packages and things, I think that would add probably like 500,000 words or something. I have no idea, but my very rough estimate would be that. So it's not something that's impossible to do. And we have to ensure that we have a good process for people who review the strings and contribute new strings and things like this, and also best practices like what I try to show in this
this video, and I was really not trying to be dismissive about the people who worked on package-L, because they did a wonderful job at actually helping people like me access all those packages. So it's, I mean, the point of the video is not really to dismiss the code, but I was kind of scared because I was like, if they write code like this for strings, then what about the rest of the code? Is it? So it was kind of a, I mean, something that I really can't evaluate, but I'm like, I mean, those guys obviously are really smart, and they're trying to make intelligent things about how they want to factor their code, etc. But if they do that for strings, which is quite simple actually, I mean, it's simple to mess up strings, you know. So I was like, what about the rest of the code? Is it that complex or that difficult to understand? And so that's kind of a put off for me. Like I really don't want to try to investigate that more, because plus it's really not my area at all. So anyway, that's what I wanted to add. Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, I think I pretty much agree with all of what you said.
Yeah. I have a question. I see a question on the pad. I use Emacs on English, but my mother language is Mac. No. Okay. So the answer is that Emacs is not localized, and my understanding is that right now it's not localizable. Those discussions took place about 4 or 5 years ago. So check on the dev list, and you'll see the state of the discussion, because there is only a discussion at the moment. What I did for package-L, I think it was really just a one-time attempt at fixing one package. And I did check a number of other packages in Core Emacs, and not a lot of them had, I mean, as far as I checked, and I really did not check everything, but basically what you have to do is check all the functions that impact strings, and some are really not user-facing strings, so they're not really interesting for us. And that's really interesting to do that. So if you just take one Lisp package, Lisp code, and just go through the thing and just check all the print1, printc, message, format, concat, and stuff, and just see how it goes. So basically, right now there is no infrastructure to localize the thing. There is no process to extract the strings, and there is no way to actually import them back into the code. So what we can do right now is really just what I did, make sure that it's eventually possible one day. And as I just shown, it's really not such a big deal. If you're very careful about understanding the way that the strings are handled, it's just a few rewrites away. I mean, it's really not much. So there's not a lot to be proud about in my patch, but it was really fun, and I think it's a very good entry point for people like us. I suppose the first person question. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I should not suppose that, but like people who really enjoy working in Emacs and just sometimes would like to contribute something and are not programmers or anything, or maybe even programmers. I mean, I'm not excluding them, but that's really a good way to just start doing something, and eventually from there you can. I mean, you just use a package that you like and that you think is important, and just check the strings and do things like this, and then eventually you'll find other parts of the code that you want to improve or add functions. So yeah, actually the patch that I did, this patch is actually in the process of the thing that I started with Aquamax. So I did one little thing regarding those servers that were not fully integrated in macOS, and then I did something about a small function. I think I added the possibility to add an option.
I did documentation improvement as well. So really just little things, and then the deeper you dive, the more interesting it gets, and then you find something that you really want to do. So just just use that entry point as a way to have fun in Emacs. Well, so I mentioned regex on strings. Well, it's not really a red flag for localization, but the way it's used, I mean, I guess there are ways to properly use it, but I think really basically using that means that you're making assumptions on the way a language is structured, and I did exactly the same mistake on a different project that I'm working on. Actually, I'm in charge of rewriting a manual, and we were using DocBook, and I just thought it would be smart to have automated links to parts of the chapters, etc. And the thing is that depending on the language, you've got different ways to introduce chapters. So like I should know that you should not automatically insert strings in code, because it's going to produce something that can't be handled by the translator. So basically, regex on strings is something that probably you might use, but if you see, I mean, you can see the way it was used in the original code. So if you see something like that, I mean, just don't run and just fix the thing, because there is no way this can be localized. I mean, extracted properly and then localized. And that's the reason too why numbers are a big problem, because, for example, in English, but in French too, we have only singular forms and plural forms. But some languages have 0 forms. Some languages have 2 forms, like pair forms. Some languages don't have a different form for anything. For example, I live in Japan. I work in Japanese, and in Japanese you don't have a form. You don't have different inflections for words based on their number. So saying 1 whatever or 2 whatevers or an infinity of whatevers or even 0 whatever, it's just the same form. So making assumption on the number of things and the way it's expressed in the language is usually, and that's something that we already know in free software. I mean, if you check the GetX library, they've got everything sorted out, and that's something that was created in the 90s at Sun Microsystem, and then it was freed, etc. But when you see the work that it did at the time, you would kind of expect that people understand that, but no, and that's okay, because developers develop and localizers localize, so we'll kind of split, but everything has been done already. So we just have to be aware of what's being done, and we have to be aware of the rules. And I think of one very good set of rules that's been online for a while. It's the Worldwide Consortium. They have a really good internationalization page where everything is pretty much black on white on paper, on the web at least. And if you read that, you can see exactly what should be done for localization, what should not be done, what should be avoided at all costs, etc., etc. So there are plenty of references here and there, and in terms of software localization, it's the same. If you check the GetX page, you should be able to get an idea of what should be good. So is my project to localize all of Emacs? I wish it were. Eventually, I'll be rich. Hopefully, I don't know. I'm working on that. It's not working well, but the day I can take just 1 year off, like totally, and focus on that, I think that's something I would love to work on, and just get up to speed with the process of programming all the things, checking all the things, and organizing the infrastructure. But seriously, I don't think that will ever happen, because I'm a poor translator, and I still have like 20 years to go before I can't work anymore.
and we don't have savings or anything. So with the Corona shit that hit us, so I don't think that's ever going to happen. But I would love to help. And yes. How deep would useful localization go? Because the core of Emacs are doc strings and localizing. Yes. I mean, that's all those discussions have been made. I mean, no conclusion reached, but we have addressed those things on the discussions, and so just. I mean, it's really pretentious to say, "I check my name on the Emacs dev list," because that's I've talked about that. It's really pretentious, but that's not what I'm saying. I mean, there has been a lot of discussion on the development list. So if you check for localization, translation, stuff like that, you'll see keywords and you'll see the discussion, and people are aware of the issues. So I mean, we just need to have a framework for that.
Thank you. Just to quickly chime in to say, I think we have about 2 more minutes of on-stream Q&A, and then you're all welcome to either stay here, Jean-Christophe, or continue taking questions on the pad and IRC.
I think, well, I gotta go to work, so I need to get ready. But I think unless we have something on IRC, I think we're good. If you find something else that I've not addressed, I'm good. Otherwise, yes, we need to check all the C code. But I mean, you can decide the level down to which you want to work. So you can go all the way to the C code, but actually the C code is actually easier to extract because there is all these detached things that works on the C code already. So the issue is pretty much the Emacs Lisp code, as far as I can understand. So that would be the process that we need to address. Doc strings, indeed. But then the doc strings and the manual, they are very close. So, and actually, yeah, my estimate of the 500,000 word, I think it was based on doc strings. So yeah, we need to check all that, and that's an ongoing project that's not going to go away anyway. So we'll be here 10 years from now, I'm sure.
Okay, cool. And yeah, I think that's about all the time that we have on the stream. I guess if folks have further questions, they could maybe reach out to you later on IRC or via email.
Definitely. And awesome. I'll be back on the development list shortly, maybe 6 months from now. So yeah, I can take it from there.
Sounds great.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks again for a great talk. Cheers.
Cheers.
Okay. Bye.
The next talk is called Short Hyperlinks to Python Docs by Eduardo Ox. He will answer questions via IRC in the EmacsConf-dev channel.
Hi, my name is Eduardo Ox. I'm the author of an Emacs package called EEV. And EEV is about taking executable notes of everything that you do. And this presentation is about how I finally found a way to take executable notes of what the Python docs say. Let me explain that in another.
Okay, folks, sorry. We are actually working some technical difficulties with the subtitles. We did spend quite a bit of time getting the subtitles to work, and right now they're not showing up, which probably means we forgot to update the version. Give us about 2 minutes, and we will have the talk running.
Hi,
Sorry for the...
my name is Eduardo Ox. I'm the author of an Emacs package called EV. And EV is about taking executable notes of everything that you do. And this presentation is about how I use this, how I finally found a way to take executable notes of what the Python docs say. Let me explain that in another way. I tried to learn Python many ways, but my brain is wired in a weird way, so it didn't work. And finally, a few months ago, I found a way of studying Python that finally clicked for me. And the idea is that, well, it's here in the title, is a way to create short hyperlinks to the documentation of Python. Here's an example. This file contains some chunks of code from the Python tutorial and some links to the places in which I found these chunks of code. For example, if I run this link here, it opens a certain page of the Python tutorial in my browser. Note that it opens the local copy of the documentation. And if I run this link here, it opens the source in RST of the same page. So the first link opened the HTML and this one opens RST. This is useful because in the beginning I was copying these chunks of code in the obvious way. I would simply visit the documentation in HTML and I would mark a snippet of code here, and I would copy it to my notes. And then after a while, I realized that it was much easier to simply go to the RST sources and to copy the chunks of code from there. And note that these links look quite similar. There's one difference here, that is this R that is prepended to the name of the function, and the R means open the RST. And if I use the suffix W, it means use the documentation on the web instead of using the local copy. So this one opens a local copy, and this one takes a while and opens the page of the documentation in the site of Python, blah, blah, blah. And this thing here is executable in the usual EEV sense, that we can, if we type F8 several times here, the F8s on the lines that start with red stars create a target buffer here, and in this case it creates a target buffer running Python. And if I type F8 on these other lines are sent to that REPL. But anyway, let me go back. Oops. Most of the things that I'm going to present here are in the tutorial of this package. We can go to the source code here in the EV directory. It's a file called ev-restdoc.el, but the best docs are in the tutorial here. And the tutorial also has some executable chunks of some snippets of Python code that are executable, but they don't have those nice colors, so apologies for that. We need to run this thing here to make everything work. This thing will define some functions with funny names that I will explain later. Let me explain something new. Let's compare all these links here. they take this argument here and they expand the argument in a certain way. For example, this string is expanded to this long URL here. Note that it got a prefix here. That's quite long. It got .html here, and then the hash and the anchor here. And each one of the functions in the family, in the PyDoc family, expands this argument in a different way. The one that opens the doc in the web uses another prefix, this one. And the one that opens the RST file, it ignores the part after the hash. For technical reasons, I was never able to find a good way to convert this hash into a string to search for. So I have to make something that goes to the right section in the link to the RST doc. I have to convert by hand and by trial and error this thing here into a pointer to that section, like this one, in which the numeric types is here. So all these links here are based on expansion, and this is easy to understand. But suppose that I want to create a link like this, or suppose that I'm browsing the docs here, and I follow some links. Let me do something random here. Where is it? Here. Suppose that I decided that this section is very interesting. How can I create a link to that? I can use this Velcro symbol and the copy link address and copy the link to my notes. And then the Python family, well, we saw that the functions in the Python family have several ways of expanding these short arguments, and they also have a certain way of shortening URLs like this one. If I type metax pdk, the message is this one. PDK is a mnemonic for Python doc kill, and this kill means copy to the kill ring. So if I type metax pdk here, it considers that this thing is a link to the Python docs, and it shortens this link in a certain way, and it kills a short link. I can insert the short links with Ctrl-Y, yank, and then I can test this link to be sure that it points to where I want to, and then I can delete this thing, and ta-da, now I have a short link. And of course I can modify this link by adding a suffix here, and in this case here I will have to change the identifier by something else. I'm not going to do that now. This module of EV comes with 3 families predefined. One is a family that points to the documentation of Python itself. Another one points to documentation of SymPy, that is a program for symbolic computation, for doing mathematics, equations, and blah, blah. And the other one points to the documentation of matplotlib. How do these families work? Each family has to be defined in 2 parts. Remember that EV has lots of families like this one. Lots of functions like this one. This one is the most basic, and it is explained here in this section of the main tutorial. And this section explains that a sex like this one produces lots of functions, produces a family of functions, and it does that by producing a certain chunk of code and then executing this chunk of code. And if we add a certain prefix here, find, and if we execute this, we can, instead of executing that chunk of code, we can see what is that chunk of code. In the case of code CD, it is this. It is a set queue, several defines, and some comments here with links to the documentation. In the case of RSTDoc, it's the same. We have this function here that defines the function in the Python family, and we can run this to understand what this code RSTDoc does. It creates this temporary buffer here with lots of defines, a code CD here, and lots of comments here, and the comments include some tests. For example, we can use these functions here to test how the expansion works. And note that in this buffer here, we don't have the paths that this family uses. We don't have, for example, the URL that points to the site of Python, to the directory that contains the reference manual or whatever. All these things are in another part of the definition of that family that is a variable. If we execute this, we go to the source code of EEV RSTDoc and to the part in which this variable is defined. And for each family, we have a variable like this, whose value is a property list with several fields. These first fields are very easy to understand. They are used in the expansion, this one too. And these two fields are used in the shrinking, in the shortening, and this field here tells what is the name of the killing function. So the fields of this thing here are used to generate, some fields are used to generate the code that appears here, and some fields are simply read by functions like this one that consult the variable. Now the natural question is, how can we define new families? Or how can we change a family like this one to point to another version of Python? There are some template-based functions for doing that. They are explained in this section of the tutorial. Where is that? Oh God, it's far away. Here. Suppose that we have a package foo that we want to create the family that points to the dots at that package foo. So if we can execute this thing here, and it generates this thing from a template. If we just want to modify a current definition, we can run something like this. Note that the family py already exists, and instead of using placeholders, in some of these URLs, it will use the current values of the fields. So we can also use this to modify existing families. Well, these are the technical details. Now the natural question is, why do I want this? Why would I? This doesn't make any sense to me. Why should I try this? And the best answer is, for most people, this way of using executable nodes do not make any sense at all at first sight. So what I'm trying to do is, I'm trying to write these tutorials with many examples that are very easy to run and that examine data structures and functions and test things and so on. So my main argument for convincing people is to test this is, this is trivial to test. Simply install AEV and run this thing here and run the examples, and probably where you're going to find that this tutorial is fun to follow. So that's it.
All right, folks, that was Eduardo's talk. Thanks very much, Eduardo. I believe he is available on IRC, pound EmacsConf-dev for an IRC-based Q&A. Thank you.
Okay. Okay.
Home with the technology. We're just repointing the two streams to the same signal right now. So we should be ready to start our closing remarks in just a moment.
Confirm, Sasha, it's
Kill
working.
music if you need to.
Okay, I think we're good to go. We have both stream pointing to Jen currently. We have the pad on. And if I show...
And just like that, EmacsConf
Oh, yeah, the intro,
22 is coming to an end.
Intro play.
It's time for Sunday's closing remarks.
By the way, people can still hear us doing the intro. Okay, so that was a little weird. So we've had to change a lot of things at the end, but we have now officially introduced the intro, even though we've been introducing the intro for like 2 minutes. Anyway, we are here, and we are at the closing remark for the day. Do we want to show everyone? Do I want to show Big Blue Button? Is everyone ready to be shown to the face of the world? I'll take this as a yes.
No time like the present.
Alright, Sasha, I'll let you play with the window because I have already proven many times, well, actually once, but it was enough, it was scary enough that when I touch the i3 setup on the stream, everything dies. Okay, everything seems to be working, that's great! Hello, everyone!
Hello.
Hello!
So
Hi,
all this,
everybody.
Yeah, all this group of fancy people are, you have the host, you have the check-in persons, you have Sasha, the streamer, you have everyone here that has contributed to making EmacsConf 2022 happen. So a round of silent applause.
Some people are gone. No, some people had to go to sleep.
Yes, I'm forgetting a lot of people, but we're gonna get into the details. So, just to be clear, basically we have a lot of notes for those closing remarks, and we didn't really assign who should be saying what. So I'm not going to make it a free-for-all. Anyone wants to start reading the pad for all the thanking and all the stuff you have to say?
I guess I can take some of the closing thanks, but the other ones, and anyone wants to go for it, go for it.
In order to resolve this Canadian standoff in which we are currently, I will give you permission to read the first few notes.
Okay, let me pull it up 1 second. All right, so yeah, if you have questions or comments related to EmacsConf 2022 as a whole, you can go to pat@emacsconf.org/2022 and put them there, and we'll get to them after the conference. And we much appreciate it. For pre-recorded talks, they should already all be up, thanks to a lot of hard work and magic by Sasha, Leo, and everyone. So for folks who missed some of the talks, you can go and enjoy them right now. And you have been able to, actually, because they were set live as soon as their pre-recording started. Let's see. So yeah, you can go to media.emacsconf.org, and from there, there's the folders for all the different years, and you can get started there. And we'll also upload them to TubeNix and YouTube as well in the coming weeks. Some are already available there, and we'll also collect the recordings from the Q&A sessions and post them. Those need some processing, I guess, but Sasha and Leo have a pretty good workflow for that, I believe, from the previous year. So you can look forward to those in the not so distant future, in the near future as well. Yes, what else?
Mailing list.
Right. Yeah. So you can subscribe to our EmacsConf-discuss mailing list for just general discussions and announcements about the conference there. Let's see. There's also our EmacsConf-org list for those of you who might want to sort of, I guess, get a bit of a peek into some of the organizational aspects of the conference. And I think with that, I'm supposed to pass it on to Corbin, I believe.
Oh, thanks, Eamon. Love the conversation in the community. Here's how to keep going. We have a lot of meetups, both online and in person. You can find those on the Emacs wiki on the user groups page. If you like the IRC conversations, we've also got a number of Emacs channels. There's Pound Emacs, Pound Org Mode, Pound Emacs-Beginners, and those are all on the same network we've been using for the conference. That's irc.libra.chat. Put Pound Emacs into the channel field if you're using chat.emacs.conf.org, or you can use an Emacs client like any of the cool Emacs clients IRC clients built into Emacs. If you blog about EmacsConf or Emacs, please let Sasha know. Sasha at sashachua.com, and she'll include it in Emacs News. You can also check us out on Lobsters at the topic Emacs. So that's lobstr.rs/t/Emacs. Also Reddit, r/Emacs, and r/org mode. There's also a lively community on Mastodon at emacs.ch.
Cool. I will go on then. If you want to help on the next Emacs conference, then it's so easy. Just email emacs-org at gnu.org. I can say I will do it again. So I did it this year. I will probably also want to have next year. On the Emacs.org private email list. The cool thing as a volunteer, you get early access to the talks, and you pretty much learn very, very much about Emacs or organizing in general. You don't really need to be so technical, but all levels of experience are good to be here, I think. And yeah, any interest and also availability is like pretty welcome. Would be great if the webpage time zone could be localized. Okay. To say thank you to many of the people who helped here. So at first, thank you to all like speakers, volunteers, and participants, and like all other people who would make us this happening. So every friends and so on. This year conference host was Save, or Leo, and Bandoli, and our streamer Sasha. So very, very thank you for that. So it was a crazy performance of you all. I don't know how how Sasha did it, but managing 2 streams on like parallel is like fantastic, and I don't know how you would do it. Yeah, and I'm stopping here.
Thanks also to all the people who helped us caption the talks. We were able to stream most of the talks with captions, and we'll follow up with them afterwards. So Bhavin, Tom Pearl, Hannah Miller, Triko, Anush, and the speakers who captioned their own talks as well. Quiliro translated one of the talks into Spanish subtitles, and I think MaxCan has also just sent in some Spanish subtitles for another talk. You can be able to find those on the talk page afterwards. To David O'Toole for describing things in EmacsConf accessible, and to everyone who added notes and questions to the pad. So Carl Voigt, Public Voigt, and Jay Root helped capture and organize some of that information there. We'll be copying the pad to the talk pages so that you'll be able to access them even afterwards.
Sorry, I'm getting lost. It's my turn, right? I did write this was my turn, but I completely forgot about it. I assume this is my turn. Hi everyone. It's like I've been a perfect host for the entire 2 days, and now that it's about to finish, I lost steam. But yes, there is one special thank I need to make, and it is to Bavin192, who did a talk for what was the name again? For the user groups. Meetups, thank you. So this was yesterday, and Bavin has been helping us today with all the re-encodes that we had to do. We had some late submission on the pre-recordings, and from this morning, when I woke up in European time zone, I've been working with Bavin, who is in +6-7 time zone, to make sure that everything was working. And I think Bavin went to bed at 2 a.m. to help us as much as he could today. So a very silent round of applause. It's really hard for me to press my push to talk button and applaud at the same time, so I'll do it with my shoulder. But thank you so much, Bavin, for all the time and effort that you put into this. And also, thanks to Bavin's brother, who has provided us with a beefy server to do the re-encodes, because when we were streaming, we could not use the infra to both stream and re-encode. So thank you so much, Bavin, for all this. We also have to thank actually Gaikwad for the design contribution, especially whenever we had intros and we had next talk is well, that was the contribution of Akshay, and thank you so much for all this, because it made it so much sleeker to move from one talk to the other. We also have plenty of other volunteers to thank as well. Well, first Corwin, who we are thanking again, but Corwin has been taking care of most of the checking in of the speakers today alongside Flowey, and that was amazing. Thanks to both of you. We also have Vitri, who we're really saddened to not have with us today, but who was supposed to help us host maybe next year. We hope that everything is alright, Vitri. If you're watching this later, hi, and we'll be in touch. We also have to thank David O'Toole, DTO, who was presenting the health talk yesterday, who managed the EmacsConf-accessible channel, putting a lot of transcription for what was happening. So you had the captions under the talk, but also the description of what was going on. And that is mostly thanks to David, who not only did the writing today, but also conceptualized a lot of the things about this channel. So thank you so much, David, for all your work on this. We also have to thank J-Man Antonio, who is currently in a room. Can you say "I" so that people can see you? Yes, thank you. Antonio was supposed to be Sasha's number 2 on the streaming, but Sasha was just managing everything. But Antonio has been very keenly listening to all of us work throughout the entire 2 days. Antonio, I do have a question for you. How crazy are we all in the back scene? So just to be clear, because you should be talking with Mumble, so you should unmute yourself on Mumble if you want.
All right. Completely crazy.
Okay, that's a good summary, I suppose. That's the best I could hope for. But yeah, Floey, same question for you. You were joining us for the first time this year. How crazy are we?
Very crazy. I'm sorry, but it is crazy.
Okay, I'm asking you the question, hoping that somehow you're going to make more people want to join us in the team for next year, because, oh, I think someone is unmuted. I hear some sound going into the talk. Antonio, I think it's you. Okay, there we go. I think. I can't see Mumble because I have the chat on. Okay, I don't see any sound anymore, so we're back online. But yeah, we had 2 new volunteers this year help us on the actual 2 days of the conference. We had more volunteers helping us throughout, but it's the first time we had 2 more people in the backstage with us, and that was amazing because you've been able to, fill roles that needed doing very last minute sometimes, and thank you so much. It feels like this year it was a 6-person job for the live event, plus, you know what, I'm just going to go back to the thanking, otherwise I'm going to thank people and I'm going to hate myself for this. By the way, I'm hoping to see at some point. No, am I the last person to talk? Oh, damn it.
Yeah,
well, I will finish.
To the end, so you can let people in here, Leo.
Okay, cool. I'll finish my line at least. So yes, we had Vitri. Where was I? Flowy, yes, I did tell you were helping us with the checking in. Okay, we also have next line. We have to thank Zenmonk Alain M. Lafont, so Alain Lafont, for the Switzerland events. I'm not sure if they're still watching. It might be slightly late in Switzerland, but if you're still watching, hi! I hope you sold a lot of FSF merchandise, provided you managed to receive them in time. You'll have to let us know about this. We also have to thank Alex Mikoff, Phil Hoffman, and all the friends from 200OK, the website where it was doing. You can click on the link. It's right there on the pad, I think. I can't see it. Where am I in the tab? There we go. I'm pointing over the mouse right now. We also have to thank Ardeo for organizing... Oh, damn it, it's the same thing. I'm confusing myself. This is why usually I read the text before going on to slide rants. But yes, they were organizing the satellite event in Switzerland, and thanks to all the person I've just mentioned for all the lovely work they've been doing. We also have to thank Shoshin for the music. I've seen a lot of people being pleased with the track that we chose to play during the downtime. That was Shoshin music, and we will have links up so that you can access Shoshin's page and download the music. And thank you again, Shoshin. We were supposed to have a talk for Shoshin, but sadly not this year. You can look at Shoshin's talk from 2 years ago, I think. We also have to thank the GNU project and the Free Software Foundation for Emacs and the mailing list. It feels weird to be thanking the FSF for Emacs, but it's been instrumental. This entire conference would not happen if not for the FSF originally, so thank you so much, the FSF. And we also have to thank LibreChat, who once again this year managed to listen to a request, a very late request, to increase the population allowance for the Emacs channel that we have. Normally you're supposed to do it like a week before. It's the 2nd year in a row that we do it maybe 6 hours before going live, and they still managed to do it.
Yeah, I think it was.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. We managed to do it in time, and next year, I promise, if you're watching, we will try to do a better job at warning you with due diligence.
No, it is going in our organizer's notebook because, like you said, I just remembered. Yeah, last year I did the same. It was actually worse because we sort of saw things crash right at the beginning of the event, and that wasn't good. And this year it was very last minute. So thank you so much, all the Libera staff folks, especially Fox, who was the person who helped, give us the eyeline for our IRC client and keep things going. So thank you.
Yeah. Okay, we are almost done with the thanking. We have a lot of people to thank, but this is just, to show just how many people are making this event possible. On top of the people you see in this room currently, on top of all the people we mentioned, there's a lot of people allowing this to happen. Continuing the thanking, we have to thank Rai P for the server that we're using for OBS streaming, which you are currently seeing right now, and also for processing all the videos, and that means both taking care of the re-encoding, but also taking care of the automatic subtitling. Now, this is not to say that the automatic subtitling was doing everything. We still needed a lot of captioneers in the background, mostly led by Sasha, to make this work. So thanks to everyone, but also thanks to Rai for the server, because it makes our job so much easier compared to last year. And finally, we also have to thank all the organizers for EmacsConf, most of the people in this room, but also all the participants, be they speakers, be they participants in the chat, be they people watching later on the website, if they happen to be watching those closing remarks. Thank you so much for taking the time out of your day to learn more about Emacs, to be curious about Emacs, and endeavoring to find out more about a piece of software that has been alive for 35 odd years, but has never felt more, 45, I can't count, but that is more alive than ever thanks to your contributions. So thank you so much to everyone.
And let's add a thank you to Leo, who started stressing about this year's conference about 10 minutes after we wrapped last year. You're amazing. The aplomb that you bring, even as your stress level rises, it's an inspiration.
It's fine.
Leo.
Thank you. I am glad we do those conferences in winter because it's really cold outside. I can tell you, if you were having those conferences in the summer, I would be a much sweatier host. Right now, this is a very comfy temperature for me. If anything, EmacsConf is making me save up on power bills currently because I put so much stress into my blood that I don't have to put the radiator on. Also, you'll have to excuse Sasha's webcam as well, which is doing very funky stuff, mosaic style, but don't worry, she's still listening and she's still there.
If you're curious about how we made all this stuff happen, I did add a note to the pad, and we'll add that to the wiki later on. But it's basically all free, Libre, and open source tools, mostly running off a big org file and another org file that's public, and an Ansible repository for configuration, and lots of Emacs Lisp and Tramp for writing files and running commands. And it's like a lot of fun stuff. I learned a lot along the way, so yay. Yay Emacs.
Indeed, yay Emacs. Also, we do have to say something, this year, we managed to have 2 tracks. Last year we only had 1 track and a half. The second track was mostly for Q&As and stuff like this, but this year we have 2 tracks. Do not expect next year to have 4 tracks. This is not exponential growth. If we manage to have 2 tracks that are slightly more full, that will be already a good objective. Let's not aim for exponentiality at this point.
I think the experiment worked out really well.
Yes, we'll have to debrief this later on with a small committee, but yes, this year went surprisingly well considering very few art mics, most of them my fault. I apologize humbly, deeply and sincerely again, but otherwise the intros were recorded, which means we didn't have to stress, so that was great. I'm going to make a plea as well, because we tend to be quite long during those closing remarks. It is already 15 past the time at which we were supposed to stop, so let's start answering questions so that we can start moving to a close eventually.
So I think the first question was about the peak level of users we saw for this year's convention. I'll just mention, as I put into the pad, that it's a little difficult to be sure what the high water mark is because running 2 streams is new for us. So we have no idea at this point how many people might have been watching both streams at the same time with one of them muted, for example. So with that preface, anybody want to take the question?
I can say that I was looking at the IceCast stats yesterday. For today, I also have some screenshots, but for yesterday, I think the peak viewers we had on the Gen stream was 200 something, about maybe 240, I like to say.
That's correct.
Right. Yeah, and 100 something on Dev. So I think the two combined, give or take 400 people or 400 connections. But like Corbin was just saying, that's not necessarily. That doesn't necessarily mean it's 400 people. It could be people sort of watching both streams at the same time. Yeah, and I think we had similar numbers today.
Yeah, pretty much. Yes, definitely. Also, there's one thing that we forgot to apologize for. So we done a lot of thinking. Let's do a little bit of apology. It's towards the people who are watching us on a 480p stream. You will have noticed that frequently the stream was dying, and Sasha needed to kick it every once in a while to make sure that it was still working. So we're really sorry for the drops, and it will be fixed for next year. We will kick it even harder, or we will, while true, kick 480p alive. We will find a way.
Yeah, we might, just decide to use a separate VM just for those lower resolution streams, so that they don't end up racing with each other or other processes and hog the CPU and kill each other. So, yeah, things to improve for the future one, the next one.
And I want to echo.
Gone.
I was just going to echo the comment I saw in chat. I'm sorry for butchering your name, Vilandios and Edgar Vincent, saying it was a lot less of a hurry this year. That's the way it felt backstage too. Although we added a number of volunteers this year, the couple of folks that are joining us on screen, but also those who aren't able to be here, they've gone to bed, etc. And it leaves you wondering how we ever managed this last year when it was seemed even higher and higher pace and so on, even though we were doing less program. So it's just amazing how this comes together.
Okay, I just want to say that compared to last year, I did provide the context last year in closing remarks, but we changed the entire streaming setup. We shuffled the cards of the roles the day before going live with the conference. This year, we started thinking about it in September, trying to iron everything, and we still managed to make some few changes until the day where we started streaming. But it was much calmer as a result, and I think, Corwin, this played a lot into us feeling less rushed. And we're glad, us feeling less rushed means eventually the speakers feel less rushed, the talks feel less rushed, everyone feels less rushed as a result of this.
You and the automation that you and Sasha built there, I think gets a lot of the credit too. Granted, we didn't get that extra mile to the point where we could train each other on the automation and be confident, and share more of the workload that Sasha pulled. But I don't know, Sasha, what are your thoughts on that?
It's okay. It was very useful to be able to optimize for the quirks of however I wanted to set things up, since things are changing so quickly. And maybe for next year, if things have settled down a bit more, then I can say, okay, you basically set things up this way and run it. Yes.
Okay, as you can tell, we are vying for Sasha's attention. And you have to realize, 2 streams, hello! So we have 2 streams that Sasha needs to manage, and also a family on the side, which is... I couldn't even do just a family, or just even one stream, really.
Yeah.
I gotta say, I heard you playing my song over there, Sasha.
You want to say hi? Hi!
Hello! Oh, I'm not sure
Hello.
she can hear us. Or she might be in your ears. Well, anyway, relay her salutations to your daughter, Sasha. Alright, do we want to take another question, maybe? Okay, I'm seeing the word exponentially. It feels like I've introduced the word in the mind of some people, but it's for a question that is completely unrelated to what we were talking about before, thankfully. Shall I take the question, maybe? Sasha's answering already, but I'll read the question for everyone to be on the same page. So, my streaming improved exponentially once I implemented the MPV solution. I could have benefited from a short how-to beforehand for the command line tool. Yes. we are trying our best every year to iterate over how we tell people to watch the stream, how to prepare for talks. You will have noticed if you've been looking on the EmacsConf wiki that we have. We try to be very verbose, and we try to explain as much stuff as possible about the different workflows. Be they like how do we check in speakers? What do the speakers need to do? Not only for the people attending the conference, but also for us, so that it's much easier on the day of the conference to know what we are supposed to be doing. We just have to open the playbook, and then we do whatever is inside it. And it's a very good recommendation. I think this year we were supposed to overhaul the watch.md page. Watch, don't forget about the MD. We were supposed to overhaul the page. We did a little bit of it, but not enough. But we will next year strive to make the instruction for for MPV to be a little clearer. But thank you for the remark.
Sasha, do you want to take the question about, do you want to help organize? Oh, I see. That was our answer. Never mind.
Yeah, thank you, Sasha. I can take the next question if no one wants to take it. I believe someone unmuted themselves. Also, something that I'll stress is that you have to realize that we're not a lot of people running a conference with about 40 speakers, and in order to do this, our monitors are works of art. We have so many windows on every single one of our monitors. Right now, I am on i3, tiny window workspace. All my windows are floating, and I have 12 windows all trying to get my attention right now. So, yes, Sasha is doing a setup review right now. It is fairly clean. I could do the same. You know, I can actually do the same. Let me just, I will show my entire stream. Okay, give me just a second. This is currently my screen right now, so you can see just how much stuff there is there. Okay, we're back. We can go back to the track. I'll make the webcam larger. In the meantime, anyone wants to take the next question that we have, the suggestion, really? I'm not going to point fingers to someone we should say. Chloe, do you want to take the next one? Sorry. Oh, are you eating something? I'm not sure if you're going to hear. Oh, yes, okay, fine. You are excused. Colin, do you want to take the next one?
Sure. So I think that's a great idea. The suggestion was that we could record some videos that kind of help orient viewers. We could even do that for presenters, and I think that's a great idea. Recording some talks aimed at our audience is not an unreasonable ask for a conference preparer group, since we're asking dozens of people to prepare a bunch of videos for us. Now, I say this as one of the very few people that didn't manage to pre-record their own talk. So perhaps a greatest hand is necessary there, and there's an implicit acknowledgement of the amount of effort that goes in that every speaker put into these prereqs. So with the, it's a bit of a heavy lift to record one video, and this would probably be half a dozen. With that caveat, I think it's a great suggestion.
Also, I appreciate the plea for helping my load balance for me, but you have to know I live for this. No matter how much complaining I do about receiving prereqs late, it's some people do really crazy stuff. They jump off plane with a parachute at the back. Well, I run a conference and I host and I try to help in the background. This is my way to feel alive, I suppose.
If everybody had, completely completed the prereqs perfectly and we'd finished all the captioning, we wouldn't have gotten to use half of the cool automation that we had. So there's that.
Yes. I also stress the fact that today is the 1 month anniversary since the deadline for the prereqs. And 1 month ago, how many prereqs did we have? About 30% of the prereq we needed. So this is not at all to impugn the speakers. It's really hard to do a presentation first, but also to record it. And, even if we get them late, the only thing that matters, and Sasha has been stressing it constantly, it's not necessarily the conference that matters, it's what we get out of speakers. We help speaker, by providing a deadline, by providing an event where they can present. We help speaker put their thoughts into the world. Some of them already do this on blog posts. I'm thinking of Carvoid, for instance, and that's great. But some people need this little nudge to just go the extra little bit forward by presenting a talk. And for instance, today Samir was really happy about, the presentation that he was preparing with his colleague. And that was great. It's so great to have been the initial nudge that eventually resulted in something that people can be proud, that is available to everyone, that is easily accessible via subtitles in different languages. It is amazing when you think about it. And that is truly what we are after. We don't care about the fact that prereqs are late. Yes, we're going to sweat a little bit, but as we have already established, we can handle it. As long as it's not everyone doing this.
It's not a deadline, it's a target date.
Thank you for the novlang on this, of reframing it in a better light. Do we have any more questions? I don't see anyone. Do we have anything in the ISC that needs addressing? Vidianos is mentioning that it's pretty hard in Asia. And that's true. In previous years, we had tried to have an alternate stream going on earlier, like 8 hours before the actual conference, broadcasting some of the talks and having a host of their own. This year we weren't able to do it because the persons were not available, but it is something that is on our mind, and we will try to do more of this in the future. It really depends on the persons, really, and how available they are in those time zones.
Yep, shout out to you, Chin.
If you'd like to help out, we'd love to get something like that sorted out for next time.
There was a comment
There
was a comment in chat from Quillero. Sorry about that.
Yes, Eduardo.
Yes.
Oh, sorry, not Eduardo. Sorry.
Yes, that. Saying really liked Samir's talk on Grail. About even with the problems, I want to echo that too, and I mean that as an encouragement to others. People that might want to speak in the future, and if you're a little hesitant, maybe you think some of the talks are super polished and you would want to achieve that. I think that talk is a great testament to the important thing to all of us in putting together the conference is to get things out of people's heads and out there for posterity so that the soup gets better over time and that we're continuing and increasing our culture of learning from each other. And I think that talk is a really good example of that,
Definitely. There is one thing we forgot to address, and thank you, Antonio, for bringing this to my attention, but we did not talk about the publishing timeline for the question and answers and the talks that were broadcast live this year. Mostly Corwin. I think we didn't have all that many this year. It will take us a little bit of time. You have to realize we do prepare a while to get ready for EmacsConf, up until the day, to get the captions working, to get the pre-recording re-encoded and stuff like this. But after, when we are done, we actually take a little bit of a chill pill and we wait, we rest, we sleep, mostly, and eventually we get around to restarting the machine to take care of all the Q&As and all of this. By the way, if you are interested in the process, if you want to get a crash course in how to use subbed.el that Sasha is commentating, now is the time, more than ever, to join us, because we, as you can imagine, we had 8 hours of conference over 2 days, that makes 16 hours, about, I'm gonna say 4 to 5 hours of those 16 hours were actually Q&As, and that means we have about 4 to 5 hours of discussion to transcribe to make them available to as many people as possible. So if you are interested, we do have a page called emacsconf.org/volunteer. It might be 22 volunteer. We'll put everything up, and it would be really awesome if you want to join us, but not only for this year, not only for captioning. It's also another thing that we didn't mention. If you would like to be part of the next EmacsConf, if you would like to join this jolly good crew of fellows working towards all the good ends that I mentioned before, well, you're more than welcome to send us an email. I believe we've already mentioned, I'm not sure who was reading this, but we have a number of emails for people to get in touch with us, either privately or publicly. Thank you, Amin. And so, if you want to participate, You know, it can be at any level. It can be just captioning a talk. It can be, you know, just taking care of the wiki and taking care of the page, answering emails and stuff like this. We really try to adapt to how much time people can put into the project, how much bandwidth they have, how much capabilities they have, and if they want to get better, if they are interested, say, in captioning a talk and they do not know how to do it, we will be more than happy to help you get the skills that you need and get the tools that you need, all free software, by the way, to do your job to your satisfaction and to the satisfaction of everyone when we do EmacsConf the following year.
Hear, hear.
All right.
Would you like to go around the room? And I was just going to suggest maybe we go around the room, but I may have missed more questions.
I am more than happy to do this since I've been hogging the microphone, trying to mention as many points as possible. But I'm more than happy to do a round
Don't
table.
get self-conscious now. You're doing great.
Thank you. I mean, I'm sorry. You're going to be the first one because I'm going to go in the order showing in on the stream. So you're the first one. I mean.
Yeah, sure. Let's see. I mean, you know, with all the thanks that we said, those are all great and very true. I also want to again point out to the whole 2-track thing this year. You know, up until now, EmacsConf had always been a single-track conference, but this year, you know, we pulled off having 2 tracks, and that was awesome and incredible. And I think a huge part of that, I guess, success and being able to actually do it this nicely was not doing the streams locally, but over on a remote machine, res.emacsconf.org, which actually Rai had donated. So again, thank you so very much, Rai. This is actually a very beefy server. You know, what's it called? Bare metal hardware sitting in a data center with great network connection and also great CPU computing power. So, you know, we were able to run the 2 VNCs on it. Which, again, Sasha juggled very gracefully, but then because it was on a remote machine, myself or Leo or any of the other organizers were also able to quickly jump in, make some little tweaks and adjustments, or take over some small part of what Sasha was doing ourselves when Sasha was busy putting out a fire elsewhere. So, yeah, huge shout out to Rai and Sasha for that. I guess that's the first thing that does come to my mind.
I think the best thing. Sorry, Quinn, just intervening real quick. The best thing about all this is that Rai is probably unaware that we're doing all this right now, and he will find out that the server has been instrumental to everything we've done this year, and we'll just say, thank you so much. Without you, the conference would have been much more different.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and I would like to give another shout out to Vetri, who was actually with us until the very last minute before the conference, but due to a number of problems, they couldn't join us. Yeah, which I was very saddened by, but I wish them all the best and hope to see them around for the next conference. And again, another big thanks to Jamin, Antonio, and Chloe Cotter for joining us this year and just doing a lot of awesome stuff. So much good work. No matter, I mean, we will get to them. They will speak, but they might say that, oh, we didn't do much. I didn't do much. That's not true. You did incredible work, especially for being first-time, EmacsConf organizers. Yeah, wonderful. It's been great having you along. So thank you.
Cool. Sorry, no. Chloe, are you done with your mouthful?
Yes, I am.
Great. Do you want to go next?
Can try. So just for the whole Emacs conference, yeah, there's not much to say from my side. So to every person I've spoken by check-in, I said it's my first Emacs conference organizing it, attending it, and my first year using Emacs in general. So it's like, what was really interesting to be here, it was also like my first conference organizing, so on the organizer side. And I can count on my hand how many conferences I've attended. So I just want to say thank you to everybody who makes this possible, in my opinion. Also the chat was really, really great. I've learned quite a much about Emacs and some other stuff by just reading the chat at some point. I cannot say much for the organizing before this conference because I was not really involved in it. I tried to do it better the next time because I think this is awesome how it was and I want to be a part of it, in my opinion. So yeah, we will probably hear next year again or in another conference.
No pressure. Okay, Colin, I'm really sorry. I said I would be going in order, but I skipped over you because I was looking at the wrong window. You're next.
Okay, well, they're in a different order on my screen. But, closing thoughts. Best EmacsConf ever. I probably say that every year, but I mean it. It was really good. Every year I walk away with more homework, and I guess as a dedicated nerd, I can't ask for more than that. There's all kinds of tools I want to play with, and the mind share of Emacs as regard the rest of my life is growing at an impressive clip. So I'm grateful to all the participants, everybody that jumped in chat with questions and or just commentary, and just kept the kind of the, hey, we're just a bunch of, this is all made out of people. And I really get that feeling from this. This isn't a trade show where we come in and we set up our tables and we try to move soap. This is this is a marketplace of ideas, and everything is free. And that's what it feels like, and it's just a ball.
Amazing. Thank you, Corwin. Antonio, do you want to go next?
I just wanted to echo Floyd and Corwin about the sense of involvement that gets inside when you are into the organization, and also the human experience of helping organizing. And this is something that cannot be described. You just have to do it. So, thank you so much for being so open and giving this experience also to newcomers. So welcoming experience.
Thanks to you for coming along for the ride. And sorry, Leo, go ahead.
No, exactly. I was just going to say very much the same. I am glad to hear that we were able to have volunteers join us on the backstage, because I'm gonna be honest. Before we were very worried about letting people join us backstage, because it can be very crazy sometimes when a lot of stuff is on fire and we have to resolve things, and generally things get a little heated, not in terms of, we are yelling at one another, but the pressure, you can sense the stress rising in the voices, and it can be a stressful experience when you volunteer. So I'm glad you are coming out of the experience feeling like you've had a good one, and that you would be interested in joining us again the following years.
Absolutely.
No pressure again. Sasha, I've already spoken way too much, so you're up for your round table now.
I want to think back to the beginning of when we were planning this, and you were like, EmacsConf 2022, everyone's kind of busy, people are starting new jobs or worrying about things. Let's keep it just the same as last year. Just try to not change too many things because we're all very busy. And I'm so glad that people have taken this big risk with us. You said, when I looked at all the submissions and I saw all these cool talks, I said, let's find a way of saying yes to everything. Can we have 2 tracks? And everyone took those risks with me. We figured out how to get the 2 tracks. We figured out how to get more volunteers. The volunteers came on board and helped us with all sorts of things. We got all those talks captioned. It's been a big step forward, I think, and I can't wait to say yes to even more talks next year, because now we can do it. So get those proposals ready, because that'll be fun. And now, as we wind down with EmacsConf, we've pointed you to other user groups that you can join or even start, as Babin mentioned in his talk. Other communities that you can be part of to keep those conversations about Emacs going on. If you can also go ahead and put cool ideas from other conferences, we would love to hear about them. Apparently, NeoVim is at a conference next weekend, so if anyone wants to go and see what that's like, let us know. And just keep learning for another awesome year, and we look forward to having more of those conversations next year as well.
It's been a good conference when Sasha does not leave saying, don't expect us to do a second conference in the summer. But we have all the tools available if you want to do it. Now Sasha is saying, we will be back here next year with even more talks, with even more tracks. Maybe more tracks, but at least more talks.
Everything's set up now. I've got my timers. The timers kick off the talks automatically thanks to the run at time and other things like that. And you all can figure out to do when I get distracted by stuff. So it's all good.
Yeah, it's been a learning experience for everyone. I think I've been for the longest this year, keeping track of Sasha, being able to do what she was able to do on her end. It's been a journey. I'm glad I managed to survive to the end, and now my journey is over, and I feel I'm back at home.
Alright, and with that, maybe we should wrap up so that Leo can get some sleep.
Yes, because it doesn't look like, but if I start turning off some lights in the background, it is very dark for me. You know what, if I just do this, I can finally rest my eyes. Oh look, it is so much better already. Oh, I've done Redshift on.
Timestamps don't deceive me. You've been working solidly on today's program for 17 hours.
Pretty much, yeah. It's been a long day.
I think a long day would be an understatement, so...
I also want to say I still managed to squeeze in some time to go swim at some point in the day, so nothing was lost.
And look at him, folks. I mean, look at him in that suit and tie. You'd never know.
Apparently people were concerned about the fact that I was always wearing the same suit. Don't have to worry about it, it's fine. I can wear the same suit twice, and I love this tie, and I have to wear it. Alright, I believe Sasha was making a plea for us to go, and saying that it was mostly for my sake, but yes, my eyes are starting to tire, and I need to go back to a regular sleep cycle now, because usually I'm soundly asleep by this time. So folks, thank you so much for sticking with us for 40 extra minutes for the closing remarks. It was lovely to be able to chat with all of you. As you can see, we're still very excited. There's still a lot of energy in the air. And I'm not going to say anything about the future. Some people, reading mailing lists, might have some ideas about what is coming in the future, but I would tell you, those are exciting times. And if we do not see you next year, I mean, no, I'm not going to say more. But basically, we are very excited about what's coming up in the future. Is there anything else anyone would add before we close? I believe Sasha's kid is telling us a goodbye, which is the sign for us to leave right now. So thank you so much, everyone. We will see you next year. Have a lovely year. Have a lovely end of the year for now, for December. And we will see you when we see you.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Alright, and now that we've done the awkward goodbye, the few people still on stream can see us unwind everything. Oh. Well, Sasha. Oh, I'm still talking. Okay, yes, only BBB is done. So we are unwinding everything.